Get on with today's sale. Let's not mess around. Lot number 201. What a first option here. You've got 1986 in the year, Ford Escort XR3i, low mileage, and it's being offered with no reserve, so it must go today. Online's already started bidding. Straight in at 100. I've got 200, 300, 400, 506. I'll take 700 if anyone wants to come in. At 600 we start. At 6 and 7, 8's back to me though. 800 here. Say 9 for one more. At £800 is bid. 900 in the centre. I'm out, you're in. At £900. So 1,000 online. 1,000's bid. 1,100 now. At £1,100 is the bid now. 11 in the centre of the room. At 1,100, 1,100 online or anywhere else. Would you like 12? 1,200 now. At 1,200, 13's bid. Behind you now, sir. At 13 and 1,400. At 1,400, 1,400. At 1,400 and 15's bid. At 1,500, 15, 1,600 now. At 1,600. Down at the front, not you, sir. 17's back in. At 1,700 at the back. At 1,700, we are bid. 18's bid now. At 1,800, 2,000. I'll take it, sir. At 2,000. Can we say 2,2 next? At £2,000 is bid. At 2,000, 2,000. I'll take the one. We'll stay there then. At £2,000. Are we finished and done? First lot of the day. Hammer is up. At 2,000, 2,000. 2-1 on the telephone. Thank you, George. George is in. At 2,001, 2-2. At 2002, straight back in. At 2002. Would anyone else like to come in for 2003? At 2002, we're bid. Gentleman's bid. I'm asking for 2-3, George. We're at 2-2. At 2002. Your bid, sir. At 2002. Just waiting for the telephones now. At 2002. At 2,200 is bid. At 2002. Disconnected on the telephones. Just going to keep it open for them, just to be fair, but it's your bid, sir, at 2002. At 2,200 a bid. Would anyone else like to come in now for 2003? At 2002. Are we finished and done? We're at 2002, George. Would you like to come in at 2-3? 2-3, they're back in. It was worth the wait. At 2003, 2-4 straight away. Thank you. At 2004, gentleman's bid. At 2,400, we are bid. At 2004. At 2004, we're bid now at 2004. Coming back in if you will. At 2004. At 2,400, we are bid now at 2004. At 2,400, your turn on the phones if you're coming back in. At 2004. Hammers up. At 2004, I'm going to count it down. 2 5s coming online. At 2005. At 2005, thank you online. Derbyshire, you're in. At 2,500, we're bid. At 2005, are you done, sir? Would you like another? Online bid. They're out on the telephones. You in online now. Online's in at 2005. At 2005. At 2,500, with the online bidder here, at 2,005, would you like to come in for one more? At 2,500, hammers up. At 2,005, I'll take 2.6 if you're coming back in. At 2,500, the bid is here online. At 2,500 once, 2.6 is back in. At 2,006. At 2,600 is the bid now at 2,006. Take 2.7 if you're coming back in online. Hammers up though. At 2,600. Gentleman's bid in the room for the first time. At 2,006. Take 2.7 if you're coming back in then. At 2,600 for the second time. And we sell. Gentleman's bid at 2,600. We're all done and dusted at £2,600. Sold, sir. 249. Moving down we go, lot number 202, 2005 in a year. We got some lovely Bentleys in today's sale. First up is the 2005 Bentley Arnage, the Bentley Arnage T. Look at it, it's a proper gentleman's bruiser, it says here, and I couldn't disagree, or I couldn't agree anymore. You're in online at 4, and I'm 5, and 6, and £7,000. We start with my commission interest now at 7. At £7,000 is the bid. At 7,008. 8's in online now. At £8,000, we are bid. At 8,000, 8,000. At 8,000 on the Bentley this time and away. With you online. At 8,000, say 500 if anyone's coming in now. At £8,000, we are bid. At 8,000, 8,000. Anyone for another 5? At £8,000, the bid is here online today. At £8,000, it's with you locally in Cheshire. At £8,000, are you bidding, sir, or waving? At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000. Are we finished and done? The bid is here online. Would anyone else like to come in now? 8,500, thanking you online. At 8,005, new online bid. At 8,500 is the bid here, with you online. At 8,005. At 8,005 in nines back in, thanking you online bidder. At £9,000, your bid now, sir. At £9,000 is the bid. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000, 500 for one more. At £9,000, with you online bidder. At £9,000 is bid. I'll take 500 if anyone wants to come in for one more. At 9,000, 9,000, are we finished? Are we done? At £9,000, 9 fives back in. Thank you again online. At 9,005, would you like to go 10? At 10,000 you do. At 10,000, new bidder this time. It's with you now online. At £10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 500 again if you're coming back in. At 10,000, there's two of you now underbidders. Would you like to go 10.5? At £10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, are we finished? Are we done? At £10,000 then, last chance in fair warning online bidders. If you're coming back in, 10.5, thank you. At 10,005. At 10,005 is the bid. At 10,000, 10,005, we're bid here now at £10,500. Say 11 for one more if you're coming back in. At 10,005. At 10,000, 10,500 is the bid. Would anyone like to go 11? At 10,005, we'll count it down then. At 10,005, it's with you at the minute online bidder. At 10,500 once. At 10,500 twice. Finished and done then, online bid. And away it goes, £10,500. 11's back in. 11,000. Welcome to you in Ireland. At £11,000, new bidder again. At 11,000. At £11,000 is the bid. It's going to Ireland at the minute. At £11,000, the bid is yours online. At 11,000, coming back in for 5. At 11,000, 11,000, are you finished and done? Would you like to go again underbidder? At £11,000, it's your last chance in fair warning then. At 11,500. 11,500 it goes on. Thanking you again. At 11,500. At 11,000, 11,500 we're bid. Say 12 if you're coming back in now, Ireland. At 11,500, are we finished and done here? At 11,500, the bid is with you online bidder. At £11,500 once. At 11,000, 11,500 pounds, the bid with you online twice. Finished and done then at 11,500 pounds. That's your bid online. 9620 9620 11,500. That is provisionally, and we'll be in touch very shortly on that one. Thank you very much online. As we move down to lot number 203, 2006 on the year. Then the Volkswagen EOS. Look at this one, the 3.2 Sport FSI convertible. What a lovely little Volkswagen this is. Where are we going to say £2,000 to start? Surely two's in online straight away. Thank you, online bidder. At £2,000, we'll say 2.2 next. At 2,000 is bid. 2.2. At 2,002. At 2,002, coming back in for 2,004. 2.4 you do. I'll take the bid there. 2,004, gentleman's bid, not you online. At £2,400, we're in the room. 2.6 is back online. At 2006 with the online bid now, with you in Cumbria. At 2.8, thank you again. Gentleman's bid now at 2008. Say 3,000 if you're coming back in. At 2,000, 2008 is bid. At 2008 in 3. 3's back in now, new bidder this time. Oxfordshire's in. At 3,000, say 2 for one more. At 3,000, 3,000. The bid is here online with you. At £3,000. At 3,000, say another 2 if you want to go again. Thank you again. At 3,002, you're back in now. Cumbria's in. At 3,200, we are bid. At 3,000, 3,002, say 3.4 for one more. 3.4 you do. Thank you again online. At 3,004. At 3,000, 3,004. 3.6 is next if you're coming back in online bidders. At 3,004. Anyone else in the room like to have a go on this one? At £3,400. The bid is here online. At 3,004. At 3,000, 3,400 we're bid. Coming back in for 3.6. At 3,004, are we finished and done then? Last chance in fair warning online bidders. Would you like to go again? At £3,400. The bid is here online then. We'll count you down at 3,004. At 3,400, the bid then once. At 3,400, the bid then twice. 3.5. 3.5 sneaking in. I see the finger up. At 3,005. At 3,000, 3,005. Gentleman's bid in the room. Online bidders, we're in the hundreds now. You shouldn't need long to think. At 3,005. At 3,000, 3,005. Would anyone else like to have a go on this one? At 3,500 with a gentleman in the middle. At 3,005. We'll count you down then online. At 3,005 once. At 3,005 twice. You're finished. You're done. 3,005. Your bid, gentlemen, at 3,005. We'll see what we can do. 249. Moving down the list we go. Next one, lot number 204. Have a good look at this one. I love this. Cute little classic this is, and it's a 1963. It's a Ford Consul Capri. Look how great the restoration's been on this one. Absolute beautiful British classic. This is indeed. Several commission bids on my book. I'm going to go straight in at 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 8,000, 9,000's bid. Take 10 next if you're coming in. At £9,000 with my commission interest here. At 9,000 we're bid. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000 on the Ford Consul Capri. Have a good look at this one, ladies and gentlemen. Take 10 if you're coming in. At 9,000 we're bid on the book with me now. At £9,000 and 10 if you're coming in. Online bidder, you're in at 10,000. My interest is out now. I'll take 10.5 if anyone else wishes to continue. At £10,000 the bid is online. At £10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, coming back in for 5. At £10,000, the bid is with you at the minute. Online bid at £10,000. One more 5. At 10,000, 10,000, are we finished? Are we done? At £10,000 is the bid now at 10,000. The last chance in fair warning this time and away then with the online bid at £10,000. 10.5, thank you sir, I see you. Busy room today, thanks for the spot. At 10,005. At 10,005, feel free to shout at me if I don't see you. At 10,005. At 10,000, 10,005. Gentleman's bid in the middle of the room. At 10,005. Would you like to come back in online for £11,000? Yes, please. 11,000. £11,000. Off to Fife at the minute. At 11,000 we're bid. Would a quarter bid help you come back in, sir? At £11,000. Would you like the 250? At 11,000, 11,000. 11 and a quarter bid. 11,250. Hammers up. We're selling today. Make no mistake, online bids. It's going to go. 11,250 in the middle of the room. At 11,250, 11,250. Would you like 11,5? 11,5, yes please. Fife is back in now. 11,005. It's going to sell today. At 11,005. Would you like another quarter, sir? Shakes the head. It's with you online. Hammers up. Online bidder. It's with you at 11,005. Once, twice. Finished and done. At £11,500 it goes. Sold your way online. Thank you very much. £11,500. Sold your way to bidder number 20081. Moving down the list we go, lot number 205. First one in today's sale is the registration number. Look at this one, PBS25. Nice looking number plate this is. I'm straight in at 2,000, 21, 22. At 2,200 we start. At 2002, say 23 if you wish to go again. At 2002, on the book with me at the minute. At 2002. At 2003. At 2003 we're bid. My commission interest is out. It's your bid online. At 2003, say 24 if you wish to go again. Call it or number plate this is. At 2003. At 2003. At 2003 we're bid. At 2003 is the bid now. 2003. Are we finished and done then? On the number plate at 2003 we'll submit the bid to the vendor. It's with you online at 2003 once, 2003 twice, 24. 24, gentlemen in the room, your bid. At 2004. At 2004 is bid. At 2000, 2004. At 2004 is bid, take 25. At 2004, are we finished and done? With you, sir, then. At 2004, we'll submit the bid this time and away. Once, twice, finished and done at £2,400. Yours provisionally, 651, thank you. 651, 2,000. Provisional. Right then, moving down to lot number 206. 1983 in the year, BMW. It's the 628 CSI E24 chassis. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We got some lovely 6 Series in the today's sale. This is definitely one of them. Going to go straight in with my commission interest of 4,000. Say 4,500 if you wish to go again. At £4,000 is bid. 1983 BMW 628 here. At 4,000 we're bid. Say 4,500 if you're coming in. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000 we're bid. At £4,000 is the bid now at 4. Would you like to come in for another 5? You're thinking about it online. At £4,000 we're bid. At 4,000, 4,000. At £4,000, 4,500. At 4,005. At 4,000, 4,005 is bid. At 4,005. Online bid here. At 4,005. Would anyone like to go 5? At 4,005 we're bid now at 4,005. At 4,500 is the bid. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning then. With you online at 4,005's bid. At 5,000, new bidder in the West Midlands. Your bid now at £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000. At £5,000 is bid. At £5,000. I'll take quarter bites now if you want to come back in. But it's at £5,000 with you in the West Midlands. At 5,000's bid. Would anyone like another 250? At 5,000, 5,000. Are we finished and done then? At £5,000 is your last chance in fair warning. This time and away with you online once, twice. Finished and done at £5,000. That's provisionally with you online at £5,000. Provisional bid, and you are online bidder. 1717. Thank you very much. Online. Moving down we go. Lot number 207. 1998 Mercedes-Benz CLK 320 Sport. Lovely little CLK this is. The 320 Sport here then. Nothing on my book on this one. So someone start me off. Anyone interested at £2,000? Grab yourself a bargain today. 2,000's bid. Thank you, sir. Gentleman's in at 2,000. Say quarter next. At £2,000 is bid. Gentleman's bid at the front. At £2,000. Anyone for a quarter bite now? At 2,000, 2,000. 2,250's bid. At 2,250. Would you like 2,500, sir? 2,500 you do. Thank you. At 2,005. At 2,005. At 2,500 we're bid now at 2,005. Would anyone else like to have a go on this one at 2,500? We're with the gentleman in the front. At 2,005. At 2,500 we're bid. Are we finished and done? Online bidder, would you like to go again? At 2,005. 2,750. 2,750's back in. Three's next. Three's bid. Thank you again, sir. At £3,000 straight away. At 3,000's bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Lovely little Mercedes this is. Just £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. Are we finished and done online? Would you like to go again? At £3,000. The bid is against you now. Gentleman's bid here at £3,000. Say 250 for one more. At £3,000 and on outright sale, so make no mistake. At £3,000 is going to go. Gentleman's bid at the front. At 3,000, 3,000 once. At 3,000, 3,000 twice, and selling this time, and away it goes at £3,000. Your bid, sir, 3,000. Thank you very much. What was your paddle number there? 273. Thanking you very much. Sold your way. Moving on down the list we go. Lot number 208. Lot number 208, 1975 is the Triumph Stag. Look at this one, lovely in the blue there. One of Britain's most popular classic roadsters. Look at it there indeed. Where are we going to go? Start me off, £4,000 to go. Anyone interested in the Stag here? Start me off today at £4,000. 4,000 to start it off. Anyone interested at 4? How about 3? 3,000 to go. 3's bid, thank you. At £3,000. At 3,000 we're bid now at 3. At 3,250 bid. At 3,250, 3,250. 3,500 back to me. At 3,005. At 3,000, 3,005 is bid. 3,750 is back in now. Oxfordshire bidder. At 3,750. At 3,754 if you want to come in now. At £3,750 is bid. At 3,750, 3,750 with the online bidder here. At 3,750 and 4. 4's in now. At £4,000. 4,250 straight away. At 4,250 we're bid. At 4,250, say 4,500 if you wish to go again. At 4,250, we are bid. Would anyone else like to come in on this one here? Lovely little Stag. At 4,005, thank you online bidder, you're in now. 4,005, 4,750's back in. At 4,750, take it to 5 if you wish to go again. 5 you do, thanking you. At £5,000 we're bid, 5,250 now. At 5,250 is bid. At 5,250, 5,250. At 5,250, we are bid now at 5,250, say 5,500 for one more. At 5,250, are you finished? Are you done? At 5,250, 5,500, back in now, thank you online. At 5,005, 5,750, keen bidder here, Oxfordshire, you're back in. At 5,750's bid and £6,000, it goes on. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,250. At 6,250 is the bid. At 6,250, 6,500. At 6,005. 6,750 now, thanking you. Good battle online. I like the speedy bidding today. At 6,750 we are bid. At £6,750 the bid is with you in Oxfordshire. At 6,750 is the bid. Say 7 for one more. At 6,750 is bid. Say 7 if you're going again. 7 you do. Thank you online. You're back in now. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,250. At 7,250 is bid. At 7,250, we're bid now at 7,250. Would you like to go 7.5 anywhere else? At 7,250, we are bid. At 7,250 is your last chance in fair warning then. The bid is here online. At 7,250, I'll take 7.5 if anyone wishes to come in now. At 7,250, the bid then once. With you online bidder. At 7,250, the bid then twice, all finished, all done at £7,250. That is very close online. At 7,250 is provisional, only just. I'm sure we'll have an answer back to you in the next half hour or so. 15899, 15899. Thank you very much online. Moving down we go to lot number 209 in today's sale is this lovely little 1974 Morris Mini pickup. Look at that. They don't get much more charming than this. The lovely little Morris pickup here. I've got nothing on my book again. Online's in at £4,000. At 4,000's bid. At 4,000 bid, now 4. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Lovely little pickup here. At £4,000. 4 5s in online. At 4,005. Say 5 if you wish to come back in. At 4,005 the bid. At 4,000, 4,005. At 4,500 is bid now at 4,005. I'll take the call to bite if it brings you back in. At 4,005. The bid is here online. Would anyone else like to come in on this one here? At 4,005 we're bid. At 4,005. 4,750. Devon bidder, you're in. At 4,700, the bid is with you now. At £4,750 bid. At 4,750, 4,750. Would anyone like to go 5? 5 you do. Thanking you online. New bidder again. In County Tyrone this time. At £5,000, the bid is with you. At 5,000, 5,000. 5,250 up top. 5,250, I see you, sir. Waving away. Up on the mezzanine. At 5,250, we are bid. At 5,250, 5,250. 5.5's back in. At 5,005, 5,750 straight away. At 5,750 with a County Tyrone bidder now. At 5,750 is bid. At 5,750 and 6. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Devon bidder, you're back. At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000 and 250 again. At 6,250's bid. At 6,250, you coming back in for one more. At 6,250, we are bid now with you. Online bidder, County Tyrone. At 6,250, your bid. Would you like to go 6.5? At 6,250, are we finished? Are we done? At 6,250 and 6.5 back in. Thanking you, Devon. At 6,005, you're in the lead now. At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,005's bid. 6,750's back in. Thanking you again. Nice little battle online. Your bid now. County Tyrone, you're in at £6,750, the bid, and 7,000 now. At 7,000, 7,000. Hammers in hand. It's going to sell today. At £7,000, we are in the market, ladies and gentlemen. I'll take 7,1 if it no need. 7,250. Thanking you. At 7,250, 7,250. At 7,250, we are bids. At 7,250 is the bid now at 7,250. Are we finished and done online? Would you like to go again? Hammers up at 7,250. 7.5. 7.5's bid. At 7,005. I'll take 7.6 now. We'll go in hundreds. We'll sell it to the nearest £100, but we've got to be speedy online because it's 7,005 and 7.6. At 7,006. Hammer's staying up at 7,006. We sell today at 7,006. Are you finished and done online? Would you like one more? Make it nice and quick if you do. At 7,006 once. At 7,600 the bid, then twice, and 7.7's back in. At 7,007. At 7,007 we're bid. Say 7.8 if you're coming back in online. 7.8 you do. Thanking you. At 7,008. At 7,000, 7,008 we're bid. At 7.8 your bid online. Would you like to go 7.9 under bidder? At 7,008 hammer is up. At 7,008 once. At 7,008 twice. We sell this time. With you online. 7.9 we don't. At 7.9 bid. Devon's back in now. At 7,009. At 7.9, 7.9, 7.9. Your bid, Devon, for the first time then at 7,009. 8,000's back in. Thanking you online bidders. At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000. Say one for one more. At 8,000, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning online bidders. Hammers up. At £8,000 in one back in. Thanking you at 8,001. Say two for one more. At 8,100 we're bid. Hammers back up. At 8,001. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning online bidders. Once, twice. Finished and done. I sell this time at £8,100 it goes. Oh, 8-1 online missing out there. £8,100. Hammer was down. Sorry about that. 7,573. 7,573. Thank you to both of those bidders there. Moving on to lot number 210 in today's sale. 2015 in the year. Immaculate Bentley Continental GT. And over to you, Steve, for the first time today.
Cast your mind back to 2003. The Continental GT, the first new car from Bentley after the acquisition by Volkswagen Group, and the first mass-produced Bentley, although a mass-produced Bentley is quite different to other mass-produced cars. This is the second generation of the Continental GT, and Volkswagen Group, Bentley, however we're going to describe the overseers of this wonderful motor car, we're having to think of new ways to get people to part with the considerable amount of cash that they expected for a car of this caliber. So what do we get on the GTS that we wouldn't get on the GT? Well, we get this very subtle bottle kit. You can see at the front there's an addition there down the side. If you look inside, what a wonderful place to be. The sill plates, V8S, the two-tone contrasting quilted leather interior, 17 different options. This is the linen and black. And underneath that hood, you've got an enhanced version of the twin-turbo 4-litre V8. This car has done 69,000 miles from new. We think it's a 2016 spec, even though it's a 2015 car, because it wears 21-inch wheels instead of the 20s that the 2015 car would have. At Manor Park, we often have cars that are hard to fault. We very rarely have cars that are impossible to fault. This wonderful example of British engineering at its best is one of those cars, impossible to fault.
Impossible indeed, and several pieces of their commission bids here. I'm straight in at £15,000, £16,000, £17,000 I start. At just £17,000. What a stunning Bentley this is. 18,000 in 19s back in. At 19,000 bid, and 20s in online, and one with me at £21,000 here. At 21,021. 22's your bid online, I'm out now. At £22,000. The bid is with you, online bidder, at £22,000. At 22.22. At 23, ladies bid, thank you, at £23,000. At 23,000. At 23.23 in the room here, at £23,000 we're bid. Would anyone like to go 24? 24 you do online, thank you there. Online bid now at 24, 25 again. At £25,000. Not you online, at £25,000. Online bidder, you need to go 26. At 26 you do, thank you online. At £26,000 is bid. At 26.26. At 26,000 is the bid now at 26. Say 27 if you wish to go again. At £26,000, we are bid now at 26. Online, 27 in the room. Ladies bid again. At £27,000, we are bid. At 27.27. At £27,000 is the bid now at 27. Say 28 if either one of the online bidders want to come back in. At £27,000, we are bid. At 27.27. At 27,000, I'll take 500s now. I shouldn't need to. Stunning, stunning Bentley this is. At £27,000. One more 5 if you're coming back in. At 27,000 is the bid. Are we finished and done here? At £27,000, the bid with you. At 27, 27.5. At 27,005, 28. Back to the ladies bid now at 28,000. Online bidder locally in Cheshire. You were a new bidder. Would you like to come in for another 500? At 28,000 we're bid. 28.5. Yes, please, they say. Shropshire this time at 28,005. Several bidders still on this one. At 29's bid. At 29 back to Chess, 29.5. Ladies bid in the middle of the room at 29,005. At 29.5. At 29,500, make it 30 if you're coming back in online. At 29,500, don't leave it too long. At 29,005. 30's back in now. Cheshire bidders back at £30,000. At 30,000, 30,000 in 500s here. And I'm going to put the hammer up. We're on sale from this point, ladies and gentlemen. It goes today at 30,005. At 30,005, make it 31 if you're coming back in online. At 30,500, we're in the market to be sold today. At 30,005. At 30,500, the bid then once hammers up. At 30,005. Are we finished? Are we done online? At 30,500. 31's back in, thanking you. At 31 almost. At 31, 31.5. Thank you for your fast bid, I appreciate it. At 31,005. Say 32 online if you're coming back in now. At 31,005 were bid. At 31.5, 31.5 once. At 31,500 the bid, then twice. Last chance, fair warning online, I sell this time then at £31,500 it goes. Your bid, thank you, at £31,500. Could I just see your paddle number 678? Thank you very much. 678 sold your way. Moving on down the list we go. Lot number 211, 1983 in the year, Mercedes-Benz 380 SL. Only one previous owner on this one as well, ladies and gentlemen, showing 78,000 miles on the clock as well. Lovely little Mercedes. Where are we going to go on this one? Start me off. Who's got £10,000 for it? Seems reasonable to me. Kick it off today at £10,000. 10 you do. Thank you online. You're in straight away. Grimsby bidder now at £10,000. At 10,000, 10,000. At 10,005. At 10,005 with the online bid. 11 up top, I see you, sir. £11,000. New bidder now. At 11,000, 11,000. Say 500 if anyone else wants to come in. We're at £11,000 is the bid here. 11.5's back in now. At 11,005 in 12's bid. At 12,000, 12,000. Grimsby bidder, would you like to come back in? At £12,000. At 12,000, 12,000, or anywhere else. At £12,000, the bid is up top. 12.5's in. 13 bid, 13,000 now. At 13,000, 13,005 straight away. At 13.5, 14. I think you're against two of them now online, sir. At £14,000. At 14, 14,000, 14.5. Grimsby's back in. 15's bid. At 15,000. At 15,000, 15.5 straight away. 16 bid. At 16,000 up top. At 16,000, 16,000, say 5 for one more. At £16,000 is the bid now at 16. Are we finishing done online? Would you like to go again? At £16,000, the bid is here. At £16,000, last chance in fair warning, this time and away. At £16,000, we'll count you down on 16.5, new gentleman. 17 up top. At 17,000, 17,000, would you like 5 again? At £17,000, 17.5, 18 straight away. £18,000. Say 5 for one more. At £18,000 is bid. At 18,000, 18,000. Would you like one more, sir? Are you finished and done? Shakes the head, thank you. At £18,000, we are up top. At £18,000, we'll look for you for one more. At £18,000, it goes once. At £18,000, twice. Finished and done then at £18,000. Very close on it, so I'm sure we'll get that one over the line. 836, 836, 18,000 provisional. Moving on, lot number 212, 1998. We've had a lovely selection of these Z3s, and it's the BMW Z3M Roadster. Look at this one, in that lovely, lovely red colour as well. Where are we going to go on this one? Start me off, I'm in at 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5, £7,000. At 7,000 we start, say 7.5 next. At 7,000's bid. At 7,000, 7,005's in online. At 7,005, I'm out already, 8,000 bid. At 8,000, 8,005. At 8,005's the bid online. At 8,500 we're bid now at 8,005. And 9's back in. Welcome to you in South Wales, Australia. The bid was yours at 9, 9.5. At 9,005. 9,005 and 10's bid. At £10,000 with you in Kent now at £10,000 the bid. At 10,000, 10,000 say 5 for one more. At £10,000 is the bid now at 10. Are we finished and done online? Would you like to keep going for one more? At £10,000 is the bid now at 10. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning online bidders at 10,005. At 10,005, Yorkshire this time. At 10,005, your bid at the minute. 11,000's bid. 11,000, Australia, you're back. At £11,000. At 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. At 11,000, say 5 for one more if you're coming back in. At 11,000, are you finished? Are you done? At £11,000 is your last chance in fair warning then. It's with you currently in Australia. £11,000 will count it down. At 11,000, 11,000 once. At 11,000, 11,000 twice. All finished, all done at £11,000. Provisionally with you. Oh, I'm going to take it. Hammer's not down. 11.5's in. At 11,005. Is that bid? Yeah. 11,500. 11,500 is bid, and 12,000 it moves on. Australia, you are back at £12,000. At 12,000, I'll tell you what, we'll take the quarter. We shouldn't need to. It's been a good battle. Would you like the 250? But make it nice and quick. Do not miss out. At £12,000, it's off to Australia. At 12,000, 12,000. Are we finished and done under bidder? Would you like to go again? At £12,000, the bid is here. At 12,000, 12,000 once. At £12,000 twice. 12,250. At 12,250 we're bid. At 12,250 is the bid now at 12,250. At 12,250, 12,500's back in. Hammers up from this point, ladies and gentlemen. We sell today at 12,500. At 12,500, it's off to Australia at the minute. At 12,500, we'll count it down. Make no mistake this time when bidding. If the hammer goes down, it goes down and you'll be too late. At 12,500, once, twice, finished and done and selling with you in Australia at £12,500. 12,750. At £12,750. Locally to me in Somerset this time. At 12,750, the bid is with you. At 12,750, we're bid. At £12,750, the bid now at 12,750. Would you like to go 13 in Australia? You've been a good battler today. At 12,750, the hammer is up once. At 12,750, twice. Finished and done then. I'm selling at £12,750. It goes. Sold. 12,750. That's to bidder 18494. Moving on, lot number 213, ladies and gentlemen, 1986, the Porsche 911 3.2 Carrera Coupe in the black there. Look at it there, stunning, stunning vehicle this one is. If you like your Porsches, you'll definitely like this one. Absolute beautiful machine then, the 911 3.2 Carrera Coupe. Where are we going to go? Starting off, I got commission interest. You're in, is that 15? 15's bid. I'm going to go 16, 17, 18, 19, £20,000 with my commission interest here. At 20,000 we start today. Say 1 if you're coming back in. 21 you do. 22 back to me. At £22,000. At 22, 23, 24's my bid. Would you like 25? 25, 26, one more sir, 27. 27, gentleman's bid, I'm out. You're in at £27,000 here. At 27, 27, say 28 if anyone else wants to come in now. At 27,000 we are bid. At 27, 27. At £27,000 is the bid now at 27. 28 if you wish to go again. Online bidder, would you like to come back in? I'll take the 5 if it helps you out. At £27,000 we're bid. At 27, 27. At 27,000 is the bid now at 27. Are we finished and done then? We'll count you down online. At 27,005. At 27,005. Would you like 28? 28 back in. Gentleman's bid at £28,000. Thank you, sir. At £28,000, the bid is with you. Online, would you like to go 5 again? At £28,000 is bid. 28,500 back in. Thanking you. London bidder this time at 28,005. 29? At 28,500. 29, thank you. At 29,000. At 29, 29. At 29,000 is the bid now at 29. 5 again. At 29,500. London bidder back. At 29,005. Would you like to go 30? At 29,005 is bid. At 29,500. At 29,500. The bid is here online. Would you like to go 30? 30 you do. Gets the nod. Thanking you again. At £30,000. Gentleman's bid. At 30,000 bid. At 30,000, 30,000. At £30,000, would you like another 500 online? At £30,000, we'll start counting you down. At 30,000, 30,000. Gentleman's bid then at £30,000 once. 30,005. London bidders back against you, sir. At 30,005. Say 31 for one more. At 30,005. 31's back in. Thank you again. At £31,000. At 31, 31. At 31,000 is the bid now at 31. Would you like to go again online? At £31,000. At £31,000, the bid then once. At £31,000, the bid then twice. All finished. All 31,500. And I'll tell you what, hammers up. At 31,500, it sells today no matter what. At 31,500, it's in the market. Would you like to go 32? 32 they do, at 32, thanking you, sir, at £32,000. At 32, make it nice and quick online. It's in the market to be sold today. At 32,000 for the first time then, hammer is up. At 32. At £32,000 for the second time, I'm going to sell then. This time and away it goes at 32,5. 32,5. At 32,005, I tried, sir. At 32,5, would you like 33? I'll take the quarter, you've been a good battle. 32,750, your bid, thank you. At 32,750 is the bid now, at 32,750. Say 33 online if you're coming back in for one more. Hammers up, we're selling once, twice, finished and done, and we sell at £32,750. Sold, £32,750. Thank you very much. Do you have your paddle number there, guys? Do you have your paddle? Cheers, thank you very much. 691. Right, moving on down we go. Lot number 214 in today's sale. 1972 in the year. It's the Volvo 144 DL Saloon. I love a Volvo Saloon. This one looks absolutely great as well. Have a good look at this one, ladies and gentlemen. I'm straight in at 3,000, 3,500 and £4,000. At 4,000 we start. Say 4,500 next. At 4,000 is the bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,005. At 4,005 you're in online. I'm out. At 4,005, would anyone like to go 5? At 4,000, 4,005 is bid. At 4,000, 4,500, your bid online at the minute. At 4,005. I tell you what, we'll go in the quarter bids. Would anyone like 4,750? At 4,005, 4,750. Gentleman's bid now. At 4,750. Thank you, sir. At 4,750, 4,750. At 4,750, we are bid. At 4,750 and 5. New bidder this time online. Would you like another quarter? 5,250 says okay. At 5,250, thanking you. At 5,250 is bid. At 5,250 is the bid now. At 5,250, would you like to go 5.5? At 5,250, 5,250, are we finished and done? If you're coming back in, now's your chance. At 5,250, we are bid. At 5,250, 5,250, I'm going to count you down then. At 5,250 once. At 5,250 twice. Finished and done then at £5,250. Provisionally, 982. Thank you, 982. That is a provisional bid there, and that was 5,250. Moving down, lot number 215. Lot number 215, 2004 in the year. It's the Honda S2000. A great JDM these are. Look at them there. Great little cars, have some fun in. The S2000 then. Where are we going to go on this one? Start me off. I'm in at 3, 3.5, and 4,000 again. £4,000 we start. S2000 here at just £4,000. At 4,005, 4,005 and 5's back in now. At £5,000 with my commission interest. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. One more online if you're coming back in might do it. At £5,000 is the bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At £5,000 we're bid now at 5,000. S2000 here at just £5,000. At 5,000 are we finished and done online? Would you like to come back in for one more? 5,500. I'm out. You're in online at 5,005. At 5,005. At 5,000, 5,500 is the bid now at 5,005. We'll take the quarter bite now. My interest is out. At 5,005, I'll take 5,750 if anyone wants to bid. At 5,005. At 5,005, are we finished and done then? 5,750, I see you, sir. Thank you. At 5,750's bid. Gentleman's bid now. At £5,750 we're bid. Online, make it 6 if you're coming back in. At 5,750 is the bid here. At 5,750, 5,750, are you finished and done online? Would you like to go in for one more? 6,000. At 6,000, 6,000. Would you like another small one? 6,250, thank you. At 6,250's bid. Say 6,500 if you're coming back in online. At 6,250 we're bid. At 6,250, 6,250. At 6,250, we'll count it down then online. We've got to be nice and fair to the gentleman here. At 6,250 once. 6,500's back in. At 6,005. At 6,500's the bid. Would you like 6,750? 6,750 back in. Thank you very much, sir. At 6,750, the bid is with you. At 6,750, the bid now at 6,750. Make it 7 if you're coming back in online. We'll count you down. At 6,750. Hammers up and selling once. Hammers up and selling twice. And it goes at £6,750. Your bid, sir. Thank you. 677. Right, moving on to lot number 216. 1960 in the year. It's the Austin Healey Frog-Eyed Sprite. Look at this one. Charming little characters these are, and we've got 3 of them in today's sale. Let's go in on this one with my commission interest here at £3,000. At £3,000 is bid, showing 48,000 miles on the clock on this one. At £3,000 the bid. Say 3,250 if you're coming in. 3,250 bid. I've got 3,500, sir. Would you go 3,750? 3,750, you're in, I'm out. At 3,750 is the bid. At 3,750, gentlemen's bid here. At 3,750, 3,750, 4 is in online now at £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000. At 4,000 with the online bidder here at £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 250, thank you. At 4,250's bid. At 4,250 to bid now, 4,250 with you seated at the front at £4,250. Say 4,500 if you're coming back in online. I'm going to take the gentleman's bid there at 4,500. Will you go 4,750? 4,750 they will online. At 4,750 with the online bidder. Make it 5 if you're coming back in. At 4,750 is bid. With you somewhere in the United Kingdom at the minute. £4,750 the bid. At 4,750, 4,750. Would anyone like to go 5? Are we finished and done? At £4,750, the bid is with you online at 4,750. Would you like 5, sir? Go 5, 4,900. 4,900's bid. 4,009. I made that really awkward for you at 4,900, but we'll take 5,000 next. At 4,009 with the gentleman here. 5. 5's bid. Gentleman's bid on the floor again at £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000. We'll stay in the hundreds now, though. At 5,1's in online. At 5,1. At 5,001. At 5,001. Shakes the head there. Walking away there. You've done it online. You're in. At 5,001. 5,2. 5,2's bid. We'll stay in the hundreds now, sir. I won't jump it up. At 5,002. 5,3's in online, though. At 5,003. Shakes the head. Walks away. At 5,003, it's online. At 5,003. At 5,003, would you like 5,400 to come back in? At 5,003, are we finished and done here? At 5,003, with the online bid then, we'll count you down. At 5,300, I'll take 5,400 if you want to come back in. At 5,003, 5,400, I thought so. At 5,004. At 5,004, 5,500. 5,500 straight online, your keen bidders here. At 5,005. At 5,005. Are we finished and done? At 5,500 with the online bid then. At 5,005. At 5,500 is bid. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning, this time and away with the online bidder then at 5,500 once. 5,500 twice, finished and done at 5,500. We're very, very close with that one online. 5,500 is your bid provisionally. I'm pretty sure we'll get that one over the line. 20208. Next one, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 217. When I mentioned the three-stage sales process, sometimes they sell before. The 2000 BMW Alpina, sold. There we go. Let's move on. Lot number 218, 1989, the TVR S2. No reserve car today. Another lovely no reserve car in today's sale. I've got loads of commission bids, so I'm just not going to mess around here. I'm going to go straight in at the lowest one. 1,300, 1,400, 1,500, 1,600, 1,700 pounds we start. At 1,700, I'll say 18 now. At 1,700, 1,700. At 1,700 is the bid now at 17. Say 18 if you're coming in. Lovely little TVR S2 here. 18's bid. My interest is out. At 1,800 with you online in Greater Manchester at the minute. 1,800 is your bid. At 1,800, 1,800. Would anyone like to go 19? 19 you do. At 1,900 bid. At 1,900, 1,900. Make it 2 if you wish to go again. At £1,900 is the bid now at 19. Are we finished and done? Online bidder, would you like to come back in? 2,000 you do. Thanking you, Shropshire. At £2,000. At 2,000, 2,000. We'll stay in the hundreds. At £2,000. At 2,000, 2,000. Would anyone like another 100 now? At 2,1 you do. Thanking you online. Greater Manchester, you're back. At 2,001. At 2,000, 2,001 is bid. At 2,100, your bid online. Say 2,2 if you're coming back in. 2,2 you do. Thanking you at 2,002. At 2,000, 2002. At 2002 is your bid online. Say 2,300 for one more. At 2002, are we finishing done online bidder? At 2003, you're not. Greater Manchester, you're back. At 2003. At 2,000, 2003, say 2,400 for one more online. At 2003, are we finishing done? Hammers up for the first time then. At 2003 and 2,400's bid. At 2004, 2,500 now. At 2005, Liverpool bidder this time, you're in. New bidder now. At 2005, the bid is with you. At 2,000, 2005. At 2,500, we're bid. At 2,000, 2005, say 2,600 for one more. Are we finished? Are we done? 2,600 is in. At 2,006, 2,700 if you wish to go again. At 2,006. At 2,000, 2,600 is bid. Are we finished? Are we done online? At 2,700, we're not. At 2,007, back to Greater Manchester it is at the minute. At 2,007, say 2,800 for one more. At 2,007. At 2,000, 2007, are you finished? Are you done? Hammers up this time and away. At 2007 once. At 2007 twice and 2,800's back in. At 2008, Shropshire bidder again. At 2008, say 2,900 for one more. At 2000, 2008, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning. Hammers up and away it sells. Once, twice, finishing done. 2,900's back in now. At 2009, with the Greater Manchester bidder. At 2009, the bid is with you. At 2000, 2009, are we finished? Are we done? At £2,900, last chance, fair warning. Hammers back up. At 2009 and 3 bid. At 3,000 now. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, say 1 for one more. We're going to keep the hammer up now at £3,000. Need to move you along at £3,000. I'm going to sell once. I'm going to sell twice. It goes away this time with you. Online bidder at £3,000. All finished, all done at 3,000. Sold, £3,000. And that was to bidder number 19465. Moving down the list we go, lot number 219, lot number 219. Lot number 219, 1968, Riley, 1300, Mark II there. Look at this, I love this little Riley. It's got such great character. It looks so charming in the middle of the room. Gonna go straight in. I got some interest on this. You're in at 6, I'm in at 7, I'm in at 8, I'll take 9. At £8,000 on the Riley here. At 8,000, 8,000. 9's bid. I've got 10. Would you go 11? Shakes the head. I'll tell you what, I'll take 10,500. At £10,000. With my commission interest at the minute, 10,500 if anyone wants to come in. At £10,000 is bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 5. You're in online. My commission interest is out. At 10,005. With you at the minute in Lancashire now. At 10,005. 11's bid. 11 back in. Cheshire bidder now at £11,000. We are bid at £11,000 with you online. 11,000, 11,000. Say 500 for one more. £11,000. Are we all finished and done on this one? 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. At £11,000 is bid. Are we sure? Are we done? Hammers up and selling today. So make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen. We go once with you online. We go twice with the online bidder then at £11,000. All finished, all done at 11,000. 11,500. 11,500 bid. 11,500 and 12. Thank you for coming back in straight away, Cheshire. Your bid now at £12,000 is going to sell today. Make no mistake. Are we finished? Are we done? Hammer is up and selling once, twice. Finished and done. It goes with you online at £12,000. Sold at 12,000. 4234 was that? £12,000. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 220, something very special, and there's only one person to go over to, so over to you, Steve.
The name's Berry, Steve Berry. When you say Bond and Aston Martin, most people think, well, I was going to say of Daniel Craig in the later films, or Sean Connery in the DB5 silver birch with black leather, but of course, we think of Sean, don't we? Never mind Daniel Craig, but this was a Bond car, that's right. The Aston Martin V8 Volante in the living daylights with Timothy Dalton. Now, you're casting your mind back thinking, but that was a hardtop. Well, not right at the beginning of the film, it wasn't. Right at the start of the film, you see Timothy Dalton driving the V8 Volante that belonged to the chairman of Aston Martin, Victor Gauntlet. Later on, Q says, we've winterized your car, Bond. So if to this day, like me, you can only afford the officially authorized model, even though it's a hardtop, it says V8 Volante. Volante, of course, was the convertible. And in many ways, it's like that Bentley I was just talking about. There was nothing else in the world like this. A hand-built car with its wonderful 5.3-litre light-alloy hand-built V8 engine. This car didn't just offer performance, it offered performance with unmatched luxury and style, which of course came at a price. This is the last iteration of the DBS type V8 cars. Most of them were sent to America, as was this one, which is why the steering wheel is on that side. It came back to the UK and we have some fairly big bills for it, but not too big. You sometimes need to be wary of a car like this that's got lots and lots of big bills recently, because it means it hasn't been looked after. This one has been looked after all of its life. The light sky blue metallic paintwork is gorgeous. The magnolia leather interior, contrasting blue piping is beautiful. 45,000 miles from new. It's back where it belongs, here in the UK. There's nothing else like it. Be like Bond and buy this car today.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Have a good look at this Aston Martin. Absolute stunning machine it is. I got several commission bids on this one. I'm going to go straight in at £80,000, 82, 84, £86,000. I start with my commission interest here at £86,000. Say 88 if you're coming in. At 86,000 is the bid. At 86,000 is the bid now at 86. At 86 and 88. I've got £90,000 here. At 90,000 now. At 90,000, 90,000 and 92 you're in online, and 94 back to me. At 94,000 is bid. At 94, 94. At 94 and 96. At 96 and £98,000 now. Can I take 99 next at £98,000? Shot myself in the foot here. At £98,000 is bid. Say 99 if you're coming back in now online. At 98,099. £100,000 with my commission interest at the minute. At 100,000, say 101 if you're coming in now. At 100,000, 100,000. At £100,000 we're bid on the book with me. At 100,000, I'm out. You're in. At £101,000 with the online bid now. At £101,000, your bid online. Say 102 if anyone else wishes to come in now. At 101,000 we're bid. At 101,000 is the bid with you online bidder. £101,000. At 101, 101. At £101,000 is the bid now at 101. Would anyone else like to come in for 102? At £101,000 is the bid now at 101. Are we finishing done online? There's loads of you hovering at home. Would you like to come in for £102,000? If not, the bid is with you online at 101,000. At 101, 101. At £101,000 is the bid now. At £101,000 with the online bidder here at £101,000, two if you're coming in. At 101,000 is bid. At 101, 101. Are we finished? Are we done? The last chance in fair warning this time and away then is your bid at the minute online. At £101,000 we're going to count you down. At £101,000 the bid then. Once. At £101,000 the bid then. Twice. All finished, all done with you online at £101,000. That is provisionally your bid online at £101,000, and you are 1056, 101,000 provisional. Thanking you very much there, online bidder. Moving on down the list we go. This time, 2021. Lot number 221, 2002 in the year. It's the Morgan Plus 8 in the dark green there. Look at that one with the black leather interior as well. I'm straight in at 10, 11, 12, 13 and £14,000 is bid. At 14,000 now. At 14,000, 14,000. At £14,000 we start here. At £14,000, say 15 if you're coming in. The Morgan Plus 8. At just £14,000, bargain this is. At 14 bid. 15's in. I've got 16 now. At 16,000. At 16,000, 16,000. At 16,000 we're bid. At 16,000, 16,000. Would you like to come in for 17? At 16,000 is bid. At 16,000 is 17's bid with you online. I'm out now. Online bidder at £17,000. At 17,000, 17,000. 18's bid. Shropshire bidder now at £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. At 18,000, 18,000, say 19 if you're coming in. 19 you do. Thanking you online. Your bid now at £19,000. Two of you now. 20's back in. Shropshire bidder again at £20,000. At 20,000, 20,000. At 20,000, 20,000. Would you like to go one? At £20,000. The bid is with you at the minute online. I'll tell you what, we'll take 500s now. At £20,000, would you like to come back in for the smaller bite? At £20,000, the bid is with you in Shropshire. At 20,000, 20,005. At 20,005. And 21's back in. At 21,000. At 21, 21. At 21,5. I see you, sir, waving away. 21,5. At 21,5, 22. At 22, the bid's against you. Back online at 22. You coming back in for 22,5? You are. Thank you, sir. At 22,005. At 22,005 is bid. At 22,5 and 23 with the online bid now. Shropshire bidder at £23,000. At 23, 23. At 23,000 now. Would you like another 500? At £23,000, the bid is here online. At 23, 23. At 23,000 bid. At 23,000, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning this time and away. At 23,005. At 23,5. At 23,005 is bid. At 23,5, gentleman's bid. Back in online now at £24,000. At 24,000, hammers up. Would you like another 5? At £24,000 it sells today. At 24,24. At 24,000, are we finished? Are we done? At £24,000, the bid is online. At £24,000, your bid at the minute, online bidder, for the first time then, at £24,000. For the second time, and selling with you online at £24,000. Sold at 24,000. Thank you very much, online bidder. Yours at 24,000. 6,339. Thank you very much, online. Moving on to lot number 222. Lot number 222 is this lovely 1990 Ford Fiesta XR2i. There we go. What a stunning motor this is. You're in online at 4,000. I got 4,500. At 4,005. At 4,005. 5,000. 5,500 back to me. At 5,005. At 5,005 is bid. At 5,500 a bid now, 5,005. At 5,005 and 6, you're in online and I'm out. At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. I'll take the quarters from this point here. At £6,000, would anyone like 250? At 6,000 is bid. At 6,250, you're in. At 6,250, Somerset bidder. At £6,250, your bid. At 6,250, 6,500. At 6,000, 6,005. At 6,500, we're bid now with you online. At 6,005 in Cheshire now. At 6,005, the bid is with you. At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,005, we're bid. At 6,005, would you like to come back in for one more? At 6,005, are you finished and done online? At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,500, last chance in fair warning this time and away then, with you online at the minute. At 6,005, take the 750 if you're coming back in, but we'll count you down. At 6,500 for the first time then, with you online bidder at 6,005. For the second time then, all finished, all done at just £6,500 finished and done. 6,005, that's provisionally with you online bidder at 1056. Moving on to lot number 223, 1960 in the year, Austin 7 Mini. Nice little Mini this is. It's a beautiful, genuine example of a very low ownership Austin 7 Mini here. Where are we going to go on this one? Anyone got £10,000 to start me off? Showing 40,000 miles on the clock. 10,000 to start here. How about £8,000 to kick me off today? Nothing on my book on this one. Start me off at 8. £8,000 surely. 8's in online. Thanking you. Say 8,500 next. At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. With the online bidder here at £8,000. Say 5 if you're coming in. At £8,000 is bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000 with the online hit bidder here. Maiden bid online at £8,000. Take 250, shouldn't need to. If anyone wants to jump in, we will submit the bid today. And if we make that phone call, you want to be in front of the queue. At £8,000, currently in. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning then. We won't hang around on this one. At £8,000 once. At £8,000 twice. Finished and done then at £8,000. Provisionally with you online at £8,000 and you are 1102. £8,000, that is a provisional bid, 802. Moving on to lot number 224. I love this one, to be honest with you. 1990 in the year, Mitsubishi L200. For as far as cool pickups go, look at this one. What a classic pickup this is. And I'm straight in at £4,500 and £5,000 we start. At £5,000 on the Mitsubishi L200 from 1990 here. At £5,500. At £5,500 and £6,000 back to me. At £6,000. Say £6,500 if you're coming in. At £6,000, £6,500. You're in or online, I'm out. At £6,500 with the online bidder here. At £6,500, say £7,000 if anyone else wishes to come in here. At £6,500. At £6,000, £6,500 with you online. I'll take the call to bites if it helps you out. At £6,500, the bidder's with you online. At £6,500. At £6,000, £6,500, are we finishing done then? At £6,500. At £6,500, £6,500. The last chance in fair warning on this one. At £6,500, the bid once. At £6,000, £6,500, the bid then twice. All finished. £6,750. Thank you very much, sir. At £6,750, we're bid. At £6,750, £6,750. Gentleman's bid in the room. At £6,750. Would anyone else like to come in for £7,000 now? At £6,750, we'll count you down. At £6,750 once. At £6,000, £6,750 twice. Finishing done at £6,750. Gentleman's bid there at £6,750. That is provisionally with you, sir. We will make that phone call and be in touch. Do you just have your paddle number there? 579. Thank you very much. Moving down the list we go. Lot number 225. 2005 in the year. Another one of today's lovely little Bentleys is the Continental GTA. There we go. Look at this one then. Starting off, where we got on this one, 76,000 miles on the clock. MOT till March 2027 as well. Where are we going to go on this one? Start me off. You're in 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5, 7,000 we start. At £7,000. At 7,000, 7,005. 8,000 back to me. At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000. At £8,000 we're bid now at 8. At 8,000 take the 500 if you're coming back in. At 8,000, 8,000. On the Bentley Continental GT here at 8,005. You're in online. I'm out at 8,005. Lancashire bidder now at 8,005. With you online. At 8,005. Nine's back in now at 9,000. New bidder again. At £9,000. You're in the lead now. At 9,005. At 9,000, 9,005. With you Lancashire now at 9,005. At 9,005. Would anyone like 10? 10 you do. Thanking you online. And 10,500 straight back in. At 10,005. At 10,000, 10,005. Would you like to go 11? At 10,005, are you finished and done? At 10,000, 10,005. At 10,005 is the bid now at 10,005. I'll take 10,750 if it brings you back in. Coming in for the call to buy. At 10,005 with you online bidder. At 10,005 in Lancashire. At 10,005, are we finished? Are we done? We'll count you down then. At 10,500, the bid is here online for the first time. At 10,000, 10,005. For the second time then. All finished, all done at £10,500. Provisionally with you online, 19286. That's a provisional bid. Right then, moving down we go. Lot number 226, 1960 Morris Mini Cooper S Works Evocation, early example, upgraded to Evoque Paddy as well. Look at this, the rally winners. Look at this for a car. Stunning, stunning little Mini this is. Great machine indeed. I'm going to go straight in 15, 16, 17, £18,000. I start with my commission interest here at £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. At £18,000 is the bid. At 18, 18 bid. At 18,000, say 19 if you're coming in now. At £18,000 we're bid. At 18,000, 18,000. Say 19 if anyone wishes to come in on this one. 19 you do online. At 19,020 back to me. At 20,000 now. At 20,000, 20,000, 21, you're in online and I'm out. At £21,000 with the online bidder now. At 21,000. At 21, 21, are we finished and done here? At £21,000. At 21,000. Say 22 if you wish to go again. At £21,000, the bid is with you online. At 21, 21. At 21, 21. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning this time and away with you online. At £21,000 once. At 21,000 twice. All finished, all done at £21,000. Provisionally with you online bidder, 1096 at 21,000. Provisional bid there, 1096. Moving on to lot number 227, 2002 in the year, BMW M3. Nice little M3 this is on the E46 chassis, 3.2 convertible, early 2000s M. There we go, you're in online at, you're not in online, are you? No. Seven's bid, we'll take it. £7,000, 7.5, 8's bid. At £8,000, Merseyside bidder now. At £8,000, the M3. At £8,005. At £8,005's bid with you online. At £8,500, 2002 BMW M3 here at just £8,005. Say 9 if you're coming in. At £8,005 with the online bid. At £8,000, £8,005. Are we finished and done at just £8,500? We'll take the quarters. We shouldn't need to. Would you like a little bite? At £8,005. At £8,005, we are bid now at £8,500. Say 8,750 for one more. At £8,000, £8,005. At £8,500. The bid is here online. Make no mistake. At £8,005. Last chance in fair warning this time and away then. At just £8,500, we're going to count you down. At £8,005. At £8,000, £8,500, the bid then once. At £8,500, the bid then twice. All finished, all done at £8,500. Provisionally with you online bidder at £8,500, 1102, £8,500. That is a provisional bid. Thanking you. Moving on to lot number 228, 2001 in the year, Porsche Boxster 3.2, 70th anniversary edition as well. Where are we going to go on this one? Start me off. Anyone got £10,000 to start me off? 10's bid, thank you, at £10,000. At £10,000, we're bid now at 10. At 10,000, 10,000. At £10,000, 70th anniversary edition here at just £10,000. At 10,000, 10,000 and 11's bid. 11,000, my interest is out. At £10,000. 11's bid online at 11,000, 11,000. At £11,000 with the online bidder here. At £11,000, your bid online. At 11,000, 11,000. Would you like to go 12 anywhere else? At £11,000 we're bid. I'll take 11,500 if it helps you out. Coming in for the 500 now. At £11,000 with the bidders with you online. At £11,000. At 11,000, 11,000. Are we finished and done then? At £11,000, make no mistake, all finished, all done. At just 11,005, you're in now. New bidder this time. Australia, you are back at 11,005 and £12,000. At 12,000, 12,000. At £12,000. Coming in for 5 again at 12,000 and 12,500. At 12,005, would you like to see 13? 13 you do, thanking you online. At 13,000, 13,000, 2 of you now. At 13,500. At 13,005, currently in Australia, with you at 13,005. 14 bid, thank you. At 14,000, gentleman's bid in the room at £14,000. At 14,000, 14,000, neither of you online at 14,005. Online bids back, 15's back in, thank you. At 15,000 now. At 15,000, 15,000, Australia, would you like to come back in for one more? At 15,000, 15,000, anyone else for another 5? At £15,000, are we finished, are we done? Last chance in fair warning, online bidders. At £15,000, got to be fair to the gentleman here, and 5's back in now. Australia's back, 16? 16 back in, thank you. At £16,000. At 16,000, 16,000 and 5's back in now at 16,500. Back to Australia. Would you like 17, sir? Shakes the head. At 16,500. I'll tell you what, on sale, I'll take 16,750. Still shakes the head. Hammers up. Off to Australia at 16,005. Would anyone else like the call to bite now? If not, we're selling once. We're selling twice. And it goes at £16,500. Yours. Thank you very much in Australia. £16,500. 5109. Moving on down the list we go to lot number 229. Nice little quick one for you, ladies and gentlemen. Registration number plate 66CMR. Nice little number plate this is. I'm straight in at just £1,000. At 1,000 bid. At £1,000 is the bid now at 1,000. At £1,000 we're bid. Say 1,100 if you're coming in. At £1,000. At 1,000, 1,011's bid. 11, 12's back to me. At 1,200 now, say 13 for one more. At 1,300 you're in, 14's bid. At 1,400, 1,400. At 1,400 15's in online, your bid now. At £1,500 my interest is out. At 1,500 with the online bidder. At 1,500, 1,500. At £1,500 is the bid now at 15. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in, fair warning. Would anyone like to come in for 1,600? 66CMR here at just £1,500. Make no mistake. Are we finished? Are we done? See you there, waving at the back. 1,600, thank you. At 1,600 at the back. At 1,600, 1,600. At 1,600 online, would you like to go 17? 17's in online. Would you like 18, sir? 18 you do, thank you. I've got you now at 1,800. At 1,800, 1,800. 19's back in online. Would you like 2,000? Shakes the head, walks away. At 1,900, 1,900. Are we finished and done at just £1,900? The bid is online at £1,900 the bid. Are we finished? Are we done? And last chance, fair warning. We'll count you down then. Once online, twice. Finished and done with you, online bidder at £1,900, provisionally with you online at 1,900, 10.56. That is a provisional bid there, 10.56. Thank you very much online. Next one in, lot number 230, 1985 in the year, Morgan 4/4 in the metallic grey. Over to you, Steve.
And now for something completely different. In 1985, this Morgan left the factory in Malvern. I'll be there tomorrow. Bit of a coincidence there. I'll be at Malvern, in the Malvern, beautiful Malvern Hills. But in 1985, this car, a Morgan 4/4, 4 cylinders, 4 wheels, left the factory. And for the first 10 years or so of its life, it was cherished in a way that most of the cars, most of the hand-built cars that leave that tiny, unique factory are. But it then went into the ownership of a lady called Rosemary, and she didn't treat it like that at all. She used it as a daily driver. It went through wind and sun and hail and all kinds of weather conditions, never being put away, and in that period, racking up loads of miles, during which it was meticulously maintained mechanically. However, you may have noticed that meticulous approach to the mechanical maintenance wasn't carried through on the cosmetics. And this car possibly defines the word patina. You will not find another one like this. Any others that look like this will be complete basket cases, which is not what this car is. Don't be deceived by the fact, look at the seat, for goodness sake. Look at the hammer that's had. And you might think, oh, that'll be an absolute bag of bolts. No, it drives fantastic. Almost 50,000 miles, 4-cylinder Ford engine, 5-speed Sierra gearbox. The MOT's coming up shortly, but we've got all sorts of receipts for the mechanical work that's been done on this car. You can do what you like with it if you buy it, but I am begging you, if you do, please don't restore it. Leave it as it is, drive it around. Sorting it mechanically, of course, by all means. But get this, in all the time that lady drove this car, as a daily driver, she says it never, ever failed to start and it never broke down once. Appearances can be deceptive, especially in the case of this unique Morgan.
Loads of people seem to be all over this one. It opened up online. It went in at 2, 2.25, 2.5, 275, £3,000. I'm going to have to go 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5. £5,000 straight away and in with my commission interest today. Hammers in hand is going to sell, so make no mistake when bidding on this one. At £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000 is bid. At £5,000, we'll take the quarters if it helps anyone come back in. We're at £5,000 with my commission interest. Yes, yours, George. 5,250. I got 5.5. At 5,005, 5,750, 6,000 back to me. Would you like another quarter? 6,250, you're in, sir, and I'm out. At £6,250, gentleman's bid. At 6,250. At 6,250 we're bid. At 6,250 is the bid now at 6,250. 6,500 on the phones. 6,750 back in. Gentleman's bid again. At £6,750 we are bid. At 6,750, 6,750. At 6,750 they're out on the telephones then at 6,750. Would anyone else like to come in for 7? If not, got to be fair to the gentleman here. Hammers up at £6,750 we're bid. At 6,700, 7's in online. At £7,000. In Merseyside now, would you like another quarter? At 7,007, I'll tell you what, you've been in from the start, 7-1. 7-1's bid. At 7,001, gentleman's bid at 7,001. Would you like to go 7-2? At 7,100 we're selling today, so make no mistake on this one. At 7,100, hammers up once. 7-2's in. At 7,002. Merseyside bidder at 7,002. Would you like to go 7-3? 7-3, thank you again. At 7,003. At 7,000, 7,300 we are bid. At 7,300 the bid then once. At 7,300 the bid then twice. All finished, all done. We sell this time to the gentleman at £7,300 finished and done. Yours, sir, 7,003. 680. Thank you very much, sir. Sold your way. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting a bit overwhelmed with sticky notes. So, lot number 211, the Mercedes 380 SL, sold away at 18,005. Lot number 225, the Bentley Continental GT, sold away at 10,005. Lot number 216, the Austin Healey Sprite, sold away at 5,500. So thank you to all those bidders. And that is how the provisional bidding system works, ladies and gentlemen. You always want to be in the front of that call, in the front of the queue for that phone call. Let's not hang around. Lot number 231, 2010 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution XFQ 300 GSR SST. That's a mouthful. And we're straight in with you online at 9, 9.5, 10, 10.5, £11,000 at the minute. At £11,000 we start. At 11,000's bid. At 11,000, 11,000, say 500 for one more. At 11,005 you do online. At 11,005, 12,000 back to my commission interest. At £12,000, say 5 for one more. 12,500 with the gentleman at the back. At 12,005, I got 13. Would you like 13,500? At 13,000, 13,000, or online. At £13,000. 13,500, you're in, sir, and I'm out. At 13,005, your bid. At 13,500, 14's in online. At 14,000 now. At 14,000, 14,000 for the Mitsubishi Evo. At £14,000, we are bid. At 14,000, 14,000, anyone else for another 5? 14,500, gentleman's back in. At 14,005. At 14,005, we're bid. At 14,500, 14,500, would anyone like to go 15? Gentleman's bid here at 14,500. Are we finished and done online? You coming back in for one more? At 14,500, your bid. At 14,500, 14,500, are we finished and done then? We'll count it down. At 14,500 for the first time. At 14,500 for the second time then. 15 sneaking back in. At 15,000, 15,000. At £15,000. At 15,000, 15,000. I'll tell you what, we're going 250s now if it helps you out. 15,250 comes back in for the call to bite. At 15,250, we are bid. At 15,250, gentleman's bid. Would you like to go 15,500 online or anywhere else? At 15,250. At 15,250 is bid. Last chance in fair warning then. Gentleman's bid here at 15,250 once. At 15,250 twice. Finished and done then. Last chance in fair warning. 15,250. That's provisionally with you, sir. At 15,250. Is that 679? 679. Thank you very much. 679. 15,250. Provisional. Moving on to lot number 232. Another one. The Ford Cortina 2000 GXL. Sold away prior to the auction there. Someone got their bid in nice and early and they made that phone call with that one. Moving on to lot number 233. This is something a little bit different. It's 2008 in the year. It's the Dodge Nitro. It's got a 3.7 SXT as well. Look at that. Where are we going to go with the Dodge? You're in 2000, 22, 24, 26. At 2000, at 2006. At 2006 is bid. At 2006, say 2.8 for one more. At 2006. At 2006 is bid. I'll tell you what, I'll take 2.7. We'll go in £100 on this one. The Dodge Nitro here. Look at it, cool car. 2.7's in. At 2007, 2.8. 2.8's bid. At 2008, on sale this one at 2008. At 2008, say 2.9 is going to go today. This is going to be a bargain for someone. At £2,800 we'll bid. At 2008. At 2009, hammers up now at £2,900 and selling. With you, Staffordshire bidder at 2009. Would anyone like to go 3? This is going to be a bargain today, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss out now at 2,900. We are on sale. Make no mistake, at 2009. Would anyone like to come in for 3? At 2009, with you in Staffordshire, hammers up and selling today at 2009. Say 3,000 if you're coming back in. At 2009, once. At 2009, twice. All finished, all done, and it sells with you online at £2,900. Sold, 2009, 7024. Moving down the list we go, lot number 234, MG Midget 1100. Look at this one. Nice one this is. MG Midget there, 1100 then. Start me off on this one. I think we've got £2,000 to start. Seems cheap to me. A couple of thousand, get it going. £2,000, surely. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. £2,000, start me off today. Everyone's shaking their head. You don't online, thank you. £2,000, you know a bargain when you see one. At 2,000, let's go 2.2. At £2,000. At 2,000, 2,000 with the online bid. Say 2.2 if anyone's coming in. At £2,000, we're a bid now at 2. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000 with the online bid then. The maiden bid online, open it up and away at £2,000. At 2,000, 2,000, are we sure? Are we done? Are we dusted? At just £2,000 once. 2,000. 2-1. 2-1, okay. At 2001, a bid's a bid, sir. At 2001. At 2001, online bidder, would you like to go 2-2? At 2001. At 2,100, are we finished and done? Last chance in fair warning then. At 2,100, once, twice, finished and done. No hanging around on this one, 2-1. Provisionally with you, sir. It's a bit of a phone call, but I'm sure we'll have that conversation. 249. Thank you very much. Provisional, 2001. Moving on to lot number 235, 2010 in the year, BMW, another M3 in today's sale, slightly newer one, the E90 this is, 4-litre, rare manual, 4-door in Alpine white. Look at that, stunning, stunning motor. Bidding's going crazy already online. You're in at 8, 9, 10, 11. I got 12. £12,000, say 13 for one more. At 12,000, 12,000, 13's bid. I'm going to go 13.5. Would you say 14? 14's in. At 14,000, I'm out. At £14,000, 14.5. At 14,005 with you. Warwickshire bidder at 14.5 and 15. Gentleman's bid now. At 15,000, 15,000. Warwickshire, would you like to go again? At £15,000. 15.5, they do. 15.5, 16, thanking you again. At 16,000, 16,000. At 16,000, 16,000, say 5 for one more. At 16,000, are you finished and done? 16.5, they're not. At 16.5 with the Warwickshire bidder again. At 16,005. At 16.5, 16.5, would you like the quarter bite? 16,750, thank you. At 16,750. At 16,750, make it 17 if you're coming back in online. At 16,750 and 17's back in. Warwickshire's keen on this one as well. At 17,000, 17,000, would you like to go again? At 17,000, 17,250, thank you. At 17,250, gentleman's bid here. At 17,250. At 17,250, 17,250, 17.5 back in. At 17.5, 17,750, thank you again. At £17,750, we are bid. 18's bid. At 18,000 with the Warwickshire bidder again. At £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000, would you like to go again for one more? Shakes the head, it's with you at the minute in Warwickshire. At £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. You've come this far, would you like 18,1? 18,1, thank you. At 18,001, I don't usually do that, but I will for you. At 18,001, you're back in. At 18,001 and on outright sales, so it's going to sell today. 18.2's back in Warwickshire. Shakes the head again, I tried, sir. At 18,002, it's with you in Warwickshire now. At 18,002, so 18.3 for one more. If not, hammers up and selling with you in Warwickshire. At 18,200 once. Are you sure? Twice. Finished and done. I sell this time and away at £18,200. It goes. Sold. £18,200 to bidder number 1622. Moving down the list we go. And as far as eye-catching cars come, as soon as I pulled into the car park, I seen this. What a car this is. 1973, the Volkswagen Beetle, the jeans bright yellow, denim interior as well. Look at that. How many Beetles do you know with a denim interior? And I'm going to go straight in at just £4,000 with my commission interest here. Say 4,500 if anyone else wants to come in. At £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,005, you're in online. At 4,005, my commission interest is out already. Say 5 if anyone wants to come in. At 4,005. At 4,000, 4,500, we're bid now at 4,005. At 4,000, 4,005, are we finished and done on the Beetle this time and away with you online? I'll take the call to bites if it helps you out. There's a few of you queuing up to come in online. At 4,005. At 4,000, 4,005, are we finished and done? At just 4,500, it surprises me. At 4,005. At 4,000, 4,005. Last chance in fair warning then. We'll count you down online. At 4,005, the bid is here. At 4,005 once. At 4,005 twice. Finished and done at £4,500 with the online bidder, then it goes. We'll submit that bid for you online, 1063, £4,500. That is a provisional bid. Moving down the list, we go to lot number 237. Lot number 237, 1958, Austin Healey, Frog-Eyed Sprite, the one in the red this time, with the original black interior as well. Nice little Frog-Eyed Sprite. I'm straight in at just £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. Say 3,500 next if we can. At £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, say 3,500 for one more. 3,500, you're in. I've got 4 here. At £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At 4,005, back in online. You're in now and I'm out. At 4,005 is your bid. At 4,005. At 4,000, 4,500, we're bid now at 4,005. With you online. At 4,005, say 4,750 for one more. We'll go in the call to bites again. At 4,005. At 4,000, 4,005, we're bid. At 4,500, would anyone else like to come in for 4,750? On the Frog-Eyed Sprite this time and away then at 4,005. At 4,000, 4,005, we'll count you down online at 4,005 once. 4,600, thank you. At 4,006. At 4,000, 4,006. Sneaking in, it might have done it there, sir, at 4,006. At 4,006, we'll count it down then online. If you're coming back in for one more, at 4,006, I'm looking for you now once, twice, finished and done then at £4,600. Provisionally with you, sir, £4,600. And you are paddle number 68. Moving down the list we go. Lot number 238. Lot number 238, 1997, Jaguar XK8, 4-litre convertible, no reserve car, ladies and gentlemen, no reserve. I love these XK8s, they're such great cars. We're going to go, I've got several commission bids, you've got nothing online, let's go in. I'm not going to mess around here. I'm going to go 500, 1,000, 1,500, £2,000, and we'll say 2,500 next, just because I can see my commission interest. At £2,000, say 2,500 if you're coming in. At £2,000 here for an XK8, at £2,000. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At £2,000 is bid. At £2,000 the bid now at 2,000. Say 2.25 then if you want to come in. At £2,000, just £2,000 is bid. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Would anyone like to come in for one more? At just £2,000 for an XK8. I'm going to take this bid first. I've seen it first at 2,250. I've got 2,500. Would you like 2,750? At 2,005. At 2,005 we're bid. At 2,005 it's going to sell today, no reserve on it. 2,750, 3,000. At £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000. Another 250 if anyone's coming in. At 3,000's bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Would anyone else like to come in for one more? At £3,000 we're bid. Say 250 if it brings anyone back in. How about free, yeah, go on. Free 250, free 5. 3,005. At 3,005. I'll take 3,600 if it helps. At 3,005, we'll run in hundreds. At 3,005, make them nice and quick if you're coming in. My commission interest here. At 3,005, say 3,600 for one more. At 3,005. Are we finished and done? At 3,005. Last chance in fair warning this time and away then. My commission interest here. Online, would you like to go 3,600 or anywhere else in the room? If not, hammers up and selling. At 3,006. Once. At 3,005, sorry, twice. And it goes with my commission interest here at £3,500 and selling. Sold at £3,500 to bidder number 3038. Moving on down the list we go. Lot number 239, 1990 in the year. It's the Morgan Plus 4, four-seater, great condition. Another lovely Morgan in today's sale. I'm straight in at just £5,000. At £5,000 is bid. Say 5.5 if you're coming in. At 5,000, 5,000. At £5,000 we're bid. Say 5,500 if you wish to go again. At £5,000 is the bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. At 5,000, 5. 6,000 back to me. At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, and 5 back in, 6,500, and 7, one more. At £7,000. With my commission interest here at £7,000. Say 5 if you're going again. At 7,000, 7,000, 7,000, and 5, you're in online and I'm out now. At £7,000. 7,005. With the online bidder now at 7,005. At 7,500, 7,500, 7,500. Lovely little Morgan this is. At just £7,500. Would anyone else like to come in for 8? At 7,005. At 7,000, 7,005. I'll take the quarters if it helps anyone out coming in. At 7,005, the bid is here online. Would anyone, 7,750's bid. Thank you, sir. At 7,750, gentleman's bid. At 7,750, make it 8 if you're coming back in online. 8 they do. Thank you. Online bid at 8. Shakes the head. At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. At £8,000, we're bid now at 8. Would anyone else like another 250? At £8,000, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning this time. Are you sure, sir? Would you like another quarter? You're having a good look around. Shakes the head. Once, twice. Finished and done then at £8,000. 8,250. 8,250. New gentleman's in. At £8,250, we're bid. At 8,250, 8,250. At 8,250, we'll count you down online. Once, twice. Finished and done then at £8,250. That is provisionally online with you. Sorry, not online. Gentleman's bid. What's your paddle number? 651. 651. Thank you very much. 8,250. Provisional bid. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, 1981. This is one's quite rare and unique. It's a Porsche 924 Turbo, and I'm sure Steve's going to tell you all about it.
Don't make the mistake that I did of underestimating the Porsche 924. I poo-pooed it in the company of somebody who knew what he was talking about when I knew two halves of nothing, and he took me to task. This is not the Porsche 924 Turbo, just a slightly hotted up version of the 924. Consider the fact that the engine has different cases, a different crankshaft, different connecting rods, a different cylinder head. 170 horsepower was a considerable hike up from the standard car with its four-cylinder engine. Of course, the 924 is distinguished by the turbo, by these 4 intakes, and this one, which is actually to let air out rather than to let air in. Hot air comes up out of there. This is a very special 924 turbo commissioned by Porsche GB in 2018 for their 70th anniversary. It was completely restored. It would be much easier to tell you what wasn't done to it back then by Porsche GB, not by an independent garage, by Porsche themselves. And it's the only one, as Tom said, it's unique. It's the only one like this. 20 cars were done. The only 924 turbo was this one. It's in this liquid metal paint, which is only previously available on the 918 Spider. People say, oh, it's unique, and they don't mean that. It's not one of one. This Porsche 924 Turbo is literally unique, one of one. There's only one like it in the world, and it's for sale here and now. So go on, you know you want to.
There we go, look at this one, and I've had some turbo bidding already on this one. We've gone straight in, I'm not going to mess around here, there's no point. I'm going to go 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, £23,000, and in the market from the word go at £23,000. At 23, at 23,000 were bid. At £23,000, I'll take the 500s now. We're in the market to be sold. 23.5. 24's bid back to me now at £24,000. At 24. At 24.5. 25 back in. At 25,000. At £25,000 we're bid now at 25.5. And 26 back to my commission interest. At 26,000 now. At 26, say 26.5. 26.5 you're in. 27 back to me. At 27,000 is bid. Find another like this at just £27,000. Say 500 for one more. At 27.5 you're back in now. Kettering bidder, but I got 28. At £28,000 is bid. It's going to sell today, so make no mistake. At £28,000 with my commission interest here. Say 28.5 if you wish to come back in. At £28,000, we are bid. At 28. At 28,005. Kettering, you're in. 29 back to me. At 29,000 is bid. At 29. At £29,000, 1981 Porsche 924 Turbo at 29.5. And 30,000 now. At 30,000 now the bid. At 30,000, say 500 for one more if you're coming back in. At 30,000. At £30,000, are you finished and done online? Would you like to go again? At 30,000. At £30,000 is the bid. Would anyone else like to come in for another 500 now? At £30,000, are we all finished? Are we all done? Hammer is up and selling today. At £30,000, the bid. At £30,000, the bid then once. At £30,000, the bid then twice. Finished and done, and away it sells at £30,000. Sold, £30,000. Thank you very much to our commission bidder who left that 3041. That is your vehicle. Moving down we go, lot number 241, 1990 in the year, Ford Escort 3.5, 1.3 van. Don't see many of these Escort vans on the road anymore, do you? Have a good look at this one. Lovely little Escort van there. I'm going to go straight in at £2,000. At £2,000's bid. Say 2.2 if anyone wants to come in. At £2,000 is bid. At 2,000. Say 2.2 for one more. At £2,000 is bid. At 2,000. Are we finished and done here? At just £2,000 coming in for the two. At 2,000's bid. At 2,000. Are we finished and done then? At £2,000. Last chance, fair warning, this time and away then. At £2,000, commission interest here at just 2,000 once, twice. Finished and done at £2,000. Provisionally, £2,000. My commission interest, 1102, £2,000. Provisional. Moving on to lot number 242, 1990 in the year, the Mercedes-Benz 300 TE 4MATIC. The 4MATIC there, no reserve again. Very rare version as well. Where are we going to go on this one? I've actually got nothing on my book. Who would like to start me off at just £1,000 today here for the 1990 Mercedes-Benz 300? £1,000 to start me off. Kick it off today. Get the ball rolling here for just £1,000. No reserve, must be sold. How about just £500 to see it gone? 500, surely. Thank you, online. Someone saved me. Five's bid, you're in. At £500 with the online bid, say 600 if you're coming in. This is going to be a bargain today, ladies and gentlemen. The Mercedes-Benz 300 TE, 6 is bid. At 600. At £600 is the bid now, 6. Would anyone like to come in for 7? At 600. Are we just finished and done here? At just £600, make no mistake. At 600. At £600 is the bid now at 6. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning. I'm going to sell. At just £600, the hammer is up and away it goes once. Twice. Finished and done then at £600 it sells. Sold at 600, thank you very much. Online bidder, 689 as well. Early day bidder there, thank you very much online. Moving on to lot number 243, 1979 Jaguar XJ, the 4.2 litre XJ6. There we go, from the golden era of Jaguars this is. Have a good look, ladies and gentlemen. Where are you at on this one? Start me off. Anyone interested at 3,000? 3,000 to kick it off today? Anyone interested here? Lovely little Jaguar, £3,000 to kick it off. Three's bid. In and away. Say 3,500 if you're coming in. At 3,000, 3,000 here. At £3,000 is the bid now at 3. At 3,000, 3,000, I'll tell you what, say 3,200. At £3,000 we are bid. At 3,000, 3,000, would anyone like to come in for 3,200? At 3,000, 3,000 with the maiden bid online. Open it up and away at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000, are we finishing done here at just £3,000? Last chance in fair warning then. At £3,000, the bid is online at £3,000. 3,200, I see you up top. Is that the one? At 3,200. At 3,200, 3,200. Say 3,400 if you're coming back in online. 3,400, online bidders back. Would you like 3,600, sir? At 3,004, the bid is here online. At 3,000, 3,004, say 3,600 if you're coming back in. At 3,004, are you finished? Are you done? Last chance in fair warning. If you wish to bid, then bid now. At 3,400, the bid then once. At 3,400, the bid then twice. The bid is here online, finished and done at £3,400. That is provisionally with you online at £3,400 to 1084. Provisional bid. Moving down the list we go to lot number 244, 1964 in a year, another Morris Mini Minor. There we go on this one, nice little one in the blue there, early Mark 1 Mini this is, no reserve restoration opportunity. Great bit of fun for someone this could be. Where are we going to go? Start me off on this one, the Mini there. Who's got £500 to start me off? Nice restoration Mini, everyone should be bidding at this at £500. £500, let's get it going. Thank you online, you're in. At 500's bid, 600. At £600, the bid is with you in Southampton now. 7's bid. At 700, 700. 800's bid. At 809. At 900, 1,000's bid now. At £1,000, with you now, online bidder in Lancashire. At £1,000, 11's bid. At 1,100, say 12 for one more. At 1,100, 1,112. At £1,200 is bid. Say 13 if you wish to go again. At 1,200, 1,200, 1,200. Are we finished? Are we done? At £1,200, say 13 if you wish to come back in. 13 at the back, I see you. At 1,300, not you online. At 1,300, 1,300. Gentleman's bid at the back. At £1,300, say 13, say 14 if you're coming back in online. 14 you are. Southampton's in at 1,400. At 1,400, would you like 50? At 1,400, 1,400. 15 they do online. West Midlands bidder now. At 1,500, 1,500. Say 16 for one more if anyone else is coming in. At £1,500. The bid is here online at £1,500 and 16 bid. At 1,600, 1,600. At 1,600, 17's bid. Lancashire, 17, 18. Norfolk this time, 19 bid. At 1,900, 1,900. Keep going online. At 1,900, 1,900. Would you like to come in for the 2? At 1,900, are you finished? Are you done? Last chance in fair warning, this time and away. At just £1,900, make no mistake. £2,000, gentleman's bid at the back. At 2,000, thank you for coming back in. At 2,000's your bid. At 2,000, 2,000, say 1 for one more online. At 2,000, are you finished? Are you done? At 2,001. At 2,001, 2 up top. At 2,002. At 2,003, back in online. West Midlands bidder at 2,003. Would you like to go 2,4? At 2,4. Is it 2,3 here? Would you like 2,4? Yeah, thank you. At 2,004. At 2,000, 2,004. At 2,004, online, would you like to go again? At 2,004, we'll count you down. Make no mistake, if we're finished and done. At 2,004, with a gentleman at the top. At 2,400 once. At 2,400 twice. Finished and done. And selling at £2,400 it goes. 249, thank you. Sold away, 2,400. Moving down we go, lot number 245, 1980 in the year, the Leyland Mini Clubman, there we go, the Mini Clubman there, well-preserved example. This one looks great indeed, looking at the pictures there, the colouring looks great on it as well. I'm going to go straight in at £3,500, £4,000. At 4,000 with my commission interest at 4, say 4,500 if you're coming in. At £4,000. At 4,500 you're in online. At 4,005. At 4,000, 4,005 with the online bidder here. I'm out now. At 4,005 in 5's bid. Cumbria bidder. At £5,000 you're in. At 5,000, 5,000 with the online bidder at the minute. At £5,000. Would anyone else like to go 250? Coming in for the quarter bites. At £5,000. We'll make it nice and easy for you. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,250 you do. Thanking you. New bidder again. At 5,250 we are bid. At 5,250, 5,250. At 5,250, 5,500. At 5,005. At 5,005 we're bid. At 5,005 coming in again. Online bidder, would you like to go again? At 5,005 and 5,750 you do. Thanking you. At 5,750 we are bid. Make it 6 if you wish to go again online. At £5,750 the bid is here. At 5,750. At 5,750, 5,750. Would anyone else like to go 6? Hammers up and selling today. Make no mistake on this one online. It's going to go at £5,750 the bid. At 5,750, 5,750. Are we all finished? Are we all done? Hammers up once. Hammers up twice. And it goes this time in a way at £5,750. Sold 5,750. Thank you very much. Bidder number 20316. Moving down the list, we go lot number 246, 1967 Mercedes-Benz 250 SL right-hand drive. Look at this one, the manual example here. Lovely blue interior on this one. Where are we going to go? Start me off. You're in at 20,000, 22, 24,000 we start. At £24,000 is bid. Say 26 if you're coming in. At 26, I'm out already. 28 has gone on. At 28,000 and 30 bid. At 30,000 with the bidder in London. At £30,000, the bidding's yours. At 30,000, 30,000. At 30,000, I'll tell you what, go 31 under bidders if you want to come back in. At £30,000. 31 you do, thank you. Kent bidder now at 31 and 32, straight back to London. At 32, 33. At 33,000, Oxfordshire's in this time. At £33,000. At 33, 34. At 34, 34, say 35 for one more. At 35. At £35,000, the Mercedes-Benz 250 SL here. At 36, it goes on. At 36, 36. At 36,000 we're bid. Would you like to go 37, 37 you do. Kent's in now, 38's bid. At 38,000. At 38,000, hammers in the hand now. It's going to sell today, ladies and gentlemen. At £38,000. At 38 bid. At 38 bid now, 38. I'll take 39 coming in. Take 40 now. At £38,000, are we finished and done online? Would you like to go again? At £38,000, what a Mercedes this is. At £40,000 bid. At 40,000. At 40, say 1. At £40,000. I'll take 500 if it helps you out, underbidder. I'm not going to drop the increment any more than that. Would you like the half? At 40,000. At £40,000 the bid then. Are we finished and done? 40,005. At 40,005, make it 41 if you're coming back in. 41 you do. Thank you, Oxfordshire. You're back in now. At £41,000, the bid is with you. At 41, say 41.5 for one more. At £41,000, we are bid. At 41, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning then. Hammer is up. At £41,000, last chance, fair warning, finished and done. At 41,000, it sells. This time in a way, at 41,000 it goes. £41,000. Sold your way. Bidder number 15899. And ladies and gentlemen, just whilst we're here, if you are interested in some Pagondas and some lovely Mercedes, check out the Platinum sale because there's 2 on the back ramps that are coming your way very, very shortly. So make sure you stay up to date with that because if you missed out, there's plenty more opportunity for you guys. Moving on to lot number 247. 1989, the BMW 635 CSI. It's the E24. It's not anyone. It's the Motorsport Edition. Have a look how glorious that one looks. Beautiful looking BMW this is. Where are we at? Start me off. You're in at 15. I got 16, 17 and £18,000 we start. At 18,000, 18,000. At 18,000 in 19's bidding 20 back to me. At £20,000 on the Motorsport Edition. At 20,000 we're bid. 21's back in. I'm out now at £21,000 with the online bidder here. At 21. At £21,000 we're bid. Say 22 if anyone wants to come in on this. Lovely little BMW it is. Don't miss out here at £21,000. At 21. Would you like to go 22? At 21,000 is the bid. At 21, are we finished and done here? At just £21,000, make no mistake. At 21, last chance, fair warning then. Finished and done, we'll count you down online at £21,000. The bid is with you, online bidder, at 21,000 once. At 21,000 twice. Finished and done then at just 21,000. That is provisionally with you online at 21,000. We'll make the call there, 10:47. That is a provisional bid. Thanking you. Moving on to lot number 248, 1987 in the year, the Range Rover Vogue, the 3.5 EFI. Look at this for the classic Range Rover there. Where are we going to go on this one? Start me off. I'm in at just £5,000. A little money here at just 5,000. Say 5,500 if anyone wishes to bid. At £5,000. At 5,500's in. At 5,500 and 6,000 back to me. At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,500. At 6,005 and 7 back to me again. At £7,000. One more online. At 7,000, 7,000. At 7,005, you're in and I'm out. At 7,005. At 7,005, we're bid. At 7,005, would anyone like to go 8? At 7,000, 7,005, are you finished and done? Would anyone like to come in now? At 7,500, the bid is with you online. At 7,005. At 7,005, we're bid. I'll count you down. At 7,005 once. At 7,005 twice. All finished, all done then. Well, if the online bidder here at 7,500 finished and done at 7,500 and 8 bid. 8,000 now, new bidder entirely at £8,000 sneaking in. You managed to get in just about there online at £8,000 bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Would you like to go 5 again? At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000. I'll take 250 if it brings anyone back in. If not, we'll count it down. At £8,000 the bid. At 8,000, 8,000. Coming in for the quarter now. At £8,000 once. At 8,000 twice. 8,250, thank you, sir. At 8,250, your bid. At 8,250, 8,250. Online bidder, you need to come back for 8,500. At 8,250, we're bid. At 8,250, 8,250, we'll count it down then. Gentleman's bid in the room at 8,250 once. At 8,250, the bid then twice. Finishing done there, £8,250. That is provisionally with you on, with you, sir, at 651. You are 651, 8,250, 8,250. Provisional bid there. Thank you very much for your bids. Moving on down the list we go. We go to lot number 249. Lot number 249 is the 2011. I believe it's pronounced MEC. It's the SS2, and it's a 1 of 1. Have a good look down there. What a car. It's not a kit car. It's been built so well, this one. I've had a good look around it. What a fun machine this would be to own. I'm going to start the bidding off with my commission interest at just £4,000. At 4,000 we start. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Say 5 if you're coming in. At £4,000 is the bid now at 4. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Would anyone else like to come in now? At 4,000, 5's in. At £5,000 and 6. At 6,000 now, I'm out. You're in online. At £6,000. We'll take 500s from this point, though. It's with you in Glasgow at £6,000. Would anyone like 6,500? At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 is the bid now at 6. At 6,000, 6,000, are we finished? Are we done? At just £6,000. Make no mistake then. Last chance in fair warning then. At £6,000. I will submit the bid to the vendor today. At 6,000 once. At 6,000 twice. Finished and done then with the online bidder here at £6,000. Provisionally with you online. 11100. 11100. 6,000. Provisional bid. Moving down the list we go. Lot number 250, 1984, BMW Z3M. And over to you, Steve.
Cars will never look this good again, and there are all kinds of reasons for that. Look at the A-pillar on this car. No thicker than Nicole Kidman's collarbone. Now, obviously, it won't pass any sort of modern safety crash testing, but it gives this car, and cars of this era, I think, an unmatched elegance. This car, a BMW Z3M CSI, the top of the tree when it came to coupes of this period. I suppose the Mercedes SEC might be considered competition, but this was sportier. And I think more elegant. Sold new, as I say, by BMW in Guernsey, and so obviously it's not high miles. It wasn't there long. It went off to live in the sun in Spain. Then came back to the UK. It's done 40,000 miles in 40 years, subject to a complete restoration. Let's have a look inside. I think this contrast of henna red and this beige, can we use the B word? Beige can be elegant. Beige leather interior, absolutely fantastic. That's the thing with the Germans, wasn't it? It looked elegant, restrained, not too flashy and in your face. Remind you of anyone?
Right.
As I say, they won't come along like this again because of all kinds of reasons. But they don't need to, because you could buy one that's like brand new from us today.
Let's see how much it goes. We're straight in. Online bidding started at 8. Someone went 8.5. I've knocked it out because I've got 8.5 on the commission bid. I need to see 9 next. At 8,005. At 8,005, we start with me on the commission book here. At 8,005, say 9 if you're coming in. At 8,005. At 8,000, 8,500, we're bid now at 8,005. Would anyone else like to come in for 9? 9,000 you do, and I'm out online at 9,005. Warwickshire bidder now at 9,005. At 9,500, 9,500, 9,500, would anyone like to come in for the 10? At 9,005, the bid is with you online. At 9,005. At 9,500, 9,500, and 10's bid now at 10. At £10,000. Lovely little BMW this is. Look at the paintwork there, gleaming away at £10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At £10,000 is bid. 10,500's back in. At 10,005 with the Warwickshire bidder. At 10,005, Cheshire bidder, would you like to come back for one more? At 10,005. At 10,000, 10,005 we're bid. At 10,005, are we finished and done? Online bids, would you like to come in for one more? At 10,005 and 11 back in now, 11. At 11,000, 11,000, 11,000, say 5 again. At £11,000. At 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. Are we finished and done here? Absolutely beautiful BMW this is. The 635 CSI and 11,500's bid back to Warwickshire it goes. 11,005. At 11,500, 11,500, 11,500. Would anyone like to go 12 on this one? At 11,005. I'll tell you what, we'll go in the quarters now. At 11,005. Would anyone like the 750? 11,005, we are bid. At 11,000, 11,005. At 11,500, the bid is here at 11,005 with you online in Warwickshire. At 11,005, are we finished and done? At just 11,005. At 11,500, 11,500, 11,500. I'll count you down then online. At £11,500, make no mistake. At 11,005. Once. At 11,500, the bid then twice. Finished and done then at £11,500. We're very, very close on that one online, £11,500. That is provisionally with you, only just about 20317. Yes. Right, moving on to the next one then, ladies and gentlemen. Lot number 251 sadly has been withdrawn, so let's go 252. Lot number 252, I believe we've got a telephone on this connecting away. Have a good look here, ladies and gentlemen. 1978, it's a Ford Escort, it's the RS2000. Look how beautiful this one looks there. Just waiting for the phones, connecting away. You're in online straight away. I'll take it. 15,000 with you. I've got 16. At 16,000 now. At 16,000, 16,000, say 17 if you're coming in. 17 you do. At 17,000 bid. At 17 I'm out. At £17,000. 18 if you're coming in online though. Gentleman's bid here at 17,000. At 17,000, 17,000, say 18 for one more. At £17,000 is the bid. At 17,000, 17,000. At 17,000, we'll take 500s now. At 17,500 with you on the telephones. At 17,500, would you like 18, sir? At 17,500 and 18,000, gentleman's bid. At 18,000, 18,000. At 18,500, 18,500, telephones back in. 19 bid, gentleman's bid. At 19,000, 19,000, say 5 again. 19,500. At 19,500 and 20 bid. Gentleman's bid now at £20,000. At 20,000, 20,000. Would you like to come back in for the 500 again? At 20,000 we're bid. At 20,000, 20,000. 20,005 back to the telephone bidder. At 20,005. At 20,500 we're bid. Would you like to go 21? 21 you do. At 21 bid. At 21, 21, say 5 again. At £21,000, we are bid now at 21 and 5. Back in on the telephone, 21.5. Shakes the head now at 21,005. We're on the telephone. Online bidders, would you like to come in on this one? At 21.5. At 21,005, we're bid. At 21,005. At 21.5, are we finishing done then? At 21,005, we're on George's telephone, and at 21,005, we're going to count it down. At 21,005 once. At 21,500 twice. All finishing done then on the telephone with you, George, at £21,500. That's provisional with you at 21.5. £21,500 provisional to bidder number 2002 on the telephone. Thanking you. Moving down we go. Lot number 253. 2005 in the year. It's the Porsche 911. It's the 997 Carrera 2S Black with black leather there. Nice looking car this is. I'm straight in at just 9 and 10,000. At £10,000 we start. At £10,000 is the bid. At 10,000 here. At 10,000, 10,000, 11's bid. At £11,000 with you in County Durham now. My bidders are out already at 11 and 12. £12,000 with the Merseyside bidder. At £12,000, go 13 if you're coming back in. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000, would you like to go 13 online or anywhere else? At 12,000, 12,000, are we finishing done then? At just £12,000, I'll take the 500s. At 12,005, gentleman's bid. At 12,005, thank you, sir. At 12,005. At 12.5, 12.5, 12.5. Make it 13 if you're coming back in online. At 12,005, the bid is against you. At 12,005, 13 bid. Gentleman's bid. 2 bidders in the room now. At 13,000, 13,000. Would you like 5 again? At £13,000, we are bid. At 13,000, 13,000. Anyone else coming in for the 13.5? 13.5, thank you, sir. At 13.5, 13.5. Just behind. At 13.5, would you like 14? At 14,000, okay, gets the nod. At £14,000. At 14,000, 14,000, say 500 again. At £14,000, we are bid. At 14,000, 14,000. At £14,000, the bid. Would you like another one, sir? At £14,000. 250? 14,250, okay. At 14,250's bid. At 14,250 is bid now at 14,250. Would you like 14.5? At 14,250's bid. Shakes the head. Gentleman's bid here at 14,250. Would anyone else like to come in? Now's your chance. At 14,200, 14.5. I see you waving away. At 14.5. At 14.5, 14.5. All in the room today. 750? 14,750. 15,000. 15,000 will stay in the quarters for you, sir. Would you like another one? 15,250. 15.5. 15.5. At 15.5, 15,750, 15,750. Shakes the head. Thank you. Your bid, sir. At 15,750, we are bid. At 15,750, would anyone like to take it up to £16,000 for me? At 15,750, we're going to start counting it down. Got to be fair to the gentleman who's been in all the way from the start on this one. At 15,750, the bid then once. At 15,750, the bid then twice. All finished and done. Your bid here, sir. 15,750, provisionally with you, 687, 687. We're very close. If you go and speak to the guys over there, I'm sure they'll be able to tell you where you need to be, but we're very close on that one. 15,750. Thanking you. Moving down we go. Lot number 254, 1976 Triumph Stag. Another lovely little Stag. Very original this one is. Have a good look here then. Where are we going to go on this one? Start me off. I'm in straight away. £5,000. 6,000, I'll take 7. 7 and 8,000. Can I see 9? 9, you're in, sir, and I'm out. At £9,000, gentleman's bid here. At 9,000, 9,000, I'll take the 500s from this point now. At 9,5 and 10's bid online at £10,000. North Yorkshire bidder, I'll take 10,5 if anyone wants to bid. At £10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, are we finishing done then? It's £10,000 with you in North Yorkshire. At 10,000, 10,000. 250, all right. Thank you, sir. At 10,250. 10,250's bid. At 10,250, you need to make it 10.5 if you're coming back in online. At 10,250, 10.5. At 10.5, 10.5, 10.5. At 10,005, 10,750 for one more anywhere else. At 10,005. At 10,000, 10,005. At 10,005. At 10,500, hammers up. 10,750. 10,750 we're selling today. Staffordshire bidder now. Make it 11 if you're coming back in. We'll count you down anyway. At 10,750, the bid is here once. At 10,750, the bid is here twice. Hammers up and selling, so make no mistake. At £10,750 it goes. Sold. 10,750. Right, moving down to EO, lot number 255. 1971 is the Jaguar XJ6 2.A, there we go. 31,000 recorded miles in an original specification as well, with a comprehensive service history as well. Look at all that you're getting. Love the colour on this one, absolutely beautiful, and I'm straight in at £3,000. At 3,000, let's say 3,250, would it? 3,250's in. At 3,250 we're bid. At 3,250's the bid. Say 3,500 if you're coming back in now. At 3,250 we're bid. At 3,250, 3,250. Make it 3,500 if you wish to go again. At 3,250 the bid now. 3,005's in online. At 3,005. At 3,750 back to my commission bid. At 3,750 and 4's bid. At 4,000 you're in online and I'm out. At £4,000 with you in Norfolk. At 4,000's bid. At 4,000. At £4,000 we are bid now at 4. At £4,000 with the Norfolk bidder at the minute. At £4,000, would anyone else like to come in and have a go on this one? At 4,000's bid. At 4,000, are we finished and done then? Last chance in fair warning at just £4,000 with the Norfolk bidder at the minute. At 4,250, 4,250's bid. Call to bid. At 4,250, Norfolk bidder, you need to make it 4,500 if you're coming back in. Gentleman's bid in the room. At 4,250, say 4,500 for one more. Are we finished and done online? Would you like to go again? At 4,250, the bid then once. At 4,250, the bid then twice. All finished, all done at £4,250. That is provisional with you at £4,250. Provisional bid to bidder number 87. Thanking you. Moving down the list we go, lot number 256, 2010 in the year, a Saab 9.3. Look at this, lovely little 9.3 Saab, 2.8 V6, XWD, Aero. Very rare, it says here indeed. The Swedish Special Edition, limited to one of 96 vehicles as well. And we're going to go straight in. My commission interest at 3, 3.5 and £4,000. At 4,000 we start here. At 4,000 bid. At £4,000 on the book with me then, at £4,000 the bid. At 4,000, say 5 for one more. At £4,000 is the bid now at 4. Are we finished and done? Would anyone else like to come in? I'll tell you what, 4,500 you're in. At 4,005, I'm out. At 4,005. At 4,005 with you online. Would anyone else like to make it 4,750? At 4,005, take the quarter if it helps. At 4,005, are we finished and done here then? Last chance in fair warning. This time and away, at 4,005 with the online bid, we'll count you down once, twice. Finishing done then at £4,500 with you online bidder at 4,005 and you are 1,063. That is a provisional bid. Thanking you. Moving down the list we go to lot number 257. Another one of the lovely Porsches in today's sale is this Cayman S. Look at this one. Absolutely lovely condition as well. This one is, I'm not going to mess around. We're going to go straight in my commission interest at just £6,000. Say 7 next. At 6,000's bid. At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000 is 7's bid with you online, and I'm out already. I'll take the 500s now. You've done my commission interest there online. 7,500's in. At 7,005. At 7,005 and 8. 8,000's bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000 with the online bidder here at £8,000. Say 5 for one more. 8,500 you do. Thanking you online at 8,005 and 9. 9's back in now. At 9,005. Coming in for one more. At 9,000 in County Durham. At 9,000, 9,000, 500 for one more if you're coming back in. At 9,000, 9,000. At £9,000 we're bid. Would you like to go 9,500? At £9,000 are we finished and done here? Make no mistake, at £9,000. I'll take 250 if it helps you out. At 9,000 we are bid. At 9,000, 9,000. At £9,000 the bid then with you online. We'll count you down at just £9,000. County Durham bidder at 9,000 once. 250 bid, thanking you. At 9,250, gentleman's back in. At 9,250, we are bid. At 9,250, County Durham, do you want to come back in for another one? 9,500 they do. At 9,005, same bidder as well. At 9,005, would you like 750? 9,750 back in. Thank you, sir. At £9,750, we are bid. 10 if you're coming back in now online. 10 you do. Thanking you at £10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 250 again. 10,250's bid. At £10,250. At 10,250, 10,250. Hammers up and selling this one at 10,250. Make no mistake online, we're going to count you down. It's going to go today. 10,500's back in. At 10,005. At 10,005. I'll let you have a good look around, sir. At 10,005. At 10,500, 10,500, 10,500. 10,750. 10,750's back in. Make it 11 if you're coming back in online. At 10,750, we're going to start counting it down. At 10,750, it's on sale, so make no mistake, hammer is up. At 10,750, are we all finished? Are we all done? Last chance, fair warning. It goes once, it goes twice, and selling at 10,750. 11, just right on the wire. £11,000. 11,000, 11,000. £11,000 is bid. Another 250? Thank you very much, sir. 11,250's bid. 11,250. Don't leave it so long online this time. You nearly missed out. 11,250 the bid, then once, twice. It goes £11,250. Yours, thank you. 687. 250. Right, moving on down we go. Lot number 258 this time in 1934. It's the Rolls-Royce 20 over 25. It's the saloon there. We go. Look at this one. Lovely looking Rolls-Royce this is. Great little project there. Where are we going to go on this one? I'm straight in at 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5, 7. 7,000 we start. Say 7,500 if you're coming in. Nice little project this is. It's £7,000. At 7,500, you're in, sir, and I'm out. At 7,500. Gentleman's bid here at 7,005. Take it to 8 if anyone else wishes to come in now. At 7,005, hammers up, we're selling today. At 7,005, make no mistake, are we finishing done? Gentleman's bid at 7,005. At 7,500, the bid then once. At 7,000, 7,500, the bid then twice. I'm going to sell, make no mistake, finishing done. At 7,500 it goes. Yours, 683, thank you, 683. Sold away, £7,500. Moving on to lot number 259, 1955, Triumph TR2, tasteful resto mod. Look at that one there. Where are we going to go on this one? Start me off with the bidding then. Let's go in. Who's got £5,000? 5,000 to start. Anyone interested there? £5,000. How about go to 3? I won't go any lower. We'll get a bid submitted today. 3,000 to kick it off. Coming in for free. Anyone interested? Nothing on my book on this one. £3,000. Thank you online. We'll say 3,500 next. 3,500. Gentleman's bid at 3,500. Take it to 4 if you're coming back in. At 3,500. At 3,500 and 4's back in now at 4. Would you like another 5? 4,500 you do. Thank you. At 4,500. At 4,500, 4,500, 4,500. At 4,500. 5,000's back in. At 5,000 bid. And again, 5,500. Thank you again. At 5,005. Gentleman's bid at 5,005. Take it to 6 if you wish to go again for one more. At 5,005. I'll tell you what, we'll take the quarter bites now. We're not going to go any lower than that. Would anyone like to come in for 5,750? At 5,005. Are we finished? Are we done? At 5,005. At 5,000, 5,500 once. At 5,500 twice. All finished, all done at £5,500. Provisionally with you at 5,500. Are you same number as yesterday? No, 249. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to take a short little 5-minute break, and I'm going to go over to Mr. Steve Berry, who's going to walk around and show you a couple of the lots that are coming up next. Thank you very much, and see you again in 5-10 minutes.
Right, I'm with Sam here, who runs the online auctions here at Manor Park. Explain to the lovely people how that works alongside what we're doing today.
Of course I can. It's a really simple concept, and it's for cars that maybe aren't suitable for the main sale for whatever reason, due to location. Their cars stay with the owner for the online. It's completely free to sell, and we can set a reserve at any level. So it just means that for cars that maybe aren't right for this sale, we can still sell them for you. So we've got some wonderful cars online at the moment. We've got a Metro with 3,800 miles from new. It's an incredible car. Escort RS Turbo Project. We've even got a 73 Bedford ambulance on there at the moment. So they're all live now. Finish on Thursday at 7 o'clock in the evening. Do have a look, manorparkclassicsonline.com, and it is completely free to sell. So if for any reason this sort of sale isn't for you, please do get in touch, and we'd love to discuss selling yours online.
Marvellous, thanks, Sam.
Dead easy.
Walk this way, Felipe. I'll tell the good people about some of the cars that are coming up in our sale. If I can just push past these guys, because yes, we have some amazing Bentleys, fabulous Porsches, etc. But what about if you're not in that kind of price bracket? How about one of these, the BMW Z3M, another Bond car? We're having a Bond car thing today, because of course, we had one in the Living Daylights. What was this? What was this in? Which, I think it says here which one it was in. I can't remember it, but it was definitely, it was Pierce Brosnan Bond, wasn't it? Because he also had the BMW R1200C Cruiser, which is possibly the least popular motorcycle BMW have ever made. This was one of the most popular cars they've ever made. Of course, they were made in the States, made in Spartanburg rather than München. And of course, they were just doing what we were doing in the 50s and 60s. All those British manufacturers who made rear-drive, two-seater, front-engine sports cars, affordable ones for the American market. BMW doing it in the 90s with the incredibly popular Z3. I'll bet you've seen a lot of them, and I bet you've never seen one this colour. They're usually silver or red, perhaps black. They're not this colour. What are we calling it? Apple green? Is that the polite term? I like it. I think it makes it stand out. It's something a little bit different. And if you do like things that are a little bit different, then just walk this way, because once upon a time, if you talked about classic cars or you wrote about classic cars, it wasn't things like that BMW, it was things like this, a Hillman Imp. And yet today, with a lot of people under 35, maybe even people under 40, they might not even know what an Imp was. And of course, for a long time, the Imp, I actually made a bit of a pilgrimage to the old factory in Linwood in Scotland. Yes, they were made in Scotland. The first mass-produced car offered to the British market with an all-alloy engine. Alloy engine block, alloy cylinder head. In the back, of course, and I think I've mentioned this before, the Roots Group, my dad was one for the Roots Group. They were the ones who built this. It was the cheapest car you could buy in the UK. By the early 70s, that market was being taken by the likes of Skoda, Lada, Moscovich, Wartburg, he said. Mentioning cars we'll never see here at Manor Park. Go on, get your Wartburg in our next sale. It's funny though, isn't it? Like I said, for many years, the Imp was the cheapest car you could buy in the UK. The absolute base model Imp, not this one. This is a Super Imp. But it was the cheapest car, and yet somebody has gone to considerable trouble and spent a lot of time and money doing an absolutely cracking restoration on this one. I think if I open this door, you can see the very green interior. There's a bit of a theme to this bit of our sale with the old with green. Yeah, shut that door, then we can't see it. I love it. It's something that was once a daily sight on Britain's roads, and yet today, when was the last time you saw a Hillman Imp? Because, of course, inevitably, the fancy stuff, the Bentleys, the Porsches, the Aston Martins, all the stuff we've been showing you today and all the stuff we've been selling today here at Manor Park, people look after those cars, people restore those cars, but someone thinks an Imp is worth restoring, and here it is coming up in our sale today. The owner of this one went to a lot of trouble. In fact, they had a respray on the back here, and I'm just looking, and it's, look at this. I hadn't noticed this. The hood is blue. Now, my grandmother used to say that blue and green should never be seen, but perhaps she was wrong. Something a bit different. The BMW Z3, Not the Z3M. Do you remember that? The Z3M, the one, the clown shoe, the car that I set, yeah, talking about myself again, the car that I set the Guinness World Record for doing donuts in back in the day. I did. And since you ask, I think it was either, I can't remember, it was either 22 or 23 complete revolutions. We did it for the telly. 22 or 23 complete revolutions in a minute in one of these, but it was the M Coupe version, which of course sell for a lot of money. Again, here's one in a rather more predictable red. 1.9 this one. It's done 46,000 miles. It's got manual transmission. It's got black leather seats, black and red. You know, a more predictable combination of colours, but in some ways, perhaps a more successful combination of colours. I don't know why I like that green one, but I'm a bit of an oddball. I'm not sure about the design of the wheels on this one either. I do think that those very simple but elegant 5-spokes, plastic door handle there. The whole, again, we're going to talk about an Austin Healey Sprite in a minute, and we do often have the Spitfires, the Sprites, the MGs, of course, the MGBs, the MG Roadsters. The cars that were so successfully built to be exported to the United States to get those all-important dollars into Britain, because we were absolutely brassic, weren't we? After the Second World War, we needed those dollars. The Germans did the same thing. Well, the Japanese did it, of course, didn't they, with the MX-5? And then the Germans said, there's a bandwagon, let's jump on it. Very American styling, made in America, but, you know, with the German mechanicals, German engineering. So we've got this trio of Sprites here, the Austin, those cars I've just been talking about, those British cars from the 50s and 60s, which we sent over to the United States, and so many of them have actually come back because, of course, because so many were exported, there were actually quotas with cars like this because steel was being very much rationed after the war, which is one of the reasons that so many of those sports cars, saloon cars, were aluminium bodied or had a large percentage of aluminium included in their construction, whether it was just the door skins, the boot skin and the bonnet, because steel was rationed. People all think it was, oh, it's super Ligara, it's super lightweight, and it's very exotic. The truth is steel was rationed. But who doesn't love an Austin Healey Sprite? Come on, look at that face. I'll tell you what, we were having a discussion earlier as to whether it's this car or the Citroën 2CV that is most often let out at a junction. If you're in a Mercedes or a Porsche, forget it. BMW, you haven't got a prayer, nobody's letting you out. But if you're waiting to pull out to a main road or one of these, people will literally stop to let you out because just look at it, it's such a cute little car. And next up of the three that we've got here is this one. Lot 260, Mark 1, Austin Healey, Frog Eye, you're still allowed to say that, I think, Frog Eye Sprite. This one was sent to the States and was left-hand drive, brought back to the UK. It's been fully restored, full steel body, straight as you like. You won't find a single problem. There's not a scratch, there's not a mark on it. The interior's been retrimmed, the engine's been rebuilt, it's got the right wheels on it, a fantastic set of Firestone tyres. It's MOT exempt. Of course it's MOT exempt, it's from 1958. The boot's a bit odd. Of course, you know, it doesn't open. You think, well, what's going on here? Where's the boot? You just shove it all in behind the seats. There's quite a lot of sort of luggage area back there. You can't beat the styling. You either love it or you hate it. And I absolutely love it. So, Tom, do you love a Frog Eye Sprite, Tom?
Yeah, I love them. They're cute little cars, aren't they? Right.
I love them. Some people think they look a bit weird, but I look a bit weird, and so do you. So let's not deny it for that. The Austin Healey Frog Eye Sprite Night 1 from 1958. Come on.
Let's see how much it's worth then. Look at it there. It's done all the talking. Let's go in straight away online. We're going to start with you at £6,000. At 6,000 with the online bid here. At £6,000 and 6 fives in. At 6,005. At 6,005 and 7's bid. At 7,000 now. At 7,000 we're bid. At 7,005. At 7,005's the bid now at 7,005. With you currently in Kent. At 7,005 and 8's bid. At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Coming in for the 5. Sussex bidder at the minute. 8,000 and 8,500 straight back in now. Shropshire now is with you at 8,005 and 9. At £9,000 bid. At 9,000, 9,000. Would you like another 5? At £9,000 is the bid now at 9. At 9,000, 9,005. At 9,005 you're in 10. At 10,000 bid. At 10,005. At 10,005 with you online at 10,005 and 11 bid. 11,000, 11,000. At 11,000 we're bid now 11,005. 11,500, 11,500. Would you like to go 12? At 11,005. At 11,500 we're bid. With the online bid here, I'll take the quarters now. Shouldn't need to, but 11,005 we're in Shropshire. 11,005. Say one more 250 if you're coming back in anywhere else or online. At 11,005. At 11,750. 11,750's bid. Thank you, sir. 11,750. Gentleman's bid. Waiting to come in. 11,750. Would you like to take it to 12? 12 you do. At 12,000 now. Hammers in hand now at 12,000. It's going to sell today. Would you like another quarter? Shakes the head. We sell with you at the minute in Shropshire at £12,000. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. And selling. Make no mistake. Finished and done. Hammer is up once, twice, and it sells at £12,000. Sold with you online bidder at £12,000. And you are 6339. Right, moving on to the next page, we go to lot number 261. 1977 in the year is the MG Midget 1500 here. Look at this one in the red, lovely little classic. We're going to go straight in at £2,000. At 2,000's bid. At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At £2,000 we start. At 2,000 is the bid now at 2. Say 2-2 if you're coming in. At £2,000. 2-2's bid. Gentleman's bid now. I'm out already at 2,002. Seated now at 2,002. At 2-2, 2-2, 2-2. Say 2-4 if anyone else wants to come in. At 2,002. At 2,004. At 2,004 to bid. With you in Warwickshire again at 2,004. Would you like 2-6? At 2,004. At 2,000, 2,006. At 2,006 is the bid. With you in the United Kingdom somewhere at 2,006 and 2,800. At 2,008, back to the Warwickshire bidder now at 2,008. Say 3, thanking you at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000, go 2 anywhere else. At £3,000, coming back in. At 3's the bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At 3,000, I'll tell you what, let's go 3-1. 3-1 bid. 3-1's bid. At 3,002. 3-3. At 3,003, 2 bidders in the room now at 3,003. Seated bidder at the minute at 3-4. 3-5. At 3,005. Shakes the head. Your bid at 3,005. Anyone else for 3-6? At 3,005. Are we finished and done here at just 3,500? Make no mistake. Last chance in fair warning this time and away. At the back. There we go. New bidder again at 3,006. 3-7. 3-7's against you now, sir. Seated at the front at 3,007. Would you like 3-8? 3-8's bid. 3-9. 4? 4,000. 1, 2, 4-3, 4-4, 4-5, 4-6, 4-7. Shakes the head. Your bid, sir. At 4,007. At 4,000, 4,007. At 4,700. Anyone else for 4-8 now? At 4,007. Are we finished and done here? It's your last chance in fair warning. You've got to be fair to the gentleman at the front. We're going to count it down. At 4,700 once. At 4,007, 4-8's back in. At 4,008. At 4,008. At 4,008, take 4-9 if anyone wants to come back in now. Gentleman's bid here at 4,008. At 4,000, 4,008. Last chance in fair warning. We're going to count it down then. At 4,800, the bid then once. Are you sure? 4-9? 4-9 back in? 4.9's bid. At 4.9, shakes the head. At 4,009. At 4,900, we're bid now at 4,009, seated at the front. At 4,900, we're bid. At 4,009 once. At 4,009, are you sure? Selling at 4,900 twice, finishing done at 4.9. Your bid. Thank you very much, sir. £4,900 to bidder number 68. Moving on down the list we go. Lot number 262's in next. Look at this for a car, ladies and gentlemen. Don't see many of these. 1959 is the Hinkle. It's the deluxe cruiser there. Look at that. Charming, classic, and cute, it says here. And I definitely agree. We're going to go straight in with my commission interest at just £5,000. At 5,000's bid. At 5,000, 5,000 bid. Say 5,500 if you're coming in. At £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000 coming in for 5,500. At £5,000. You tempted? At £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000. One more 5. Are we finishing done here at just £5,000? Make no mistake then, last chance in fair warning. When the commission bidder at the minute, just 5,000 once, twice. Finishing done then at £5,000. Provisionally, with my commission bid at 1040 there, £5,000, very provisional on that one. No hanging around. Let's go. Lot number 263. Lot number 263, 1988 Ford Sierra Sapphire RS Cosworth. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Love the color of this one as well. Going to go straight in at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,000. We start with me at £16,000. At 16,000, 17's bid, 18 back to me. At 18,000 now, 19's in and 20 bid. At £20,000 with a commission interest at the minute, at just £20,000. At 20,000, 20,000 and one's back in now at 21. My commission interest is out. You're in online bidder at 21,000, say 2 if anyone else wishes to bid. At 21,000, we're bid. At 21, 21. At 21,000 is the bid now at 21. Would anyone else like to come in for 22? At 21,000 is the bid. Sierra Sapphire RS Cosworth at £21,000. Say 2 for one more. At 21 bid. At 21, 21. I'll say 21.5 if it helps anyone out. Is that a bid? 21.5. Thank you. Ladies bid this time at 21.5. At 21.5. At 21,005. Say 22 if you're coming back in online. 22 bid. At 22,000 now. We'll stay in the 500s. 22.5. Thank you again. At 22,005. At 22,005 we're bid. 23's back in online. At £23,000. New bidder this time at 23. 23.5. Thank you again. At 23,005. At 23,500 we're bid. Say 24 for one more. At 23,005. Are we finished and done online? Either one of the underbidders, would you like to come back? At 23,005, are we finished and done? At 23,500, the bid then is here at 23,005. We'll count it down at 23.5 once. At 23,500 twice. Finishing done at just £23,500. Make no mistake, finishing done 23.5. Provisionally with you, 687. 687. That is a provisional bid. And at 23.5. Moving down, we go to lot number 264, 2004 in the year, Land Rover Defender. It's the 110, this one. Have a good look here. Nice looking 110 this is. It's got the snorkel and everything on it as well. We're going to go straight in at just £4,000. Say 4.5 next. At 4,000's bid. At 4,000, 4,000 bid. At £4,000 coming in for the 5. At 4,000 we're bid now at 4. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Say 5 for one more. At £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000. Are we finishing done here at just £4,000? Land Rover Defender 110 TDI. 4,000's bid. 4.5. Bargain this is at 4,005. Ladies bid again at 4,005. At 4,000, 4,005. Say 5,000 for one more if anyone else is coming back in now at 4,005. At 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. Are we finishing done here? Make no mistake. 5,000 just behind you. At £5,000. Not you online. At 5,000 bid. 5.5. Would you like 6? At 5,005. At 5,500 we're bid now at 5,005. Ladies bid at the minute. 6,000 just behind you. At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,005. New bidder online this time at 6,005. Shakes the head behind at 6,005. At 6,000, 6,005, are we finishing done? I'll take the quarters if it brings any of you back in, but the bid is here online at 6,005. Would anyone like 6,750? You do, thank you. At 6,750, your bid. Take it to 7 next. At 6,750, we're bid. At 6,750, the bid now 6,750. Are we finished and done? We'll count you down. At 6,750, the bid then once, twice. Finished and done. Your bid, gentlemen, at £6,750, provisionally with you. What's the paddle number there? 165, thank you. There's a provisional bid. Moving on to lot number 265, 1980 Leyland Mini. It's the 1275 GT in the yellow there. Look at that one with the turbo power as well. And we're straight in at 3,000, 3, 5 and 4. £4,000 with my commission interest at the minute. At 4,000 bid, say 4,500 if you're coming in. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. At £4,000 we're bid. At £4,000 is the bid now at 4, say 4,500 for one more. At 4,000 bid. At 4,000, 4,005, you're in online. Scotland bidder now at 4,005. At 4,005, I'm out, you're in online at £4,500. At 4,005. At 4,005 and 5's bid now. New bidder this time at £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000, say 5 for one more. At 5,000, we're bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Are we finished and done then at just £5,000? I'll take the 250s. I shouldn't need to, but there's a couple of you queuing. At £5,000. Would you like the 250 now? At 5,000, we're bid. At 5,000, 5,000. At £5,000 is the bid. Are we finished and done here at just 5,000, 5 250s bid? I've got 5 250. Would you go 5,500? 5,500's bid. Thank you. At 5,005. At 5,005. At 5,005, say 5,750 if you're coming back in. At 5,005, 2 of you online. Either one of you, would you like to go again? At 5,005, are we finished and done? At 5,005, 5,750 bid. At 5,750 is the bid now at 5,750. At 5,750, 5,750, would anyone like to go 6? At 5,750, we are bid now at 5,750. At 5,750, we'll count it down. It's with you online at 5,750. With the online bidder here for the first time at 5,750. For the second time then, finishing £6,000. That was the biggest wave of the day, that was, at £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Say 250 for one more. At £6,000 is the bid. Online, you coming back in for another quarter. At 6,000 bid. 6 1/4's back in. Shakes the head, thank you. At 6,250, the bid is with you online at the minute. At 6,250, say 6,500 if anyone else wants to come in now. We'll count you down then. Online bidder at the minute with you online at 6,250 once. At 6,250 twice. Finishing done at £6,250. Provisionally with you online, 11,995. Moving down, we go. Lot number 266. 1966 is the Hillman Imp Californian. Look at this one. Time racked example. It says here, looks great in the green. I'm not going to mess around. I'm going to go straight in at 8, 9, and £10,000. Say 11 next. At 10,000 with the commission interest here. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. At £10,000, we're bid. At 10,000, say 11 if you're coming in. On the Hillman Imp this time and away. At just £10,000 on the book with me. Make no mistake. At £10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Are we finishing done then? At just £10,000, make no mistake. If we're finishing done, it's your last chance in fair warning. I'm going to count you down at 10. At 10,000 once. At 10,000 twice. Finishing done with my commission interest here at £10,000. That is a provisional bid at £10,000 to my commission interest there. Who left that was 3028. Moving down the list we go. Lot number 267. Have a good look, ladies and gentlemen. Rare cars come. This is definitely one of them. It's 1952. It's the Jowett Jupiter. Look at this one. Absolute stunning car. There's loads of bids online. There's loads of bids on my book. I'm going to start with the online bid here at £6,000. I'm going to go 6,500. I'm going to go 7,000. I'm going to go 7,500. I'm going to go £8,000. I'm going to go 8,500, 9,000, 9,500, and £10,000. We start straight away here at £10,000. Go 5 for one more. The Jowett Jupiter now at 10,500 and 11 bid. 11,000, 11,000. Say 5 for one more. £11,000 we're bid. At 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. Say 5 again. At 11,500, thank you. And 12,000 back to me. At £12,000. At 12,000, one more 5. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,500. And 13's my commission bid here at £13,000. Hammers up this time now at £13,000. We are on sale, ladies and gentlemen, at £13,000. At 13,000, 13,000, say 5 for one more. At 13,000, are we finished and done? It's going to sell today. Would anyone else like to jump in for another 500? At 13,000, 13,000, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning. We'll count you down then. At 13,000 once. At 13,000 twice. All finished, all done. I sell away online on my book at £13,000. Sold to my commission bidder, 1002 at £13,000. Sold your way. Thank you very much. Moving on down we go. Lot number 268, 1997. It's the Lexus LS 400 ultra low mileage saloon. Have a good look then, ladies and gentlemen. Ultra low mileage showing just over 20,000 miles on the clock. And I got lots of commission bids here. I'm not going to mess around. I'm going to go 2, 3, 4 and £5,000. We start at 5,000. We'll say 5 next if anyone wants to come in. At 5,000's bid. At £5,500 with you online, and I'm out. At 5,005. At 5,000, 5,005. At 5,005, say 6 if anyone wants to come in here. At 5,005, lovely little Lexus this is, at just 5,005. And 6 is bid. At 6,000 now, Shropshire bidder, you're back. At £6,000. Say 5 for one more. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At 6,000, 6,500. At 6,005, Grimsby's in this time. At 6,005, new bidder. At 6,005 and 7. At £7,000. Birmingham's in now at £7,000. I think each bid's been a different bidder on this one. At £7,000 we're bid. Say 7,500 for one more. At 7,000, 7,000. I'll tell you what, we'll go in the quarters. We're nearly there. Let's get it down. Let's get it gone today. 7,000 coming in for 250. At 7,000, 7,000. Are we finished and done then? At just £7,000, make no mistake. At 7,250's bid. At 7,250, 7,250. Berkshire bidder this time. At 7,250 we're bid. And 7,500's bid. Birmingham bidder, you are back. At 7,500. At 7,000, 7,500. Would you like to go again? At £7,500 we are bid. 7,750's in. At 7,750 and 8 if you're coming back in now. At 7,750 your bid online somewhere in the United Kingdom is with you. At 7,750 we are bid. At 7,750 and £8,000. And 8,000, that means hammers time now. At £8,000, hammers up. At 8,000, we're in the market. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Would anyone else like to come in for another 250? At 8,000, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning, then 8,250's back in. At 8,250, make it 8,500 if you wish to go again. At 8,250, the bid is here with you online. At 8,250, hammers up once. At 8,250, are we all done? Are we all dusted? And we sell with you online this time. For the second time then, at £8,250 it goes. Sold it with you online, 8,250. Thanking you very much. Online bidder, 9,930. Moving down the list we go to lot number 269. Lot number 269, BMW Z3, a 1.9. Look at that one there in the red. Looks absolutely great indeed. And I'm straight in at just £2,000 with you online at 2. At 2,000, we'll say 2,500 next. At £2,000. Say 2,500 if anyone's coming in here. Nice little Z3 this is, at just £2,000. Anyone else for 2,500 now? At 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. At £2,000 is the bid. At 2,005. At 2,005's bid. Say 3 for one more. 3's bid. At 3,000 now. Gentleman's bid in the middle of the room at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. At 3,000, 5's back in online. At 3,005, I'll tell you what, I'll take 3,750 if it helps you come back in. At 3,500, we're bid. Take the quarters now at 3,005. At 3,500, 3,500, 3,500. Online bidder here at 3,005. One more 3,750 if anyone wants to come in. At 3,005, are we finished and done? Last chance in fair warning this time in the way. We'll submit the bid online. At 3,750, new bidder this time. Merseyside's back at 3,750. Take it to 4 if anyone wants to come in now. At 3,750, we are bid. At 3,750, 3,750. At 3,750, are we finished and done? We'll count you down online. At 3,750, the bid is here once. At 3,750, the bid is here twice. All done. All dusted. £3,750. Provisionally online with you, 5,961. 5961. That was your provisional bid, 3,750. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, we've got another lovely 1990 Ford Sierra Sapphire RS Cosworth, and I'm going to go over to Steve Berry to tell you all about it.
When this car was a couple of years old, the chap who bought it acquired a car which combined unbelievable practicality. It's a five-door Ford Sierra. It's a five-door Ford Sierra. It's a booted Ford Sierra. It's a five-seater Ford Sierra, rather, I meant to say, with the performance that the Cosworth name brought with it, 0 to 60 in 6.5 seconds, a top speed of 140 miles an hour. And he drove this car and used this car while running a big engineering business in the automotive sector for over 90,000 miles. He then decided that what it needed, despite maintaining it and servicing it and looking after it, was a complete restoration. Engine out, back to bare metal. If you could just come over here, have a look, not just at how utterly pristine those cross-spoke wheels are, but if you look beyond that, the discs and the calipers look like the pedal has never been pressed. And if I can just do this, it might be the only time I do it today. Let's have a look under the bonnet. Look at that. The guy had all the stickers here and badges taken out. The car was resprayed, and then it was all put back, including the stickers that had originally been there. It's got 94,000 miles, but look at the condition. Is this the best Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth 4x4 in the world? I think it is. If you know one better, let me know, but I shan't hold my breath.
Right then, let's find out, Steve. Straight away, online bidding is coming at 14. I got 15, I got 16, 17 and 18,000 pounds. At 18,000, say 19 now. 19's bidding 20 back to me. At 20,000 pounds. At 20,000, 20,000, say one for one more. At 20,000 is bid, 21 you're in online and I am out. At 21,000 pounds, the bidding is online. At 21, 21. At 21,000 pounds. At 21,000 with the online bidder here at 21. At 21,000 we're bid. At 21 and 22's gone on. Thanking you, online bidder. You're in at the minute. At 22,000 pounds, say three for one more. At 22,000 is bid. At 22, 22. At 22,000 is the bid now at 22,000 pounds. Say 22,500 if you're coming back in. Who wants the 500? At 22,000 pounds. At 22, 22 with the online bidder now at 22,000 pounds. Would anyone else like to come in for another 5? At 22,000, are we finished and done online? At 22,005's back in. New bidder, Staffordshire, you're in at 22,005. At 22,500, the bid is with you. Online bidder at 22,005. Say 23 if anyone else wants to come in now. At 22,005. At 22,500. At 22,500, are we finished and done then? Last chance in fair warning this time and away. With you online at 22,005. 23. New bidder again. Grimsby, you're in at 23,000 pounds. At 23,23. Anyone else for another 5 now? At 23,000, we are bid. At 23,23. At 23,000 is the bid now at 23. Would you like to come in for another 5 at 23,000 pounds? At 23,23. Grimsby bidder, it's with you at 23,000 pounds. Say 500 for one more if anyone wants to come in. At 23,000. At 23,23. At 23,000 pounds, we're going to have to start counting it down now. At 23,000 is the bid here with you in Grimsby. Coulter, yes sir. 23,250. At 23,250 we're bid. Gentleman's bid. At 23,250 is the bid. Say 23,500 if you're coming back in. 23,500. Grimsby's back. I'll stay in the quarters for you if it helps. At 23,500. 23,750's bid. Thank you. At 23,750. At 23,750, make it 24 if you're coming back in online. At 23,750, we are bid. At 23,750, are you finished and done? Would anyone else like to come in now? Don't miss out for this one. At 23,750, we're bid. At 23,750, the bid then once. At 23,750 pounds, the bid then twice. Finished and done. Last chance for 24. 24. Thank you anyway. At 24,000, the bid is online. At 24,24. At £24,000. With you online bidder at £24,000. Would anyone else like to come in for another quarter now? At £24,000. It's a new bidder as well. It's not you, Grimsby. At 24,000. At 24,24. I'll take 250 again. At £24,000 are we finished and done? At 24,000. At 24,24. Last chance in fair warning, this time and away then. At £24,000, we're going to count it down online. At £24,000, the bid is with you once. At £24,000, the bid is here then twice. Are you sure? At £24,000, finished and done at £24,000. 24,250. Thank you again, sir. At 24,250 a bid. Gentleman's bid. Thank you very much for coming back in. At 24,250. The bid is with you now. At 24,250 we're bid. Say 25 if you're coming back in online. At 24,250 the bid is here then at 24,250. At 24,250 we'll count you down online. At 24,250 the bid then once. At 24,250 the bid then twice. All finished, all done at 24,500. At 24,005. At 24,005's back in. At 24,005. At 24,005. 750. At 24,750, gentlemen's back in. At 24,750. Make it 25 for one more. At £24,000. 750, your bid. At 24,750. At 24,750, I'm going to count you down again online. At 24,750, the bid then once. Twice. Finished and done, 25. 25. Shakes the head, thank you. I'll tell you what, sir. It's at £25,000 and on sale. It's going to sell. At £25,000, if that doesn't bring you back in for one more. At £25,000, the bid is online. Are you sure? Once. Twice, finished and done. It goes online at £25,000. Sold at £25,000. Thank you very much to both the bidders there. 194.67, £25,000 sold. Moving down we go to lot number 271, 1990 in the year. Peugeot 205 GTI 1.9, well preserved, unmodified as well. Example, lots of these cars were modified back in the day, but this one's not been. Have a good look there. What a great original car this is. I'm straight in. You're in at 5, 5.5, 6, 6,500. Say 7 next. At 6,005. At 6,000, 6,500 with my commission interest now. At 6,005, say 7 if anyone wants to come in. Find another like this, 205, GTI, £7,000, you're in and I'm out. At 7,005. At 7,005, Merseyside bidder now. At 7,500 and 8. £8,000, 8,005, thanking you online. You're in now at 8,005, say 9 for one more. There's a few of you online. At 8,500, we're bid. At 8,005. At 8,005 and 9's back in. Thank you, Merseyside bidder. You're in now at £9,000. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At £9,000 is bid. At £9,000. I'll tell you what, we'll take the quarters now. At £9,000, would anyone like 250? 9,250. Gentleman's bid seated there. At 9,250. Say 9,500 if anyone's coming back in now. At 9,250 with the gentleman seated over here. At 9,250. 9,500. 2 gentlemen in the room, not you online. 9,500. At 9,005, say 750 if you're coming back in Merseyside, you just missed out. At 9,005 with the gentleman in the centre of the room. At 9,500, 9,750's back in, take it to 10. 10 you do, thank you. At £10,000, hammers up now at £10,000 in the market to be sold. At 10,000, 10,000, say 250 for one more. At 10,250's bid. 10,500. 10,500, gentlemen straight back in at 10,005. Make it nice and quick online if you're coming back in. We're in the market now. At 10,500, 10,750's bid. At 10,750, 11,000, £11,000. 11,000, 11,000. Say 250 for one more. £11,000. Are we finishing done? 11,250 we're not. Merseyside's keen on this one. Shakes the head. Thank you anyway, sir. 11,250 we're bid. Merseysside bidder. It's with you at the minute. At 11,250. Would anyone else like to come in for 11,500? At 11,250. I'm going to sell at 11,250 the bid then once. At 11,250 the bid then twice. And it goes with you online, £11,250. Sold, 11,250. Thank you, 11,250. Sold your way. 4747. Thank you very much, online bidder. Moving on, down we go. Lot number 272, 2003 in the year. This is a fun car to drive. The Ford Focus RS limited production at Mark 1 RS. It's been upgraded to 320 brake horsepower as well. What a monstrous machine this is. You're straight in online at 7. I've got 8 at £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000. At 8,009. At 9,010. At £10,000, say 11 now. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, coming in for the 11. At 10,000 and 11, you're in online and I'm out. At 11,000 bid. At 11,000, 11,000 with the online bidder here at £11,000. At 11,000, 11,000. At 11,000, I'll tell you what, we'll take 5s if anyone wants to come in now. At £11,000, I'm out. The online bidder's in at £11,000 with you in Devon. At 11,000. At 11,000, 11,000. Anyone else for another 5? 11,000, 2003 in a year. Ford Focus RS here at just £11,000. At 11,000, are we finished? Are we done? 11,500, we're not. Nottingham bidders back in at 11,500. At 11,500. At 11,500, we're bid. At 11,500, anyone for 12 now? What a fun car this is to drive. At 11,500, are we finished and done then? At just 11,500, I'll take the quarters. I shouldn't need to, but we're going to count it down. At 11,500, the bid is with you in Nottingham. At 11,500, the bid then once. 11,750, thank you, I thought so. 11,750's bid. 11,750. Make it 12 if you're coming back in online. Gentleman's bid here, 11,750, we are bid. At 11,750 and 12s come back in now. Nottingham bidders back. At 12,000, thank you anyway there, sir. At £12,000. At 12,000, 12,000. Anyone else for another quarter now? At £12,000, are we finished and done here? At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. The last chance in fair warning, finished and done. We'll count you down with the online bid. At 12,000 once. At 12,000 twice. It goes with you online bidder. At £12,000, all finished and done at 12,000. Provisionally online at 12,000, 1323, I think that was. Thank you. Provisional bid. Moving on down, 1991 in the year, Land Rover Defender. It's the 90 pickup there. Nice cool looking pickup this is. Looks great in that colour as well. Believes to be a military example with the 300 TDI power as well. Look at that. Where are we going to go on this one? You're straight in at 2. I got 2.5. 2005. At 2005, say 3 next. At 2005. At 2000, 2005's bid. Say 3 if you're coming in. Nice little Land Rover this is. Cheap little money this is. Just 2005. At 25's bid. At 2005, I'll take 2,750 if it helps anyone come in. At 2005, 2,750. Thank you, sir. I'm out. At £2,750, we are bid. Take it to 3 next. At 2,003 bid. At 3,000 now. At 3,250. At 3,250, gentleman's bid again. At 3,250. At £3,250, we're bid. At 3,250 here. Anyone else for 3,500? Would you like another one? 3,500, thank you. At 3,500. At 3,005's bid. 3,600, thank you. 3,600 is bid. At 3,006, we'll say 3,700 next. At 3,006 is bid. 3,700 for anyone else. 3,700's back in. At 3,008, 3,800 straight away. At 3,008, 3,900, 3,900's bid. 4,000, £4,000. At 4,000's bid. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Anyone else for another 100 now? At 4,000, you done? Are you dusted? At £4,000. 4,100? 4,100's back in. 4,200 straight away. At 4,002. 4,300. At 4,003. 4,400. At 4,004 now. At 4,004. It's against you, gentlemen, on the left. At 4,004. Shakes head. Still with you, sir. At 4,004. At 4,004. Would anyone else like to come in for 4,500 now? Are we finished and done here? At 4,400. We'll count it down. At 4,400 once. At 4,400 twice. Finished and done then at £4,400. Provisionally with you at 4,004. 687. 687. Moving on to lot number 274, another one of the registrations in today's sale is KGD1. KGD1, I got several commission bids. I'm just going to go straight in with a maximum. 8,005 were a bid. At 8,005, say 9 next. 9's bid. At 9,000 behind you, can you go 9.5? 9.5. 10? 9.5's here. Would you like 10, sir? 10. Stay in the 5s. Gentleman at the back at £10,000. Say 5 if anyone wants to come in. At 10,000 bid. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Anyone else for another 500 now? At 10,000 bid. Are we finishing done? Would you like one more? 10.5. At 10,005. Would you like 11, sir? Oh, 10,750, okay. Take it to 11 next. At 10,750. Gentleman seated at the back. At 10,750's bid. At 10,750 we're bid. At 10,750, 10,750. 11, 11's bid. Thank you again. Gets the nod. 11,000. We'll stay in the quarters though, sir. Would you like another 250? Shakes the head. Your bid hit the front. £11,000. At 11,000, 11,000. Are we finishing done at just 11,000? We'll count it down then. £11,000. Gentleman seated at the front. Once, twice. Finishing done. 11,000. 11,250 online out of nowhere. Derbyshire's in at 11,250 we're bid. 11,250 is a bid now. 11,250. Would you like 11,5? 11,250. No. Thank you anyway. At 11,250, it's with you in Derbyshire at the minute. I'll take 11,500 if anyone else wants to come in. We'll count you down at 11,250 once, twice. Finished and done. Are you sure? One more? 11,500. Thank you very much. 11,005. 11,750. They're keen now. 11,750's bid. No. Okay. 11,750. The bid is with you online once, twice. Finished and done. Provisionally with you online. 11,750. Sales team will be in touch with you very shortly. 7108. Moving on, we go to lot number 275, 1968 is the year, and we have this lovely Ford Transit drop-side pickup, early Mark 1 pickup. How great this would be. Looking all gleaming, all dancing there. It needs a bit of restoration, I think. Oh, it's been restored already. There we go. So all the hard work's done. Straight in, 7, 8, 9. £9,000 I start with me at 9. Say 9.5 if you're coming back in. At £9,000. At 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. At 9.5 you're in. 10's back to me. At £10,000. Stay in the 500s now. At £10,000 is bid. 10.5's in online. At 10,005, my commission interest is out with the online bidder at the minute. At 10,005. At 10,000, 10,005. At 10,500 we are bid. At 10.5, 10.5, 10.5. Are we finishing done with the online bidder here? At 10,005 on the Transit drop side pickup at just 10,005. What a cool little vehicle this is. Proper classic indeed at 10,005. At 10.5, 10.5, 10.5. Are we finishing done then? We'll count you down. At 10,500 with the online bidder here at 10,005 once. At 10,005 twice. Finishing done then with you. 11. 11's in, middle of the room. Sneaking in, thank you sir. £11,000. 11,000, 11,000, I'll do the same for you online. At £11,000, we'll count it down. At 11,000, 11,000 once. At 11,000, 11,000 twice. Finishing done then at £11,000. Gentleman's bid in the middle of the room. What's your paddle number there? 11,667. If you go and speak to the guys, they might be able to help you out there. 11,000 is a provisional bid then at 11,000. Thanking you. Moving on to lot number 276. It's the 1984. It's a Renault Fuego. Look at this one, the turbo as well. I need to do some of these as well, don't I? There we go. We'll start this off anyway. We're going to go straight in on the turbo Renault. £2,000 to start me off. Seems cheap, nothing on my book. Anyone interested? Start me off today at £2,000. Surely. £2,000. Have a good look. I'll go to 1,000. I won't go any lower. If you wish to start it off today, it does have a reserve on it, this one. £1,000 to kick it off. 1,000's bid. 1,000. We'll go 1,500 next if we can. We're chasing a reserve on this one. 1,000's bid. At £1,000 now with the online bidder here at £1,000. Say 1,500 if you're coming in. At 1,000's bid. At 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. At £1,000, I'll take 250. Shouldn't need to, but we will. Make it nice and quick if anyone wants to come in. At £1,000, the bid is here online. Make no mistake. At 1,000's bid. At £1,000. Last chance, fair warning, finishing done. We will submit the bid to the vendor today at just £1,000 once. Twice. Finished and done. Your bid online, that is £1,000. We are very, very provisional on that one. 678. Might be a bit of a hard phone call, but I'm sure we will do our best. There we go. Moving on down the list we go. Lot number 277. 1994 in the year. A Land Rover. Look at this one. The 110 ex-military vehicle. Anyone got £8,000 to start me off? Anyone interested at 8? How about 5? Nice military Land Rover this is. 5's in, thank you online. We'll say 5.5 next. At £5,000 is bid. At 5,000, 5,000. Say 5.5 if anyone wants to come in. At £5,000 we're bid. At 5,000, 5,000. At £5,000 with the online bidder here. A maiden bid at 5,000, 5.5. I see you, thank you. At 5,005. At 5,005. Say 6 if you're coming back in now. At 5,005. At 5,000, 5,005. At 5,005, are we finished and done then? Last chance in fair warning. Online bidder, would you like to come back in for 6? At 5,005, all finished and done. Just 5,500. Make no mistake, finished and done at 5,500. Yours. Thank you. Provisionally 91. Paddle number 91. 5,500. That is a provisional bid. Moving down the list we go to lot number 278, 2004 in a year. Another lovely one of the Mercedes SLK 320. I love these cars. Look at them there. Nice little convertibles. These are great color combination as well. I'm going to go straight in at 2000, 22, 24. 2004 we start. Say 26 if anyone's coming in. Nice little Mercedes this out of the money. At 2004's bid. At 24, 24, 24. At 2004 we're bid. 26 is in. At 2006. At 2006 is the bid now at 2006. Say 28 for one more if anyone wants to come in. At 2006. At 2000, 2006 and 28's bid. At £2,800 with the online bidder at the minute. At 2008. 3,000 if anyone else wishes to come in now. At £2,800. Cheap little 2004 Mercedes-Benz SLK here at just 2008. Anyone for 3. At 2008 is bid. At 2,000, 2,800 are we finished? Are we done? At 2008 and 3's bid now. At £3,000, Staffordshire bidder, you're in. At 3,000, say 2 for one more. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. Are we finished and done here at just £3,000? Make no mistake, finished and done. Last chance in fair warning and 3 2's in. At 3,002, new bidder this time. At 3,002, thanking you online. 3-4 if anyone else wishes to come in. At 3,002. At 3,000, 3,002 we're bid. At 3,200, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning. Would anyone else like to come in now for one more? At 3,002. At 3,000, 3,200, we'll count it down then. With you online bidder, at 3,200 is the bid. Once. At £3,200 the bid then. Twice. All finished. All done at £3,200. With you online bidder at 3,002. 1096's way. Provisional bid. £3,200. Provisional. Moving down we go. Lot number 279. Year 2000, Aston Martin DB7, the Vantage here in the Antrim blue as well with the tan blue tone leather. Look at this one, stunning little Aston. Where are we going to go on this one? I'm straight in at 5, 6 and £7,000. Say 7.5 if anyone's coming in. At 7,000 we're bid. 7.5's next. At 7,000, 7,000. Nice little Aston this at just £7,000. At 7,000, 7,000, anyone for another 5. At 7,000 we're bid. At 7,000, 7,000, take 5 if you're coming in now. At £7,000, are we finished and done here? At just 7,000, 7,000. At 7,000 and 7.5. At 7,005 and 8 back to me. At £8,000 we're bid. At 8,000, 8,000, say 5 for one more. At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, I'll take the 250s if you're coming back in. At 8,000 bid. At 8,000, 8,000, 8,250, you're in online. At 8,250, my commission interest is out now. At 8,250, with the online bidder at the minute. At 8,250. At 8,250, the bid is with you online bidder at £8,250. Anyone else for 8.5? Are we finished and done here? Last chance in fair warning. If you're coming in online, make it now or never. At 8,250, the bid is here once. 8.5 new bidders in. Warwickshire, you're back. Thanking you at 8,005. At 8,005. At 8,005, 8,750's bid. At 8,750, would you like to go to 9? At 8,750 and 9. At 9,000 now. At 9,000, 9,000. At £9,000 we're bid. Would you like to go again for another one more? At 9,000 are we finished and done? 9,250 we're not. At 9,250, new bidder again in Devon with you at £9,250 is bid. At 9,250. At 9,250 we're bid. At 9,250, 9,250 and 9,500's back in now. Warwickshire's back. Thanking you, Warwickshire. You're in at 9,005. At 9,005. At 9,750 bid. Thank you again. Devon's back again for one more at £9,750. At 9,750. At 9,750, 9,750 and 10. At 10,000 now. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 on the Aston DB7 here at just £10,000. At 10,000 bid. At 10,000, 10,000 are we finishing done? Online, would you like to come in for one more? At £10,000. At 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 are we finishing done? The last chance in fair warning this time and away then with the online bidder here at £10,000. Once with the Warwickshire bidder now at £10,000 and twice. All finished, all done at £10,000. Provisionally with you online at £10,000. Nearly there. We'll see what we can do for you online. £10,000. You are 20317. Moving down the list we go to lot number 280, 1988, Lancia Delta, and over to you, Steve.
Lancia was a legendary name long before this car came along, and of course, they made their impact on all kinds of motorsport, but especially rallying with cars like the Ferrari engine Stratos and the 037, the Group B car with the supercharger and a turbocharger on the same mental, the Delta S4. But who thought that this humble, honest, five-door family car designed by Giuseppe Giugiaro would win 6 consecutive World Rally Championships? Well, that's what it did, the Delta. And of course, it begat a legendary road car, the Integrale. This is an 8-valve Integrale. So it's got the 4-cylinder turbocharged engine, 185 brake horsepower, and it's got the permanent 4-wheel drive with a Ferguson viscous coupling and a Torsen diff. Very clever. The stuff that they'd learnt winning all those World Rally Championships. However, it was a cheaply mass-produced car, and so to find one with the interior, which was stylish, but as I say, kind of cheaply made, in such fantastic order, is very rare. Also, you may have heard that if you listen, you can hear bamboo growing. It grows that quickly. Well, if you stand next to a Lancia from the 1980s and listen, you can hear it rusting. So to see one in absolutely, completely 100% straight order is a fantastic thing again. You won't see another one in this sort of condition. 8-valve Lancia Delta HF Integrale. It was restored by Richard Hammond, but don't let that put you off. When I bought mine 12 years ago, I paid £1,800 for it. You're not going to get this one for £1,800 today, but what will it go for? Let's find out from Tom.
Well, bidding's already been going online. They've gone in at 15, they've gone in at 16. I've got to go 17 and 18, and I'll take 19 now. At £18,000 on the Delta here. 19's in with you. I got £20,000, but welcome to you in Florida. At 20,000 on the book with me. Go one more for one more. At £21,000, you're back in and I'm out. Florida bidder, you're in at 21,000. 22 now, Scotland's in. At 22,000's bid. At 22.22. At 22,000's the bid. 23 back to our bidder in the States at £23,000. At 23.23, would you like to go 24? Find another like this at £23,000. At 23.23, are we finishing done here? Would anyone else like to come in now? I'll tell you what, we'll go to the 500s. At £23,000 is currently off to the States. At £23,000. At 23.23. At 23,000 is bid. Anyone else would like to come in now for another 5? At £23,000 we're bid. At 23.23. 23.5. At 23.5, thank you, sir. At 23.5 up top. At 23,005. At 23,500 is the bid. At 23.5, would anyone like to go 25? In America, would you like to come back in for one more? At 23,005, the bid is against you. At 23.5, take 24 from anywhere else. At 23,500, we'll start counting it down now then. At 23,500, the bid is up top. At 23,500 for the first time. At £23,500 for the second time at 23,500. All 24's back in. At 24, North Yorkshire bidder at 24. At 24,000, would you like to go again? At 24,000's bid. At 24, 24. At £24,000 a bid. I'll take 500 again if you want to come back in. 24,500. Thank you very much, sir. At 24,500's bid. Needs to be 25 next if anyone's coming back in. Got to be fair to the gentleman at the top. At 24,500. At 24,500 we're bid. At 24,500 the bid up top. Then at 24,500 we'll count you down. At 24,500 once. At 24,500 twice. Finishing done then at a gentleman's bid at the top at £24,500. Provisionally with you, sir, at 24,500. Are you 687? Yes, 687. Moving on down the list we go. Lots number, and before we move down, lot number 214, the Volvo 144DL, sold away at £7,000. Lot number 231, the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution X, sold away at £16,000. Lot number 252, the Ford Escort, the RS2000, sold away at £23,000. Lot number 253, the Porsche 911 Carrera, sold away at £15,750. So thank you there for all those provisional bids. They are all now sold. Moving down the list we go. Lot number 281, 1971 is the Triumph TR6 there. It's featured in Midsummer Murders as well. So a nice bit of television history on this one. And we're straight in at 5, 6 and 7,000. £7,000 is bid. At 7,000, 7,000. At £7,000 we're bids. That's 7,000 now. Say 7,500 if anyone wants to come in. Commission bid here at £7,000 on the book with me. At 7,000, 7,000. At £7,000 is bid. At 7,000, 7,000 are we finishing done then? On the book with me at just £7,000, 7,500 and I'm out, sir. At 7,500. Thank you very much. At 7,500. Say 8 if anyone else is coming now. At 7,500, seated at the front. At 7,500, are we all finished? Are we all done? It's your last chance in fair warning in at 8's bid. At £8,000. Kent bidder this time at £8,000. 8 1/4 he says, 8,250. Thank you, sir. At 8,250 we're bid. Kent, would you like to go 8,500? At 8,250 we are bid. At 8,250, 8,500. 8,005. 8,750, thank you again. At 8,750 seated at the front. At 8,750, make it 9 if you're coming back in now. At £8,750, are you finished? Are you done? At £8,750, last chance in fair warning. If you're coming back in, come in now. At £8,750 to bid, then once, twice, 9 back in. At £9,000. 9-1. Your hard work today. 9-1. Thank you. Appreciate it. 9,001. At 9,001. At 9,001. 9-2 if you're coming back in online. At 9,001, gentleman's bid seated at the front. We'll count you down again then. At 9,100 once, twice, 9-2. 9-3. At 9,003. At 9,000, 9,003's bid. At 9,300 the bid now, 9,003. Are we finishing done online? Would you like to go 9-4? 9-4 they do. Same bidder at 9-4, 9-5. At 9,005, gentleman's bid. At 9,005, say 9-6 for one more if you're coming back in online. At 9,005. At 9,000, 9,005 and 9-6 is back in. At 9,006. At 9,006 with the Kent bidder online. At 9,006. At 9,006, would anyone else like to come in for 9,7? At 9,006. At 9,000, 9,006. 9,7, thank you again. At 9,007. At 9,007 we're bid. Would you like to go 9,8 online? Make it nice and quick if you do. At 9,007. At 9,007 the bid then once. At 9,700 the bid then twice. All finished and done at £9,700. Your bid, 9,7. 68. Moving on to lot number 282. 1971. Rover P6. This is a nice P6. This is a 3,500. The V8 powered exclusive saloon. And we're going to go straight in at just £3,000. At 3,000's bid, say 3,500 next. At 3,000's bid. At 3,000, 3,000. Lovely little Rover this is at just £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. Anyone for 3,500? At 3,000's the bid now at 3. Are we finished and done on the P6 here at just £3,000? Surely not. I'll take 250 if anyone else wants to jump in. At 3,250, 3.5's online. At 3,005, I'm out. Take 750 next. Flinch your bidder at 3,005. At 3,005. Are we finished and done? With you then. 3,750. At 3,750, new bidder away. Online bid at 3,750. Would you like to go for? At 3,750 and 4's bid, thanking you again. At £4,000, Derbyshire bidder again. At £4,000, you're back in now. At 4,000, Flintshire, would you like to go again? At 4,250, you do. At 4,250, 4,250. At £4,250, we are bid. Say 4,500 for one more. At 4,250, are we finished and done here? At 4,250, say 4,500 if you're coming back in. It's your last chance in fair warning this time and away then. At 4,250, we'll count you down. At 4,250, the bid then once. Twice, finished and done. Coming in for one more at 4,250 with the online bid here at 4,500, thank you. At 4,500, gentleman's bid in the room now at 4,500. At 4,000, 4,500. At 4,005's bid. At 4,000, 4,500, we're bid now at 4,500. Would you like to go 750 again online? We're looking for you now at 4,500. Either Derbyshire or Flintshire, would you like to come back in for one more? The bid is here in the room at 4,500 for the first time. For the second time, all finished and done at £4,500. Provisionally with you, sir, 651, 651. That is a provisional bid there. Moving down we go, lot number 283. I love this one as well. Another cool car in today's sale is the 1971, the Fiat 500, the Abarth Evocation. Superb looking tribute as well to the Abarth. We're going to go straight in. I'm in. Sorry to disappoint you. I'm going to have to get you to flick that around, but I've got a commission bid of £5,000. At 5,000, it's not you online. I've got a bidder here on the book with me. We start at £5,000. Someone say 5,500. At £5,000, we're bid. At 5,000, 5,000. At £5,000 is the bid now at 5. 5,005, my commission interest is out. Thanking you. At 5,005, you're in online. At 5,005, I'll take the call to bid now. At 5,005, would anyone like 750? At 5,000, 5,005, are we finished and done here? At 5,500 is the bid. With you online bidder at 5,005, take one more if you're coming in. At 5,005, we'll count you down then with the online bid at the minute. At £5,500 is with you in Warwickshire. At 5,500 once. At 5,000, 5,500 with the Warwickshire bidder then twice. All finished and done at £5,500. Provisionally with you online, 2812, 2812, 5,500. Provisional. Moving down the list we go. Lot number 284 is up next. Lot number 284, 1981 BMW 628 CSI. It's the E24. It's a lovely little project for someone. I had a good look around this yesterday. The engine that's outside it is absolutely enormous as well. It's to be sold with no reserve today. I'm sure you could have some great projects in that through the winter with this one. Anyone wants to start me off? I do have a bid on the book, but someone start me off at £500. Someone get it going. £500 to kick me off today. 5. Thank you for helping me out online. I've got 6. At 600 bid. At 600, 7. 800's my bid. £800, 9. 9's in online. I've got £1,000. At 1,000's bid. At 1,000, 1,000. 11's back in, 12 back to me. At 1,200 bid. Go 13 for one more. 13 you do. Thank you online. 14's my bid with my bidder now. At 1,400, 1,400. Would you like to go 15? 15 you do. I'm out and you're in online. Thanking you at £1,500. Your bid now in Lancashire. At 1,500, 1,500. Would anyone like to go 16 now? A lovely little project for someone this will be. At £1,500 seems cheap to me. At 1,500, 1,500. Are we finished and done with the online bid and 16 bid? New bidder this time. Welcome to you. At 1,600 and 17 bid. At 1,700, 1,700. At 1,700, we're bid now at 17. Are we finished and done? With the Lancashire bidder still at £1,700. Would you like to go 18 anywhere else? At 1,700, 1,718 bid. 1,800, 1,800, coming back in 19, 19 you do. Take it to 2. At £1,900 is the bid now at 19. Are we finished and done with the online bidder here at £1,900? Would anyone else like to come in for 2? At £1,900, the bid is here. Make no mistake, in 2's bid. At 2,000, say 1. At £2,000 is bid. Merseyside back in now at £2,000. At 2,000, 2,000, would anyone like to go one again? At £2,000, we'll put the hammer up. At 2,001, at 2-1's bid. Make it 2-2 if you're coming back in now. West Midlands bidder, you're in at 2,001. At 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. At 2,100, are we finished? Are we done? Hammer is up. Make no mistake, if we're finished and done, I'm going to sell at 2,100 once. 2-2's back in. At 2,002. At 2,003. At 2,000, 2,003's bid. At 2,003, would you like to go 2-4? At 2,003 with the West Midlands bidder at the minute. At 2,003, I'll take 2-4 if you're coming back in, but the hammer's in the hand. And we're going to sell today at 2,003 once. 2-4 back in. At 2,004. At 2.5 now. At 2005, coming in for the 2.6 at 2005. Thank you, and again, with the West Midlands bidder here. Can't get me words out. 2005, West Midlands bidder at 2005. At 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. At 2,500, we are bid. Would you like to go 2.6 anywhere else? Are we finished? Are we done? Hammer's up. Make no mistake. Finished and done. I'm going to sell. 2.6 back in. Thanking you, Liverpool. 2.6, 2.7. 2.7 bid. Fast bidding there. I appreciate it. 2007. Make it 2.8 nice and quickly now. At 2007, I'm going to leave the hammer up. At 2007 once. At 2007 twice. Finished and done then. We sell with you online at 2,700. All finished, all done at 2007. Sold at 2.7. 1.717. No worries. Moving on to lot number 285, Bentley Continental GT. Let me just go through this. We've had the service book has now been found and included with this lot. I think it may have said on the online description that it wasn't, but it has now been found and included, just to clarify, so you're getting a little bit of extra with it as well, ladies and gentlemen. It is the 2008 Bentley Continental GT Elegant. There we go, the Grand Tourer here with the low mileage as well. I'm going to go in straight away with my disappointment commission bid of £5,000. 5,000's bid. Say 6 next if you're coming in. At £5,000, lovely little Bentley this is. GT Elegant there. At 5,000 we start. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Would anyone like to go 6? At £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000 bid. At 5,000 is 6 is bid now with you online. At £6,000, we're going the 500s. My commission bid's out. At 6,000 bid. Say 6.5 on this one. Lovely little Bentley this is. 6,005. We're off now. Warwickshire's in. At 6,005. Coming back for the 7. At 6,005 we're bid. At 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. 7's bid now at £7,000. At 7,000 bid. Chippenham bidder with you in Wiltshire at £7,000. At 7,000, 7,000. 7.5's bid. New bidder again. Cheshire locally now at 7,005. Take it to 8. Anyone else want to come in? Bargain this is still at £8,000. Warwickshire, you're back at 8,000's in and away at £8,000. 8,005. At 8,005. Back to the Wiltshire bidder now at 8,005. Take it to 9 for one more. At 9 you do. Thanking you online bidder at £9,000. At 9,000, 9,000, say 5 for one more again. At £9,000, are we finished and done here? Would you like to come back in? At 9,000. At 9,000, 9,000, say 5 for one more. At 9,000, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance in fair warning then online. I'll take the quarters now. Shouldn't need to. At £9,000, one more 250, will you? 9,250, gentleman's bid. At 9,250, say 9.5 for anywhere else. At 9,250, 9.5's back in. At 9.5, 9,750, 2 bidders there. At 9,750, would you like 10? At 9,750, we're bid. At 9,750, 9,750, are we finished and done? It's off to Warwickshire at the minute. 9,750, are you sure? Would you like 10? At 9,750, we'll count it down then. At 9,750, the bid is in Warwickshire here for the first time. At 9,750 bid. For the second time. Last chance. Fair warning. Finished and done at £9,750. With you in Warwickshire at £9,750. Thank you. 20317, Warwickshire bidder, 9,750, provisional. Thank you very much. Moving on, 286. Lot number 286, 1993. It's the Volante Gran Premio. Look at this one here, nice little car this is. Great looking sports car, 1993 is the year. Looks great in the red indeed. Only showing 27,000 miles on the clock, and I'm straight in at £3,000. Say 3.5 next. At 3,000 we start. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, coming in for 3.5. At £3,000 is the bid now at 3. At 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 is bid. At 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. 3 5s in at 3,005 and 4,000 back to me. At £4,000 is bid. At 4,000, would you like to go 5 again online? At 4,005, you're in, I'm out at 4,005. At 4,005, I'll take the 250s now. Online bidders in at 4,005. Say 4,750 if anyone else wishes to come in. At 4,005. At 4,000, 4,005 we're bid. Are we finished? Are we done? At 4,005. Coming back in for one more. It's your last chance in fair warning then. With the online bidder at the minute. At 4,005, we're going to count it down. At 4,000, 4,005 once. At 4,005 twice. I'll tell you what, I'll take 4,600 if anyone else wants to come in now. At 4,005 is the bid. Are we finished and done? Cheap little car here at £4,500. Make no mistake, finished and done at 4,005. Once, twice, finished and done then at £4,500. Provisionally with you online, £4,500 there. 4,500, that is a provisional bid. Moving down we go, lot number 287, just had a little update in, we'll go straight away with it. Lot number 280, the Lancia has sold away at £24,500, gone. Moving on, 287, 1999 BMW Z3, it's a 1.9 striking special edition of BMW. Love the colour on this one, looks absolutely great there. I'm straight in at just £2,000. At 2,000. 2,000's bid here, at £2,000 now on lovely little Z3 this is, at just £2,000. At £2,000, they've gone 2,500. I'll take 2,500 from you. 2,750. Okay, 2,750. I'll take it. Thank you very much. At 2,750, 3's in online. 3,250. 3,250's bid. Thank you, sir. At £3,250. Appreciate it. At 3,250's the bid. At £3,250 is the bid now. 3,250 online. Would you like to come back in for 3,500? At 3,250, are we finished and done here? At 3,250, 3,250, 3,500 were bid. At 3,005, Worcestershire bidder this time at 3,005, 3,750, 3,750 bid. At £3,750, back to the gentleman's bid. Make it 4 if you're coming back in. At 3,750 were bid. Are we finished and done online? Would you like to go again? At 3,750, 4's bid. Thanking you there. Essex bidder this time at £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,1 bid. At 4,001, go 4,2 if you're coming back in. At 4,001. At 4,000, 4,100 with a gentleman here. Make it 4,2 if you're coming back in online. 4,2 you do. Thanking you at 4,002. 4,3. 4,3's bid. At 4,300 we're bid now at 4,003. Say 4,4 if you're coming back in now, Warwickshire. Your turn. Would you like to go again? At 4,003. At 4,3, 4,3, 4,3. Are we finished? Are we done? We'll count it down then. Once. At £4,300 and 4,4's back in. Essex bidder this time's back. 4,500 at 4,005. At 4,005's bid, take it to 4,600. Any one of you online, are you coming back in? Hammer is in hand and it's going to sell with the gentleman here at 4,005. Are we finished and done? It's your last chance in fair warning this time and away. Hammer's up. 4,600. 4,700. Either one of you, someone coming online. We're at 4,600. 4,600 is bid. At 4,600, 4,600. Online, you need to go 4,700 if you're coming back in. Another gentleman in the room beat you to it. At 4,600. At 4,600, are you sure? Are you done? Are you dusted? Hammer's up and it sells. At 4,600 once. At 4,600 twice. 4,700's back in. At 4,007, thank you, Essex. At 4,007. At 4,007, would you like 4,800, sir? At 4,007. At 4,000, 4,007, are we finished and done? At £4,700 is the bid. We'll count you down again at 4,700 once. At 4,000, 4,700 twice. Finished and done. I sell this time and away it goes with the online bid at 4,007. Sold at 4,700, 186. 18676. Thank you. 4,700 sold. Moving on down we go, lot number 288, 1987 is the Panther 2.8 Brooklands, rare Brooklands specification here. Look at this one, ladies and gentlemen. You don't see many of these around, and I'm going to go straight in at £3,000. At 3,000's bid, say 3,500 next if we can. At 3,000 on the Panther here. At 3,000, 3,000, say 5 if anyone's coming in. Commission interest here with me at £3,000. Would anyone like to go 5? At 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 we're bid. At 3,000, 3,000. I'll take the 250. Shouldn't need to. Commission interest here at £3,000. I will submit the bid to the vendor today. We are a little way off, but at £3,000, we'll count it down. At 3,250, I see you. Thank you, and I'm out. At 3,250 to bid. 3,500 in online. At 3,005. At 3,500, 3,500, 3,500. Would you like one more? 3,750. Thank you again, sir. At 3,750 up top. At 3,750. Make it 4 if you're coming back in online. At 3,750, we are bid. At 3,750 is the bid now. At 3,750. Are we finished? Are we done? The last chance in fair warning. We'll count you down. 4,000 sneaking back in online. At 4,000 bid. They walk away. At £4,000. We'll stay in the 250s if anyone else wants to come in now. At £4,000 with the online bid. At 4,000, 4,000. Are we finished and done here? At just £4,000. Make it 250 for one more. Last chance in fair warning. Great little drive this would be. At just 4,000 once, twice. Finished and done then, just £4,000 with your online bidder at £4,000. That is £4,000, and that is a provisional bid, and that was to 1084. Moving down the list we go to lot number 289's up next. 1982 Triumph Spitfire, the 1500 Spitfire, one of the very latest produced as well. Look at this one in the yellow, the very last one's produced, it says there. Looks great in the yellow indeed. Anyone got £3,000 to start me off before I start with my commission bid? 3,000 to go. Anyone interested at 3? I'm in at £1,500 at 1,005. I'll take quarters on this one. At 1,005 we're bid. At 1,000, 1,005 on the book with me here. At 1,005, 1,750 you're in and I'm out. At £1,750, we'll take it to 2 next. At 1,750 is the bid. At 1,750. At 1,750, 1,750, we finished and done here with the online bidder here. This is a bargain if it goes. At 1,750 once, at 1,750 twice, finished and done at 1,750 in 2's bid. 2,000 now. Thank you, Warwickshire. You've been a good bidder today. You're back in at £2,000. At 2,000, 2,000. At £2,000 we're bid. Take 250 for one more. At 2,000's the bid now at 2. At 2,000, 2,000. Are we finished and done then? At 2,000 once. At 2,000 twice. Finished and done then with the online bid at £2,000. That is provisionally with you in Warwickshire at 2,000, 20317, 20317, 2,000 there. Provisional bid. And over to you, Steve.
We've talked about resto mods before. And this Land Rover Series 1A is in some respects one of those because it does look, doesn't it, like the real thing. A Series 1, a 1A, and it is. However, if I can bring the cameraman over here, you'll see that underneath the distinctive hood of this lightweight modular construction Land Rover is a 200 TDI motor, and that theme has been carried through into the cabin where, instead of the utilitarian seats that we would normally find, we've got these rather more modern, comfortable and supportive seats. When was the last time you saw a Series 1 Land Rover with cup holders? Yeah, we've got a new hood in the back. Let me just show you that. Never been used. I asked if there were seats because I'm from a farming background, and so it looked like you could sit there. Apparently they're not, but it looks fantastic. It presents well, drives a lot better than it would have as brand new. We've got some new tyres on these newly refurbished wheels. The paint job, which is subtle but wonderful, it looks the part, it is the part, it drives fantastic, better than it did as new. The estimate is low, but let's see how high it goes, Tom.
Let's see, I absolutely love these as well. They look great indeed. And someone else thinks so. I was in at 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5. They've gone 4 online. We'll take 4, 5 next. At £4,000 we start here with the online bidder at the minute at 4,005. At 4,005's bid. At 4,005 and 5. Thanking you online at 5,005. At 5,005 Wiltshire bidder. At 5,005 is with you at the minute. At 5,000, 5,005. At 5,005 and 6 is back in now. At £6,000. 6,000, where to? 6,500. It took them just before you, George, at the back. Not you online, not you on the telephone. 6,005 at the back of the room. 7's online. 7.5's online. At 7,005. 8's on the telephone. At £8,000. Bidding everywhere on this one. Everyone wants it. 8,005. At 8,005. 9's bid on the telephone. At £9,000 now. Telephone bidder at £9,000. At 9,000, 9,005's back in online. At 9,005. At 9,500's bid. Yes, please. 9,750's on the telephone. Thank you, telephone bidder. You're in at 9,750. Make it 10 if you're coming back in online. At 9,750. 10. 10 in the room now at £10,000. Online or on the phones, it's your turn, or anywhere else. At £10,000. We're in the quarters at £10,000. Would anyone like 250 for one more? At 10,000, 10,000. 250, telephones in. 10,250. At 10,250, would you like 10,500? At 10,250, we're bid. At 10,250 on the phones at the minute. 10,500's back in online. Buckinghamshire, you're in at 10,005. At 10,500, 10,500, 10,500. At 10,005, coming back in for another quarter. At 10,500, 10,750, gentleman's bid. Thanking you, sir. At 10,750's bid. At 10,750's the bid now at 10,750. Take 11 from anywhere else. At 10,750. Would anyone else like to come in now? At 10,750, we are bid. At 10,750, 10,750. 11, thank you, on the telephones. 11's back in. At £11,000, we're bid. It's well in the market. It's going to be sold today, so make no mistake. At £11,000. 11,000, 11,000. 250, gentleman's back in. 11,250's the bid. 11,250, we're bid now. 11,250. Gentleman's bid 11,250. Online or on the phones, would you like to go again? 11,250 we're bid. Take it to 11,500 for one more. If not, hammer is up. We're selling today with the gentleman's bid. 10,500's back in online at 10,005. Locally with you in Cheshire somewhere, it's 11,005. 11,500. 11,500 we're bid. Would anyone like to go 11,750? 11,750. Gentlemen seated at the front now. 11,750's bid. Thank you, sir. 11,750. Take it to 12 anywhere else. 11,750 we're bid. 11,750 down the front. 12. Thanking you. £12,000. 12,250. I like your fast bidding, sirs. At 12,250 we're bid. At 12,250 is the bid now. At 12,250. Would anyone like to go 12,500? At 12,250 we're bid. At 12,250, 12,500. At 12,500. At 12,000, 12,500. Online, you just missed out. It wasn't your bid. Gentleman's bid over here at 12,500. At 12,500, 12,500, 12,500. Would you like to go 12,750? At 12,500. Are we finished and done? 12,750. Again, not you online, just behind the curve at 12,750. I'll take 13 now. Gentleman's bid seated at the front. Down here then at 12,750. Would you like 13, sir? 13 you do. They're back in at 13,000. At 13,000, 13,000. Say 250 for one more. We'll stay here. We'll stay in the quarters. We won't go any lower. At 13,000, 13,000. At 13,000, would anyone like another quarter bite? At 13,000. At 13,000, are you finished and done? At £13,000, left-handed at the back. Hammer is up. We are selling today. At £13,000, are you sure? At £13,000 over here, once, twice. Selling then at £13,000 with a gentleman at the back at £13,000. Yours, sir. Thank you very much. £13,000. 511. Moving on, down we go to lot number 291. 291 in today's sale is this lovely 1979. It's the Ford Escort here. It's been overhauled and modified with a Focus ST170 engine as well. Some power behind this thing, I'm sure. Where are we going to go on this one? Start me off anywhere interesting with me. I got 10, 11 and £12,000 we start. At £12,000. At 12's bid, say 13 now. At 12,000 bid, now 12. At £12,000, we start with me here at £12,000. Say 13 if you're coming in. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. At £12,000 is the bid now at 12. At 12,000, 12,000, 12,000. Are we finished and done? 13's bid. At 13,000 with the Grimsby bidder now. I'm out. You're in online at £13,000. At 13,000, 13,000. Say 500 if anyone else wants to come in. At 13,000, say 13,500. At 13,000, 13,500. At 13,500, 13,500. Say 14 for one more. At 13,500. It's all online at the minute. At 13,500. At 13,500, 13,500. Are we finishing done? Would you like to go back in for one more? At 13,500. The bid is with you online. At 13,500. At 13,500. Are we finishing done then? At 13,500. We'll count it down. The bid is here online. At 13,500. Once. At 13,500. Twice. Finishing done then with the online bid at £13,500. Finishing done. Provisionally with you online at 13,500. That was bidder number 1084. Moving on to lot number 292. 1994 Reliance Scimitar. Look at the Scimitar Sabre, then we go. Upgraded to 1600cc engine. This one has, I'm straight in at 2,000, 2,2, 2,4, 2,6, 2,8, £3,000 we start. Say 3,2 next. At 3,000's bid. At 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 we start. At 3,000, 3,000 on the book with me here at £3,000. Say 2 for one more. At £3,000 is the bid now at 3. At 3,000, 3,000. Anyone else for another 200? At £3,000. Are we finishing done then? Last chance in fair warning then with my commission interest here at 3,000 once. At 3,000 twice. Finishing done at £3,000. With my commission interest here at £3,000. That is a provisional bid there at 3,000. And that was to 3037 who left that bid. Moving on down, we go to lot number 293. Lot number 293, 1973 Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow. Another no reserve Rolls-Royce today. Also star of a recent TV show, Nolly, as well. There you go. What are you in at? Start me off then. I've got a commission bid here, but I don't like to start off on no reserve. Who's got £500 to start me off? £500 for a Rolls-Royce. Kick it off today. Someone start me off. 500's bid. 500. 600's my bid. At £600, 700 you're in, and I got 8. At £800 now. At 800, 800, make it 9. 900's there. I've got 1,000. Would either one of you go 11? 1,100. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. Shakes head. Your bid, sir, at 1,600. At 1,600, 1,600, 17 if you're coming in now, 17's in online, 18's in online, 19's in online, running off there at 1,900. Would you like 2? 2,000 you do, thank you online. Wiltshire bidder now at £2,000. We'll stay in the hundreds at 2,000's bid. At 2,000, 2,000, 2 ones in. At 2,001, say 2,2 for one more. At 2,001's the bid, 2,2 up top, thank you sir. At 2,002. At 2,000, 2,002, 2,3 if you wish to go again, 2,3 you do. At 2,003, 2,4. At 2,004, gentleman's bid again at 2,004. At 2,4, 2,4, 2,4, anyone for 2,5. At 2,004, are we finishing done? At £2,400 is the bid now at 2,004. Make it 2,500 if you're coming in anywhere else. We'll count you down then. At 2,400, the bid then once. 2,500's in, thank you. At 2,005, they've gone 2,600 already. Would you like 2,700, sir? 2,700, thank you. At 2,007. At 2,000, 2,007's bid. At 2,007, with the gentleman's bid up top at 2,007. 2,8's back in online. Thank you, Warwickshire. You're back in now at 2,008. 2,9. 2,9's bid. At 2,009, coming back in for the free. At 2,009, are you finished and done here? At 2,900, we're bid. Rolls-Royce, Silver Shadow at just 2,900. We'll count it down once. Twice. 3's back in. At £3,000. At 3,000. 3,1. At 3,001. At 3,001. Say 3,2 for one more. Are we finishing done? Tell you what, hammers up and we'll count it down. At 3,001, 3,2's back in. Make it nice and quick now. At 3,002. At 3,2, 3,2, 3,2. At 3,002, are we finished and done then? Last chance in fair warning. We're going to sell this time and away. At 3,200 is the bid here then. Online bidder, 3,002. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning. Hammers up once, twice, and it sells at 3,200. Sold at 3,2. Too slow online. £3,200. Plenty of warning. 20317. 20317. Moving on down we go. Lot number 294. Lot number 294, have a good look here. 1976 is the year. It's the Ford Escort 1.3 gear, and we're going to go straight in at 2,000, 2,500 and 3. £3,000 is bid here. At 3,000 we start. Lovely little Escort 1.3 at £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. At £3,000 is the bid now at 3. Say 3,500 if you're coming in anywhere else. At 3,500 you do online. At 3,500, thanking you. 4,000 back to my commission bid. At £4,000. One more might do it. At 4,000's bid. At 4,005, you're in online and I'm out. At 4,005, I'll take the 250s now. At 4,005. At 4,500, 4,500, 4,500. At 4,005 we're bid. Are we finishing done here at just 4,005? We're the online bidder here on the Escort Gear 1.3 at 4,005. At 4,500, 4,500, 4,500. Are we finishing done then? Last chance in fair warning, this time in a way with the online bid. I'll count you down at 4,005 once. You coming in? 4,750. 4,750, gentleman's bid. Thank you very much. Just keeps it easy for me. 4,750, your bid. At 4,750, take 5 next. At 4,750, you're out online if you're coming back in. Gentleman's bid here in the room at 4,750. We'll count you down again. At 4,750, the bid then once. At 4,750, the bid then 5. They come in online, but I'll take your bids, all right? 5,000's bid. At 5,000 bid. Shakes the head, online. Go 5,250 nice and quickly for me. Gentleman's bid here at £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000 once. At 5,000 twice. All finished, all done at £5,000. Provisionally with you at £5,000. And that is 667. Thank you very much. Moving down the list we go, 295, lot number 295, Austin Mini Cooper, Mark 1 here. Look at this, lovely example this is. Looks absolutely great indeed. I got several commission bids. I'm in at 6, 6.5, 7, 7.5, £8,000 we start here. With me on the book at £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, say 5 for one more. Lovely little Mini Cooper this is. At 8,005 you're in online and I'm out now. At 8,500 is your bid. At 8,500, 8,500, 8,500. At 8,500 with the online bidder here. At 8,005 is with you in Hampshire. At 8,500. At 8,005. 9's bid now at £9,000. Thanking you online at £9,000. Devon bidder at 9. 9,500 back to Hampshire it goes. At 9,005. At 9,500, 9,500, 9,500 and 10's back in. Thanking you again. At £10,000 we are bid. At 10,500. At 10,500 go again. At 10,500. Would you like to go 11? 11 you do. Thanking you at £11,000. At 11,000, 11,000, one more 5. At £11,000 are we finished and done here? At just 11,000 is the bid. At 11,000, 11,000, 11,500, thanking you. At 11,005, Hampshire, you're back in at 11,005. At 11,005 with the online bidder here at 11,005. I'll tell you what, we'll take the quarters now at 11,005. Would anyone like the 750? If not, we'll count you down at 11,005. At 11,500, 11,500 once with you online bidder, 11,005. Twice, 11,005, all finished and done then at £11,500, finished and done 11,500. Provisionally with you online, £11,500. That is a provisional bid to bidder number 6728. 6728. Provisional bid there, thanking you. Moving on to lot number 296. Have a good look here, ladies and gentlemen. 1993, good year that. Vauxhall Cavalier, 2-litre SRI. Unmolested example. You don't see many of these. This one looks great indeed. I got several commission bids. You're in at 2. I got 2,2, 2,4, 2,6, 2,8, 3,000, 3,2, 3,4, 3,6. Say 3,8 next. At 3,006, 3,8's in with you online. Thanking you. I'm out already at 3,008. 4's the bid. At 4,000 now. At 4,000, 4,000, say 2 for one more. Thanking you. At 4,2 you're in. At 4,002. At 4,2, 4,2, 4,2. At 4,004, gentleman's bid to the left, not you online. At 4,004. At 4,004's the bid. At 4,004, it's not them. Yeah, there we go. We're back on the right track. 4,004, your bid, sir, at 4,004. 4,600 if you're coming in online. At 4,004, gentleman's bid in the room. 4,600 is back in now at 4,006. At 4,008. At 4,000, 4,008 is bid. Take it to 5 online bidder. Would you like to go again? 5 you do. The Cavalier here. At 5 is bid. At 5,000 bid. Would you like another 2, sir? At £5,000. Okay, 5,1, I'll take it. Thank you. At 5,001. At 5,000, 5,001 is bid. Say 5,2 anywhere else. 5,2 you do online. At 5,002, we'll stay in the hundreds for you. Would you like to go 5,3? 5,3 gets a nod. At 5,003. At 5,003, waiting for you online. Would you like to go 5,4? At 5,003, are we finished? Are we done? 5,4's back in. Thanking you again at 5,004. New bidder this time. I think it's in West Midglore. Where is it? Somewhere in Wales. At 5,004. 5,500 back in. At 5,005. At 5,006. 5,006. Would you like 5,700? At 5,006. 5,700, gentlemen's bid back in. At 5,007. Take 5,800 now online if you're coming back in. Gentlemen's bid here at 5,007. Make it nice and quick if you do. At 5,800, thanking you. At 5,008, you're back in now. At 5,008. 5,900 for one more. 5,900's gone online. At 5,009. At 5,900. 6,000, gentlemen's bid. At £6,000 with the gentleman in the room. At £6,000, say one for one more. At 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 is the bid now at 6. At £6,000, hammers up for the first time here. 6,100's back in now. At 6,001. 6,200, thank you again, sir. I appreciate it. 6,002. At 6,200, 6,200, 6,200. Coming back in for the 6,300. Hammers up. 6,300's back in. Thanking you again at 6,003. Would you like 4? 6,400. At 6,004. At 6,004, we're bid now at 6,004. Take it to 6,500 for one more. Are we finished and done? Hammers up, we'll count it down at 6,004. Once, twice, finished, done, and it's 6,005. At 6,005. At 6,005. At 6,005 is the bid now at 6,005. Anyone for 6,600? Bid is here online. Would you like one more? 6,600, thank you, sir. At 6,006. At 6,000, 6,600, hammers up again. We're selling this time once, twice, finishing 6,700, 6,007. At 6,007's the bid. At 6,007, we're bid now 6,007. Take 6,800 again. At 6,007, are you finished and done? Would you like to go again for one more? At 6,007, thank you again, sir. At 6,008, your bid. Gentleman's back in at 6,008. At 6,800's bid. At 6,008 is the bid now at 6,008 once. At 6,000, 6,800 the bid, then twice. 6,900's back in. Thank you again at 6,009. Say 7 for one more. At 6,009, the bid is here online. You're out. Thank you very much, though, sir. I really do appreciate it. At 6,900, we sell this time with the online bidder. At £6,900, the bid then once. Are you sure? Twice. And it sells at £6,900. It goes. Sold at 6,900. Thanking you very much to both the bidders there. £6,900. 20311. I'll give you that one. Right, ladies and gentlemen, just give me 2 seconds. Got some paper to just put into the slot. I'll do that when it comes to it. And we've got some of these to go through. Cars. Okay. Right, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, bike sale, lot number 50. We had some stunning Ducatis in. Lot number 50 was a Road Superbike bike and is now sold away at £45,500. Lot number 74, Ducati number 2, sold away at £40,000. Thanking you very much to the bike guys. You've done an excellent job getting them away. So congratulations and thank you very much to those successful new owners of those beautiful bikes. Anyway, lot number 297. We won't hang around anymore. 1984. Have a good look. We got another one of these fast forwards. It's the XR3i this time. South African example. Looks absolutely great indeed. I'm not surprised. Bidding's going crazy on my left. You're in at 4,500. I got 5,000, 5,500, 6,000, 6,500, £7,000. I start now at £7,000. At 7,000, 7,000. Say 5 for one more. At £7,000 is the bid. At 7,005, you're in online. At 7,005, welcome to you in Cheshire. I've got 8. At £8,000. At 8,000's bid. At 8,000, 8,000, coming back in for another 5. At £8,000, we're going to sell today. I'll tell you what, I'll take the quarters, but make it nice and quick online. At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000, coming in for the quarter bite now. At £8,000, hammers up and going to sell. At 8,000, are we finished and done? Would you like another quarter bid? At 8,000 once, twice, finished and done, then it's hammer time, and away it goes at £8,000. Sold 8,000. Thanking you there. That is to bidder number 1,000 who left that commission bid there. Thanking you. Moving down the list we go. Lot number 298. 2,000s a year. Mercedes-Benz. It's the CLK 430. Elegance. Look at this one. Lovely one indeed. I'm straighting at just £2,000. At 2's the bid. At 2,000 now. At 2,000 coming in for the 2,2. At £2,000, we're running the 2,2's bid. At 2,002, thanking you. At 2,002, 2,4 back to me. At 2,004, say 2,6 next. At 2006, you're in online, and I am out. At 2006, I'll take 2.8 anywhere else. Cheap little Mercedes this is, great bit of fun for the summer. At 2006, we've had a few nice hot days this year, it'd have been perfect for it. At 2006, say 2.8 for one more. At 2006, coming back in. At 2006. At 2006 is the bid. Are we finished and done? Are we sure? At just £2,600, make no mistake. At 2006. At 2006, lovely little Mercedes here. I'll count you down. I'll take 2.8 if anyone's coming in. At 2006, are we finished and done then? At just £2,600, 2.8, thanking you. At 2008, gentleman's bid. At £2,800, you want to be in the front of the phone call on this one. At 2008, I do not blame you. At 2008, at 2.8's bid. At 2008, are we finished and done? Take 3 if you're coming back in. At 2008, I'll count it down then. Online, would you like to come back for one more? Hammer is not up. At 2,800, once, twice. Finished and done then at £2,800. Provisionally with you, sir. 651, thank you, 651, and that is £2,800. That is provisional. Moving down the list we go. Lot number 299, 1965. The Austin Mini. It's the 850 Deluxe, family owned as well. Unspoiled and original. Lovely little Mini this is. Anyone got £2,000 to start me off? 2,000 to kick it off today. Lovely little Mini here. 2,000 you're in online. Thanking you. We'll say 2 next. Thanking you. Let's go. 2 you're in. At 2002, on the Mini here. At 2004, keep going online. At 2426. At 2006, 2.8. At 2008's bid. At 2.8 bid now. At 2008, we're bid. At 2008 and 3. 3,000, keep going if you wish to go again. At 3002. At 32, 32, 32. 3.4's back in now at 3004. Coming in for the 3.6 online. At 3004, are we finished and done here? At 3004 is your bid in Lancashire. At 3.4. At 3004, take it to 3.6 if you wish to go again. At 3004. At 3.4, 3.4, 3.4. Are we finished and done? Last chance in fair warning on this one online at 3,004. At 3,400, the bid then once. Oh, well, we've got a telephone coming in. Hang on, I better wait for George. See if George would like to bid. At 3,004. He's got 3.4. I'll take 3.6 if they want to come in. I'll do it. 3.5. Thanks, George. At 3,005. Nearly missed the telephone then. At 3,005. 3.6 is online. Thank you, online bidder, for your patience. At 3,006 is with the online bidder. At 3,006. At 3,000, 3,006. Would anyone like to go 3.7? 3.7, I'll take the telephone. Would you go 3.8? 3.8's bid. Gentleman's there. Room bidder at 3,008. 3.9's online. 4,000. At 4,000's the bid. Say 1 anywhere else. At 4,000, 1's back in online. 4.2, thanking you. At 4,002. At 4,002, gentleman's bid. 4.3's in online. 4.4. At 4,004. 4.5 back to the internet bidder. 4.6, thank you, sir. At 4,006. At 4,007. 4.8. At 4,009. 5,000's bid. At 5,000 in the market now, we sell today. Online, would you like to go again? 5.1 you do. At 5,001. 5.2, thanking you again, sir. At 5,002, gentleman's bid. At 5,002, say 5.3's back in online. 5.4. At 5,004. 5.5. At 5,006. At 5,006. At 5,000, 5,600 is the bid. Waiting for you now online. Would you like to go 5.7 or on the telephone? At 5,006 we're bid. At 5,006. Waiting for the telephone just to come in. 5.7, that sorts out. Thank you anyway, sir. Appreciate it. At 5,007, the bid is online. At 5,007. The room bidder is out. It's between the phones and the internet now. At £5,700, are we finished and done? At 5,007. At 5,007, we're bid. 5,007. Shakes the head. Thank you anyway. On the telephones. We're online. We'll count it down now. Thank you for your patience online. 5,700 once, twice. Finished and done. It's selling now at £5,700. It goes. Sold. 5.7. Thanking you. And you 689. Thanking you very much. Moving on to lot number 300, a big milestone in today's sale. Talking about this is Steve Berry.
Ford had ambitions in the 1980s, not just to rule showroom sales, but also to do the business out there on the racetrack in touring cars. And to do that, they had to offer to the public what they call a homologation special. You had to build a car and sell it, and then you could go and race that car with some modifications. And this is how we end up with the 1983 Ford Escort RS 1600i. Was 115 brake horsepower ever so exciting? I'm not sure it was. The RS had a unique and distinctive aerodynamic package with this spoiler on the back and one on the front. These great looking 7-spoke 15-inch alloy wheels, and if you look inside, it is an absolute symphony of velour with these figure-hugging Ford RS seats. Find some in this sort of condition today, you'd look long and hard to find an interior for one of these that's anything like as well preserved as this one. The owner of this car had it recommissioned about 12 months ago, but it was a sympathetic recommission. The car was completely taken apart, and where things needed to be replaced because of the wear and tear of 40-something years of use, the car has 75,000 miles on it, it was. But where something could be reconditioned or repaired, it was also to retain that originality. Example being the wheels, which have been brilliantly sort of refurbished and repaired and painted. However, it was deemed that the centre caps should be kept original. As much of the originality of this car has been kept as could possibly be. Of course, tyres, originality, forget it with tyres. You want some lovely new Michelins like are on this. A time warp car, a car that's been sympathetically restored, was made in very limited numbers and just screams mid-1980s. There weren't many of them made, there aren't many of them around. How much will this one sell for?
I don't know. Find another that looks this good. That's what I say. There we go. We're going to go straight in. I've got commission interest. You're in at 15. I've got 16. I've got 17,000. I'd like to see 18 next if we can. At 17,000, we start with me on the book here. At 18,000, you're in and I'm out. Thanking you, online bidder. 18,000, say 19 next. At 18,000 is the bid. At 18,000, 18,000, would you like to come in for one more? At £18,000. At 18,000, 18,000. I'll tell you what, I'll take 18,500 if it helps you out. 18,500, gentleman's bid. Thank you very much, sir. At 18,500, 19 at the back. At 19,500. At 19,500 and 20. And 5. 21. 21,500. 22. At £22,000 is the bid now at 22. Anyone else for another 5? At £22,000, find another this good, sir. 22,500, thanking you. At 22,500, shakes the head at the back. Gentleman's bid here at 22,500. At 22,500. I'll take the call to now if anyone else wants to come in. At £22,000, 500. Hammers up. At 22,500. Would anyone like us 22,750? Thank you, online. Stoke-on-Trent, you're in. At 22,750, would you like to go 23? 23 you do, thanking you. At £23,000, it is a lovely fast forward this for sure. At £23,000, the bid is here. At 23 and a quarter. At 23,250. At 23,500. At 23,500. At 23,500 is the bid. Would you like to come back in for one more online? Yes, you do. 23,750. At 23,750 is bid. At £23,750 is the bid now at 23,750. Would anyone like to go 24? At 23,750, are we finished? Are we done? At 23,750, the bid then once. Are you sure, sir? Go 24. They've gone 24 online. 24. Give you the opportunity. That was all. I seen it was coming. At £24,000. At 24,000 is the bid. At 24,250. I won't drop the increment letter and then quarter. It's a big car, this. At £24,250. Got to be fair to the bidders online. At 24,250 we're bid. Say 24,500 next. At 24,250 is the bid. At 24,250. Are we all finished? Are we all done? Are you sure? 24,250. I'll count it down. You need to see 24.5 next if you want to come back in. At 24,250 once. 24.5. Cumbria bidder, you're in. At 24,005. At 24.5. At 24,750. At 24,750 is the bid. At 24,750, would you like to go 25 underbidder? It's your turn now. At 24,750, the bid is with you in Stoke-on-Trent. At 24,750 once. Twice. And selling this time, and away it goes at £25,000. At 25 is back in now at 25. At 25, 25. At 25, would you like to go again? At £25,000. At 25, 25. Are we finished? Are we done? Lot number 300, the 1983 Ford Escort RS 1600i at £25,000 once. Twice. And it sells away at £25,000. Sold, £25,000. Thanking you very much to all the bidders on that one. Thank you. 20296. Thank you. Moving on to lot number 301. Lot number 301, 2002. I mean, if we go across rare cars and things, I've never seen one of these before in the flesh. And I've never had a chance to auction one, so it's a first for me. It's the Crossblade. It's definitely a cool, quirky car, and find another like this. What do we say about it? Is it a motorbike? Is it a car? It's got 4 wheels, but you might need a helmet when you're riding it along. You don't want to get any flies in your eyes. But we're straight in at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and £13,000 and straight in the market now on the Crossblade here. At 13,000 is the bid. At 13,000, 13,000, a fun little car for sure. At £13,000, we'll take 500 if anyone wishes to come in. At 13,000, 13,000. At £13,000 is the bid now at 13. At 13,000, 13,000, it's in the market to be sold. Make no mistake, at £13,000, find another. At 13,000 once. At 13,000, 13,000 twice. It's going to go this time and away then. At £13,000, with my commission interest, make no mistake, online is selling at £13,000. Sold at £13,000. Thank you to bidder number 3018 who left that bid. Sold your way. Moving on to lot number 302, 1999 Citroen Saxo. Nice little Saxo this is, the 1.6, it's the VTS as well. Have a good look there. We're going to go straight in at just £3,000. At 3's the bid. At 3,000, 3,000 on the Saxo here. At £3,000, say 3.5 if anyone wants to come in. At 3,000's bid. 3.5 with you online at 3,005. Online bidder there at 3,005. My interest is out now at 3,005. I'll take the call to bites to help you all out at 3,005. Would you like 750 anywhere? At 3,005. At 3,750 your bid. At 3,750 with you online. At 3,750 and 4. At 4,000, 4,000 bid. At 4,250, thanking you again. On the Saxo here at 4,250 bid and 4.5's back in now. East Yorkshire, you are in at 4,005, 4,750 and 5,000 now. Thanking you. Good battle online. Keep going if you wish to go again. At 5,000, would you like another 250? At 5,000, 5,000, are we finished and done at just £5,000? Surely not. The VTS Saxo at just 5,000 here. At 5,000, 5,250 back in. At 5,250, Lincolnshire bidder at 5,250. Make it 5.5 if you wish to go again. At 5,250, we are bid. At 5,250 the bid. At 5,250, are we finished and done online? At £5,250 is the bid now at 5,250 and 5.5, thanking you. At 5,005, Lanarkshire bidder now at 5,005. At 5.5, I'll tell you what, let's go 5.6. Let's go in hundreds. There's loads of you queuing up online, but make the bid in nice and quick. At 5,005, say 5.6 for one more if you're going to come back in. At 5,005, we count it down once, twice, finished and done then. At 5,005 and 5.6, thanking you. At 5,006. At 5.6 is bid. At 5,006, say 5,700 back in. At 5,007, you're in again, Lanarkshire bidder. At 5,007, 5,800 to go again. At 5,007, are we finished and done here? At 5,700, make no mistake. At 5,007, a fun little Saxo this is with a 1.6 VTS at 5,007. At 5,700's the bid then, we'll count it down again. At 5,007 once. At 5,000, 5,007 twice, and 5,800's back in. At 5,008. At 5,800 is the bid now at 5,008. At 5,008, take it to 5,900 for one more if you're coming back in. At 5,008. At 5,000, 5,008 once. At 5,800, the bid then twice, and 5,900's back in. Lanarkshire bidder now at 5,009. At 5,900's bid, take it to 6,000 for one more. At 5,009, your bid Lanarkshire. At 5,009, are you finished and done underbidder? Would you like to go again? At 5,009. At 5,900, the bid then once. At 5,900, the bid then twice. All sure, all done, 6 is back in, thanking you, at £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, hammers up. We're selling today. At 6,000, go one for one more. At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. I'm going to sell this time in a way. Once, twice, finishing done, it sells, and 6 ones back in. At 6,001. At 6,001, make it 6,002 for one more. At 6,001, are you sure? Are you done? Are you dusted? Hammers up then. Once, twice, finished and done at 6,002. At 6,000, 6,002's bid. At 6,002's the bid now at 6,002. Take 3 for one more. Hammers up again for the first time. Second time, and it sells away at 6,200. Make no mistake, finished and done then at 6,203. At 6,003. At 6,000, 6,003. At 6,300 is the bid now, 6,003. Come on online. Would you like to go 6,004? Are you sure? At 6,300, we're going to sell. Finished and done once, twice. Last chance, fair warning. I'm going to sell this time at 6,300. It goes. Sold at £6,300. Thank you very much, online bidders. And you are 980, another early day bidder. Thanking you very much. We're getting towards the end of the sale. The updates are coming in as fast as I can get through them. Lot number 75, Ducati from yesterday, sold away at £16,000. Lot number 76, another Ducati with the Evocation 1098R, sold away at £5,500. Lot number 35, Triumph Daytona 600, sold away at £1,000. Lot number 26, Ducati 900 SS, sold away at £11,500. Lot number 16, the Triumph GT Thunderbird, sold away at £1,900. The bikes are going, ladies and gentlemen. Get your bikes in for the next sale. Don't miss out. Next one we go to lot number 303, 1970 is the Austin Mini Cooper this time, and we're straight in at £5,000. Say 5,500 next. At 5,000's bid. At 5,000, 5,000, 5,500, and 6,000 back to me. At £6,000. 6,500 and 7. 7,000's bid. 7,500 and 8. 8,000 now. One more 5. At £8,000. One more. We'll do it online. At £8,000 is the bid now. At 8. At 8,000. 8,000. At 8,000 with my commission interest at a minute. £8,000. At 8,000. 8,000. Coming back in for the 5 online. At £8,000. Are we finished and done? At £8,000. I'll take 250 now. Would anyone like a quarter on this one? At just £8,000, 250, you're in. And I am out. Online bidder, you'll be glad to know. At £8,250 is with you in Dundee. At £8,250, we're bid. At £8,250, £8,250. At £8,250 is the bid now at £8,250. Are we finishing done? The last chance in fair warning then. We'll submit the bid to the vendor with you online bidder once, twice. Finishing done at £8,250. That is provisionally with you online, 8,250. That is provisionally to 20214. Moving down we go. Lot number 304 in today's sale. 2017 year, Mercedes-Benz CL500. The CL500, look how good that one looks in the black there. I'm straight in at £4,000 with you online bidder at 4,000 bid. Say 5 next. At 4,000's the bid now 4. At 4,000, 4,000 online straight in at 4. Nothing on my bucket 4,5's bid. At 4,005 and 5,000 now. Thank you online at £5,000. Ayrshire, you're in at 5,000's the bid. At 5,005. At 5,500's the bid now at 5,005. At 5,000, 5,005 and 6,000's bid. At £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. 6,005. Take it to 7 now. At 6,005. Good battle on this one. Look at that car there. Beauty it is. At 7,000, you're in. At 7,000, 7,000. It's in the market now. It's going to be sold today. At 7,000 underbid. I'll take the 250 if you want to come back in. At 7,000, 7,000. At £7,000, we are bid. Are we finishing done? We sell this time with the online bidder once, twice. Finishing done is 7,250 back in. West Yorkshire bidder leaving it late there at 7,250 and 7.5. 7.5's back in. At 7,005. At 7,005, would you like to go again online? We'll count you down at 7,005. Make no mistake here. Are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning, it goes away at 7,750. West Yorkshire, you're back. At £7,750 is the bid now at 7,750 and £8,000. At 8,000, 8,000 coming back in for the quarter. At £8,000 is bid. At 8,000, 8,000, make no mistake online. We're going to sell today at 8,000 once. At 8,000, 8,000 twice. Hammers up and away it goes at £8,000. Sold. £8,000. And that was too bid a number. 8650. Thanking you. Moving on down the list we go, ladies and gentlemen. Lot number 305. 1982 Ford Fiesta XR2. The Fiesta XR2. Look at that. Nice cool little one this is. You're in at 4. I'm going to have to go 4.5, 5. 5.5, 6. £6,000. We start here at 6,000 with me at 6. Say 6.5 if you're coming in. 6.5, 7 back to me. At 7.5. I've got 8. Can I take 8.25? I got 8.5, but I'll take 8.75. 8.75. I'm out. You're in. Thank you, sir. At 8,750 up top with you. At 8,750. Take 9 anywhere else. At 8,750. Are we finishing done? At 8,750, your bid up top. At 8,750, once, twice, your bid, sir. 9's bid. 9,250 again. 9,250 back in. At 9,250, we're bid. At 9,250 is the bid now at 9,250. Are we finishing done? I'm going to sell. At £9,250. Make no mistake here. At 9,250 once, twice. Finishing done. Your bid up top. 9,250 it goes. Sold. 156. Thank you very much. 156. 9,250. Moving down the list we go. Lot number 306. Lot number 306. No reserve. 1999. It's the Volkswagen T4. There we go. The T4. 2.5 TDI on this one. Short wheelbase there. No reserves today. Who wants a bargain buy of a van? Who's got £1,000 for it? Surely. £1,000 to kick it off. Gotta be, hasn't it? Have a good look. £1,000. Thank you, sir. 1,000's bid. Gentleman's bid there. I'll go 250 next if we can. £1,000. Go for the quarter bite. 250's in. 1,500, gentleman's bid before you online. 1,750 if you want to come back in online. At 1,500, the bid is here. 1,750. 2,000 bid. At 2,000 now. 250 for one more. 250's the bid. 2.5? 2.5. Thank you again. At 2,005. At 2,000, 2,005. Would anyone like 750? They do. 2 750s back in. 3? 3. Thank you. £3,000. At 3,000, 3,000. Come back in for the quarter now. 3,250 you do. At 3,250. Shakes the head. It's your bid at the minute online. At 3,250. 3.5. Thank you. Ladies bid now at 3,005. At 3,000, 3,005. 3 750s back in. Would you like 4? At £3,750, we are bid. At 3,750 and 4, thanking you at £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000. Would anyone else like 250 now? 4,250 you do. Next bid's 4.5. At 4,250 is bid. At 4,250 the bid now, 4,250. Tell you what, because you've come this far, I'll take 4.3 and then I'll go 4.4. 4.3's bid. At 4,003, next bid's 4.4. At 4,003, take 4.4 if anyone else wants to come in. At 4,003, we sell today, so make no mistake, no reserve, it must go. Ladies bid at 4,003, once, twice, finishing done, 4.4's back in. At 4,004, take 4.5 if anyone else wishes to jump in now. 4.5 you do, they keep going online. At 4,005, at 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, your bidder are here. At 4,005, with you online. At 4,005, I'll take 4.6 from anywhere else. At 4,005, it goes once, twice, finished and done, and 4.6 is bid. At 4,006. At 4,000, 4,006, take 4.7 for one more. At 4,007. At 4,007's bid. At 4,000, 4,007, take 4,800 for one more if you're coming back in now. Hammers up again. At 4,007, once, twice, finished and done, and it sells. At £4,700, all finished, all done, 4,700. Sold, 4,700. Thank you. 11995. Moving on to lot number 307, 1980s. Have a good look at this one, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Bristol Boo Fighter there, the Bow Fighter there. No reserve, rare turbocharged coupe project then. Have a good look there. Project car today. Who's got £500 to start me off for the Bristol? 500 to go. Anyone interested today at £500? Kick it off. Nice little project this would be. How about just £100 to see it gone then today? £100 there for a great project for someone. £100. Surely you should all have your hands in the air. £100. Someone's got to, haven't they? £100. I'll go to 50. I will not go any lower than that. £50 to clear it up. Someone's got to start it off today at £50. 50's bid, gentleman's bid, thank you sir, at £50. We'll go 100 next. At £50, we'll stay in the £50 notes. £50 bid, go 100 if you're coming in. At 50's bid. At £50 bid. At 50 bid. Are we finishing done at just £50? Make no mistake, last chance, fair warning, finishing done at £50. 100. 100's bid, Dorset's in, £100. Say 50 anywhere else. At 100's bid. At £100, with the Dorset bidder, would anyone else like to come back in for 150? At £100, I'm going to sell. Make no mistake, if we're finished and done, it's your last chance in fair warning then. Once, twice, off to Dorset, 150, new bidder again, Merseyside. No one's letting the bargain go today. 150 you're in. At 150's the bid. At 150 bid. At 150, 150, 150. Would you like to come back in for the two? At £150, once, twice, finished and done, make no mistake, it sells at £150. Sold, 150. And that was to 11584. Moving down the list we go. Lot number 308. Lot number 308, 1972. It's the Austin A60. This is a cool looking truck. There we go. It's the half-ton van there. Where are we going to go on this one? I'm straight in at 4,000. Say 4,2 next. At 4,000 bid, 4,2, 4,4, 4,6 is bid. At 4,006. Say 4,8 for one more. At 4,006 is the bid now at 4,006. At 4,6, 4,6, 4,6. At 4,600, are we finished? Are we done? Last chance, fair warning then, at 4,008. New bidder in at 4,008. My commission interest is out now at £4,800. Would anyone like to take me up to 5? At 4,008 is bid. At 4,000, 4,800, the bid now at 4,008. Are we finished and done online? Last chance, fair warning then. Once, twice, finished and done with the online bid at £4,800. Provisionally with you online at £4,800. That is a provisional bid to bidder number 20181, is that? Yes, 1081. Moving on to lot number 309, 1995. Probably my favorite car in the sale. I'm not too sure why, but I absolutely adore this thing. 1955 Fiat Punto GT Turbo. It's the rare Mark 1 GT Turbo, and I'm straight in with my interest. 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, 1,600, 1,800, 2,000. Two's my bid here at £2,000. 2,2, 2,2, 2,4. You in online? 2,4. I got 2,6 at 2006. Looking for you now online. Would you like to go 2,8? At 2008, you're in now. My bidders are out. At 2008, and 3's bid. At £3,000, Staffordshire bid at 3,2. At 3,002, gentleman's bid at 3,002. Say 3,4 for one more. At 3,002. 3,004 is back in. At 3,000, 3,004. At 3,004, take 3,6 for one more. The bid's online with you in Stoke-on-Trent at the minute at 3,004. Would you like 3,6? 3,6, thank you. Gentleman's bid at 3,006. 3,8 straight away. At 3,008, 4's the bid. At £4,000. At 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Would anyone else like to come in 2? 2 you do. At 4,002. Shakes ahead at 4,002 with the online bidder here at 4,002. I'll tell you what, I'll take 4,3. At 4,002, we're going to go in hundreds now. At 4,002 is bid. Would anyone like 4,3? At 4,002, are we finished and done here? At 4,200, the bid then once. At 4,200, the bid then twice, with the online bidder this time and away then at £4,200. Very close on that one online. I'm sure we'll get an answer for you very, very soon. That was 4,200. 18474. Provisional bid. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 310, 1971 Hillman Imp Super. And we're going to go over to Mr. Super himself, Mr. Steve Berry.
It was called the Mini Killer, the Imp, because that's what it was designed to do by the Roots Group. I've said before, back in the day in the UK, and you know this, most men were either Ford men or Vauxhall men. That's the way it went. The Viva, the Escort, they were the best-selling cars in the UK. But my dad was an enthusiast of the Roots Group product. He liked a Hillman Minx, he liked a Chrysler Avenger, and he liked a Hillman Imp. Now, this is a Hillman Super Imp, and if you'll come round here a bit, I'll show you the thing that makes it a Super Imp. You could open the rear window and put your shopping in there. And I think, I've looked extensively, I think that's what made it a Super Imp. This car was, well, an Imp was the cheapest car that you could buy in the UK, but they were sent all over the world. And I think I've solved a bit of a mystery, because we know that this one was registered overseas. And if you walk this way, sir, and point your camera into the door, jam, you'll see a sticker there that suggests that this car may originally have been sold in Australia, where I believe they were sent as knockdown kits and then assembled when they got there. I like that green vinyl interior. Not everyone would, and not everyone would agree that it's actually green. Or is it blue? It's a greeny blue. All-alloy engine, the first mass-produced British car to have one. Lots of space, lovely to drive, very light steering, and at one time the cheapest car in Britain, 1,000,000 miles away from the Aston Martins, Bentleys and Mercedes and Porsche and all those cars you've seen today. But someone must love this car. In fact, Tom, I'm convinced that somebody will love it enough to buy it right now.
Let's find out then. I'm straight in. I've got commission bids here. I'm in at £2,500, £3,000. At £3,000 on the Hillman Imp Super here. At £3,000 is bid. At 3,000, 3,000, take 3,500. At £3,000 is the bid. 3,500, you're in. 4,000 back to me. At 4,000 is the bid now at 4. Say 5 for one more. At 4,005, you're in online, and I'm out now. At 4,005, we'll take the quarter bites from this point. At 4,005's bid. At 4,500, 4,500, 4,500. At 4,005, would anyone like 4,750? At 4,005, are we finishing done? With the online bid at the minute at 4,005. At 4,500, 4,500, 4,500. Last chance in fair warning this time and away then. At 4,005 with the online bid. Are you sure online at 4,005? Finishing done then. Last chance in fair warning. Once, twice. Finishing done at 4,750 bid. At 4,750, 4,750. At 4,750, would you like to go 5? At 4,750 were bid. At 4,750, 4,750. Last chance in fair warning this time and away then. At £4,750 once, twice. Finishing done with the online bid at £4,750. Your bidder online at 4,750, 11567, I think that was. Yes, 4,750, provisional. Moving down the list we go. Lot number 311. Lot number 311, 2006 Bentley Continental GTC. Their lovely little convertible, this one is. We're going to go straight in at £5,000. We're going 500s on this one. 5,500, 6,000, 6,500, 7,000's bid. With me on the book at 7. At £7,000, 7,500's in online. At 7,500, 8,000 now. At 8,000, would you like 5, sir? At 8,000, the bid is here. At £8,000. At 8,000, 8,500, gentleman's bid there. At 8,005. At 8,500, 9's back in online. Would you like 5? 9,500. At 9,005, looking for you now online. 10 up top. At £10,000. 5's back in here. Would you like 11, sir? £11,000 is bid. 11,000, £11,000. 11,500's back in. 11,500. With you in Warwickshire at the minute. 11,500. Anyone for 12? 12,000 seated. At £12,000. At 12,000, 12,000. 12,500's back in online. You bidding? At 12,005. At 12,005. Online, the bid is here at 12,005. At 12,005. 13 bid. At 13,000 now. At 13,000 pounds. At 13,000, 13,000. At 13,000, 13,000. Gentleman's bid here. Would anyone else like another 5? At 13,000 pounds. At 13,000, 13,000. Are we finished and done? Last chance in fair warning. I'll take quarter now if anyone wants. No need. 13,500. Warwickshire's in. I'll take the quarter bites now. 13,750 if you wish to go again. At 13,500. Would you like 13,750? At 13,005. 13,750. At 13,750's bid. Gentleman's bid in the room. 14,000. At 14,000, thank you. 14,000 centre. At 14,250. At 14,250, would you like 14,500? At 14,250, gentlemen on the wall. At 14,250, we're bid. I'll take 14,500 from anywhere now. At 14,250, hammer is up and selling this time in a way. At 14,250, 14,500, new bidder online. Thank you, Warwickshire. You're back in. It's going to sell today. Make no mistake. Would you like 14,750, either one of you gentlemen? At 14,500, the bid is online. At 14,500, 14,500, take 14,750 from either one of you now. If not, it's going to go once. At 14,500 is bid. It's going to go twice. At 14,750. Gentlemen, thank you very much, sir, for coming back in. At 14,750. It's a lovely convertible Bentley this is. At 14,750. Would you like to make it 15 online? At 14,750. Hammers up. At 14,715's back in. At £15,000, the bid is here. Would you like another 250? At 15,000, 15,000. At 15,000 is bid. Hammers up. We're selling online. Shakes the head. Last chance. Fair warning. It goes away this time with the online bid. Then at £15,000 it sells. Sold. £15,000. Sold your way. Bidder number 20317. Right, moving on down the list we go. Lot number 312, 1961 Land Rover 88, Series 2, no reserve as well. Look at this in the bronze green it says here. That is a very cool looking Land Rover. I love these. I'm going to go straight in. I've got 2 commission bids here, so I can start it off. I've got £800 and £1,000. Say £1,200 next. £1,000, little money here for a Series 2 Land Rover. And £1,000 on the book with me. £1,200. 14's bid. At 1,400, 1,400. My bidder here at 1,400. Would you like 16? 1,600. 1,800. Can I take 1,900? 1,900, 2,000. I'll take the one again. 2-1, you're in. Thank you, sir. At 2,100, the bid. Gentleman's bid. At 2,001. At 2,000, 2,001. I'll take 2-2 from anyone else, but hammers up. We're here to sell today. Make no mistake. At 2,100, it's going to go. 2-2 in the middle of the room. At 2,002, not you online. At 2,002. Center of the room now at 2,002. Online, would you like to go 2-3? Make it nice and quick if you do. 2-3 you do. Thanking you. At 2,003 with the on... It was online one at 2-3. 2-3 is online. Just press undo. It should come back in. 2-3. Would you like 2-4? 2-4, gentleman's bid. 2-5, 2-5, 2-6. 2-6 is here. 2-7, 2-8, 2-9, 3,000, 3,001. Shakes head. Your bid, sir, at 3,001. At 3,001's bid. At 3,000, 3,001. Hammers up then. We sell once, twice, finished and done. Gentleman's bid. Left-handed. It goes this time in a way at £3,100. Sold at 3,100, 685. Thank you very much. Right, moving on. The last sheet. There we go. 313, 1978. Triumph Spitfire 1500, fun British roadster it says here. Look at this one. Nice little Spitfire. I love the Spitfire indeed. And I'm just going to go straight in at 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, £5,000. I'll take 250s now. We are in the market and we are selling at £5,000. 250 if you're coming in. At 5,000, 5,000. At £5,000 is the bid. It sells today. Make no mistake here. At £5,000. At 5,000, 5,000. 5,250. 5,500 back to me. At 5,005. At 5,005, would you like one more? At 5,005. At 5,000, 5,005. Anyone else coming in for another one? And you do. 5,750. £6,000. At 6,000, 6,000, would you like to go again, sir? At £6,000 is going to sell today. I'll tell you what, I'll take 6,1 from this point if you're coming back in. At £6,000, the hammer's up though. At 6,000, 6,000. At £6,000 is bid. Would you like to take 6,1 if you're coming back in, sir? Now's your chance. At £6,000, I'm selling once, twice. Finishing done then at £6,000, it sells. Sold. At £6,000 to my commission interest, 3044 takes that one. Right, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 292, the Reliant Scimitar, sold away at 3,000. Lot number 298, the Merc CLK, sold away at 2,008. Lot number 275, the Ford Transit, sold away at £12,750. Lot number 282, the Rover P6, sold away at £4,500. We got one lot left to go. And believe it or not, 1984 Ford Escort, lot number 314, sold away prior to the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Manor Classics car auction done. Let's just run through a quick things. Timed auctions going from next Thursday. We've got a lovely 1994 Rover Metro. Check that one out online. Also got a 1989 Ford Escort RS Turbo. There's been some great opportunities for some fast Fords today. They've done really well. If you would like and you missed out on another one, there is one in the timed auction going away next Thursday. Also, do not forget, join me again next Saturday down in Southampton at Barron's, where we've got a lovely 1987 Ford Sierra RS 500 Cosworth, number 341 of 500. Have a good look there. Also, 3 E-Types, not 1, not 2, but 3 of them. And then we've got the big event coming in. MC, we're up here, Manor Park Classics, Platinum Auction. We have got some amazing vehicles around. You've seen the 2 Burgundas already. We have the pink Cadillac from the movie The Pink Cadillac, and lots of other opportunities. So make sure you're following us on social media, because that is an auction you do not want to miss. Thank you very much to all the bidders. Thank you for joining us on YouTube. Thank you to all the people that come to the room today. We've been Manor Park Classics, and see you next weekend.